Buongiorno, namaste, good morning cricket lovers. I'm Rico Full of the European Cricket Network and welcome to Italy. It's week 2 of our Italian summer. Week 1 was in Milan and the champions there, Fresh Tropical, along with the runners-up Albano. Well, we will see in the Super Series. But halfway through week 2 here in Brescia, which team of the 6 will join them? Only one team will. Tomorrow is Super Friday. So everything to play for today, I'll tell you why. The top 3, they know they'll be playing for places in Saturday's final. The bottom 3 going into tomorrow's Super Friday, well, they'll be playing elimination match because only one of them will join the top 3. Everything to play for here today, so sit back and get comfortable because the action is about to begin. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Italy, Brescia, and the action starts right here, right now. Welcome back, and we start with 3 matches today. All 3 teams will be playing their final matches in the group stages. And it's Brescia coming back. The Brescia team were unbeaten until they came up against Cividate yesterday and they lost that match by 7 wickets. So they're looking to come back with a bang and looking to cement their position in the top 3. The team they're up against today is Pack Lions Getty. Well, Pack Lions Getty in 2021 could not win a match yet. Here they got a 37-run victory against Janjua Brescia. So they're on a high and they'll be hoping to put all of that experience together again and maybe cause an upset. It is match number 13. Anything can happen in match number 13. But first though, let's join the 2 captains and the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, for the all-important coin toss.
Head's the call. It's tails.
Be back on. Guys, good luck with the game. All the best.
Kalub Sajjad, the captain of Brescia, winning the toss and deciding he's going to have a bat first. And why not? Well, he's got somebody like Imad Khan, who's certainly one to watch out for. 99 runs he scored in the series so far. But can the batters such as Yasser Dullah and Sajid Afri go out there and support him today? Spin has worked for them when it comes to the bowling. I mean, certainly the likes of Bashir Khan, 8 wickets so far in the series. He's been supported very well by the captain, Kalub Sajjad, as well. But don't forget, they've got the pacers like Imran Naveed, and he'll be a bit of a handful. What about their opponents? Well, the Lions certainly like what they're starting to do. They're starting to get better every time we see them out there. I think with the bat, Assad, Imran, 106 runs, he's going to be pretty key. And then you've also got Mudassar Riaz. Those 2, the openers, if they can get good runs on the board and get support from something like the hard-hitting Jawad Mohammed, then they can get big runs out here. With the ball, Assad Imran, once again, 6 wickets to him. He's been very much the key. And Tabissum Riaz, watch out for him as well. He could be a surprise. But really, could this be the day that Fakhar Imran, the spinner, can once again get in the wickets? Let's talk a little bit about this pitch. The one thing I've been very impressed about it is that it's one of those pitches where there's something in it for everybody. I think we've seen the pacers getting a good bit of pace and movement on this. Seen a lot of cutters being bowled in this surface, and you sort of understand why there is a little bit of grip to this. And the spinners have bowled particularly well on it as well. Temperatures will be about 24 degrees today to start off with, and the highs of 31. It's going to be hot out here again, but I do believe that that means that we're going to see some good contests. I think if batters can get in on here, we're still going to see one big score. And with halfway through the week, I think it's about to happen, or maybe it can happen today. Teams have got everything to play for. It's going to be a sensational start to the day. Brescia looking to go back to the top, and well, the Lions looking to roar once more and see if they can cause an upset. Well, I know that Vinny Sandhu's looking forward to this one. Why don't we join him for the start of match number 13?
Wow, thank you very much, Rico. And I wasn't expecting to see our director Martins. He's floating around in the lake. Well, I hope he's not still there because he's meant to be in the booth. But that is the beautiful Lake Garda. That's where we've been going every day. That's where I've been going with the crew. That's where I'm trying to get Rico to this afternoon, perhaps. Anyway, good morning to you. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Great to have your company on ECN once again. And, well, that's a great shot of Lake Garda. Well, excuse me while I just enjoy the the fantastic aerial shots there by our crew at Spring Productions. Anyway, we are starting with match number 13. Just 3 matches today because it's the last day of round robin matches. We go into Super Friday tomorrow where we'll have 5 matches. So you still get the 8 matches across the next 2 days. And we have match 13. And look, funny things often happen in match 13. That's something we've noticed on ECN this year. It was Brescia CC winning the toss, electing to bat. Yasadulu, he performed very well in the ECL, but hasn't quite hit his straps with the bat this week so far. He's likely to open the batting with Sajid Afridi. Imad Khan's been pretty good as well. Look at Najibullah Yasser coming into the attack. And Chaudhry and Sajad make up a very, very good top 6 for Brescia CC that PLG will have to work hard to remove. For them, I've liked some of their players as well. The ambidextrous bowler, Asad Imran, likely to open the batting for them as well. He's been one of their better performers. Madassa Riaz at the top of the order, and also he's fielded very well. Riaz Madassa behind the stumps as well. He can hit a long ball if required. And yeah, we'll welcome you from the lake to here at the Chandra Brescia home ground. JCC ground here in Brescia. You see the helipad next to it? I wouldn't mind a helicopter express from there to the lake today, that's for sure, because we're expecting a fairly warm day once again, as usual. Now, if you go back to yesterday, we started with match 9. It was PLG who weren't quite able to get over Kings 11. Well, they did push them. They were just a few runs short, and they had a good start. Ended up 81 for 5, Kings 11, thanks to a bit of a team batting performance. They ended up getting there with 3 balls to spare. You can see Asad Imran, who I just mentioned, 39 of 21. And he was a key performer for them. But yeah, when he went, they struggled to keep the momentum going. Then we saw Chandra Brescia. Well, the wheels really fell off in match 2 yesterday, match 10 on the calendar. They were bowled out for 72 within 9 overs, and then Chandra Brescia passed it without even losing a wicket. That was a real thumping. And you're worried about Chandra Brescia at that stage where they were at, because they were 0-3, didn't even look like winning a game. More about that in a second. We had the 3rd match of the day, Brescia CC. Well, this is their first loss and only loss so far in the series, as they were able to score 82 for 8. But it was a really good holding performance from Chivadante, who are really, really improved. And they were able to get over the line. Some clever strategic decisions, I think, with their batting order. Munshi was the hero at the end. He loved the pace. He slammed the ball all over the place as they got home with 5 balls to spare. So that was the first loss for Brescia. It meant that every team had won and lost a game. But you can see there, Sajid Afridi with 21, Imad Khan 20, and Dulu 15. 3 players we will see a bit of in this match. First up this morning, Bashar Khan, of course, the left-arm spinner, 2 for 12. It's been a very, very useful weapon for the ECL 22 representatives. Then last game of the day, a bit of an upset, you have to say. Kings 11, just not their best performance with the bat, as they were only able to score 87. Mostly thanks to Jagmeet Singh, who came up with 29. But then, yeah, Chandra ended up getting home. So it shows you things can change very, very quickly. All 4 teams yesterday chasing 1. So that's pretty rare. I've seen it once or twice in the last few weeks. But you can see the table. And for me, there's a couple of things going on here. 4 doesn't really go into 3. And the top 3 are going to have a much easier path to the trophy because they'll be safe on Super Friday tomorrow. And look, the bottom half teams, including PLG, who mathematically can maybe get into the 4 or even the 3, technically. If they could even push up maybe to 4th, it gives you an easier day on Super Friday, because although you do have to play an eliminator, you just have to win the 1 game to make the finals. You don't have to win 2, like the teams that play in the 5th versus 6th playoff. It's eliminator 1 tomorrow on Super Friday. Anyway, we're already out there and ready for some play. Here's the first ball of day 4. Hassan Naveed starts with a wide. And it is Yasadulu out there. And he's opening up with Imad Khan. So interesting, they're not opening up with Sajid Afridi this morning. Imad Khan is a player who did start opening up for Brescia CC at the ECL and kind of found a home in the middle order after the form of Ali Raza Islam, who is unavailable this week. But, you know, it gave him a slightly different role in the ECL in the end, batting normally around about the number 5 mark, but he's back up at the top of the order this morning. This one does sneak inside, so it'll be a dot. I want to just welcome everyone on our YouTube chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company as usual, and we do appreciate all your comments and questions in there. I just finished my 5-minute Instagram live before the start of play on my Instagram at Mr. Maximo. Even a little guest appearance from Rico in the background, where I took some questions and some really good suggestions from the viewers. So we certainly really relish the interaction. That's the world we live in now. It's a 2-way conversation. Dulu facing up. Drives. Thought he maybe trying to elevate that, but ends up just driving across the ground. First run off the bat for the day will bring Imad Khan on strike. So how about those pictures from before the graphics there? You saw Lake Garda and our crew Spring Productions. I know that they are very good at what they do. Obviously, they brought the drone down, and Martins, a bit of modelling, water modelling from our director. Showing he's multi-skilled. I've got to say, oh no, he's just kicked this away. Well, this is an absolute schmozzle. There's no other way to put it. It was going to roll to the mid-off, and then the fielder, Hassan Imran, has interjected, and it wasn't required, and he's just deflected that with his foot past the mid-off. Well, tag a friend that tries to help, but ends up spoiling everything. Oh, well, we'll try and bring that one to you again. This one is fielded using the hand method. Well, I've got to say, that of all things I've ever seen, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that. I mean, it was almost, I wouldn't say it almost stopped. It was rolling at a very comfortable pace to the fielder, who then just knocked it away from poor Tabassum Riaz. Not exactly the start you want when you're playing the top team. Bit of swing this time from Naveed, who was the unlucky bowler. I mean, it had the kind of pace, I couldn't even believe it would have gone for 4. But it still did. And we haven't had any rain overnight, to my knowledge, which means it's going to be bone dry pretty quick. Of course, water restrictions pretty harsh at the moment. State of emergency in the north of Italy due to lack of rainfall over the past few weeks and months. That's why you see the field in the state that it is. But I'm just very excited to be out there playing cricket. Last ball, the first over. In the air and just over Asad Imran this time, and this won't be fielded either on the cover boundary. So a second boundary for the over. Jawad Mohammed was the man on the rope that tried to knock that one back into play with his foot. He couldn't quite get there in the end, and it is the end of the first over. So 12 for no loss after 1. And, well, you didn't have to wait too long for your first ECN moment, did you? Just a reminder that this is week 2 of our 5-week ECS Italian summer, going all the way through July. We'll finish with the Super Series final on July 30. We know the Super Series in week 5 will be contested by Albano and Fresh Tropical, the qualifiers from Milan. They'll be joined by the winners this week in Brescia, as well as next week in Bologna and the following week in Rome. So 5 teams will contest the Super Series. The winner will go to ECL 23. And if you want to know how much fun ECL is as a player, just ask the Brescia CC players. You see batting right now. They had a whale of a time. Cardamania, where they finished 3rd. This is not great because it's going to be 5 wide, just swings and keeps going. And Riaz Madassa, well, it's called off the bat. I wouldn't say I'm certain about that, but I mean, the umpire's in the best position. We'll have a look. There's a deflection. Well, called runs anyway. Maybe a thin little edge into the ground if it was. There wasn't really ever going to be a chance. Credited as 4 runs. But yeah, the angle just doing the keeper there. Anyway, Vinny Sandhu here. Great to have your company on ECN. Ranja. This one to come in. Thinks it's just going to go down the leg side. Joining me, man on my left-hand side, and enjoying his company as usual. His first week in Brescia, and he certainly has enjoyed it so far. I think, Rico Full, welcome to the commentary Ask You for the first time today. Well, in a couple of moments, kind of going against PLG so far. But Brescia CC, we showed yesterday that they are vulnerable with their first loss. Come back to that in a second. Not a good ball, and I think this is probably going to be a no ball as it's pulled away. I often think that when they're pulled behind square, it's a sign it's pretty high. I mean, we'll have a look at this on the replay. And, yeah, that's fairly clear cut. Yeah, he's saying, where's the call? And I'd want to know as well, because it's waist high or above, remember. And to me, that's clearly above. I mean, that's chest high, really. Yeah. Let's have a look at it again. Well, it hasn't been called. Would say that's a bit of an oversight. No free hit. I'll get Rico get a word in a second. This next one is pulled away for one.
Good morning.
Morning, Rico.
How are we all? It's lovely to be here. And he's got a bit of a puzzled look about him by that one, I must admit. As soon as I saw it come out, I thought it was going to be called. But the umpire Shubdavis looking and looked at umpire Rahman a few times, but Rahman keeps his hands down. He thought it was okay. So, yeah, I think that's one that's got away.
Especially with playing condition now being it's waist high or above. I mean, that was above. So you're already, Well, there's another one. This one maybe not as high, but it's going to disappear.
This one is called. This one is called.
Well, this one's lower but called. Maybe it's the old square up, but what it is 7. So this time he's on the walk. And see, that for me is probably
that
okay.
One for me is not.
Net result is
fair
correct.
Square.
2 wrongs make a right, Rico, and the free hit's coming up next.
Yeah, and he's gone for 6 as well. So that's the Maximo, and the David's just going to have a little chat with the bowler. And, the captain, Ahmad Runja, things are not going well for him here at the moment, just getting his line all wrong.
Won't say 2 wrongs always make a right, but I think on this occasion they do. Because I think the second one was probably tipping below the waist. Anyway, he deserved his free hit, now he gets it. And Runja needs to find the pitch here. Free hit, slower ball, clever bowling. Knocked down just for 1. So, how was your night, Rico? What did you get up to?
Well, that was very go Had a nice stroll. Did go to the gym as you said I probably would, and yeah, it was good. Went out, and then on the way back, a bit of pasta. Went for the old gnocchi again.
To go the gnocchi. I think I need to go. So I went the spaghettoni. Spaghettoni, which is like spaghetti but a bit fatter. Obviously spaghettini.
With ragu, or
and I went kind of alla carbonara, which is.
That's interesting.
A bit basic.
I had the carbonara the other day.
Yeah.
But it's not as you expect, do you? It's not really creamy. It's actually quite dry. We have a different way of making it here.
Just cut away. This will take some stopping, It does well to block it. So that'll be the end of the second over. Rangit ends up going for 18. So not ideal. 2 overs down. It's 30 for no loss. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I like getting the kind of more basic pasta dishes because they're done very well here.
Yeah.
Something like a bolognese or a carbonara that you probably get all around the world, but it's something a bit different when it's authentic.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they had a bit of the old mozzarella cheese and tomato salad start with. Can't beat that. And, this is just a quick glimpse of the tables once more. So, Brescia, well, they're neck and neck on points. There's only net run rate that separates them.
Every team's going to play one more game. Pack Lions Getty, if they could win and Kings 11 lost badly, then and they're playing Brescia Kings 11, then perhaps they could grab that 4th spot. Seems unlikely. I mean, it's all just about playing well at this stage. I mean, we'll get to see all 6 teams today in the 3 matches. They're playing their 5th and final round robin game before we make that split. Here's Hassan Naveed in over number 3. Well bowled. Bit of outswing there. Not a great shot from Dulu.
Hello. I know you missed out on the late yesterday. I think the boys were rubbing it in this morning with that intro. I mean, look at those. Doesn't that look amazing?
That was fantastic. I told you there was a lot of space, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if they needed a boat to get Martins out that far.
The thing is, though, I couldn't go that far. I am not a very good swimmer. I mean, if my feet can't feel the floor, I'm not going in there. So I'd be right on the edges of it. But yeah, that was what a spectacular view that was.
Short and pulled. This one gets in a little mini gap, and eventually I think they'll deal with it. Not before they get 2. Yeah, so I did miss the lake last night. I had a couple of things I had to attend to, and of course my driver Safi, he's been working so hard. He was actually asleep by 6 p.m. I might actually get Safi on the commentary at some point today if we get a chance. But he's been working so hard, so I gave him the night off. He was asleep by 6 o'clock. Apparently woke up at 6 o'clock.
Safi, he's a worker, though, isn't he?
He's such a workhorse.
You see him. That one just a slow delivery, played away.
And Safi played for Brescia CC in the... Oh, could be a run here. Yeah, smart running. Hits the stumps. And they will get a second. So, yeah, he played for Brescia CC, but slight injury keeping out of the on-field aspect. But he's working really hard behind the scenes. And so I took the opportunity to go get a haircut, go get a nice pasta dinner, and just actually kept quiet for a few hours, which, not often that happens, as you know.
Not often that happens.
I talk
How
pretty
did you
much
manage that?
just
Did
as
somebody
much.
duct tape you down somewhere?
I talk just as much off air. Practiced my Italian a little bit in the restaurant. And luckily, the waiter actually had a housemate that was Australian, so he could actually understand me when I gave up on my Italian. But yeah, it was very, very nice. Full and fairly straight, dragged away for one.
Good start this from Brescia. It'd be encouraging for Kalub Sajjad because he's been waiting for a good opening partnership. And Dulu, well, he's been hit and miss. He hasn't really gone on to score any big runs. He sort of gets himself out at this sort of point. I mean, normally he gets there a bit quicker though. But Imad Khan, he's been very successful. He's hit the ball really well and he's been elevated up the order. So far, it's working for him.
Yeah, so far. Like I said, had a couple of gifts though. Still can't wait for the highlights when we see that little toe poke away from the poor mid-off fielder, Tabasum Riaz. On the walk, but he skies it. Now this is a chance for somebody. He's got to come in a long way, and he will hold it eventually. He does. And I think he grasped it to his body. It's actually a pretty good catch because he was going full steam ahead when he grabs that, and that's Hamad Ranja, the captain, who takes it. But this is an awkward one. But really, it's just a false shot from Imad Khan, and it almost got away with it because it dropped so far in front of Ranja, but he does hold on onto the opportunity. It's the first wicket of the day, 35 for one.
This is a really good catch. I mean, he does so well to get there, and then, well, he's thinking, all right, now I've got to hold on to it, and you can see, oh, look at that. He sort of pops out of his hand, slides along his arm, but he's managed to keep his arm close to his chest, and the ball then eventually does roll into that hand.
Yeah, a bit of the juggle, wasn't it, from Ranja, but it's effective. And so, yeah, unfortunately for Imad Khan, he'll go no further. He's dismissed for 16 off just 6 balls. So, yeah, a bit of luck, I suppose, because that could have gone anywhere. Again, he didn't hit it in a real balanced fashion. He was going at such a fast pace and doesn't really give your eyes a chance to settle and be level. And so that's why Imad Khan almost gets away with it, but he doesn't. Brings the left-hander to the crease. Farouk Khan. So an opportunity for him at number 3. And let's see if he can make the most of it. He's got one ball left in the power play to deal with. Farouk Khan, it's his first match in this tournament. Drives away fairly confidently. He'll get a single. He'll keep the strike. And Naveed ends up with figures of 1 for 18. After 3 overs, end of the power play, it's 36 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, just as I was saying, they were starting to get a partnership together. We see that it is Imad Khan who's been the more successful of the two batters between him and Dulu. That goes. But a good introduction, a good opportunity for Farouk Khan now to put a partnership together with Dulu. 36 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yeah, so about a third over after things kind of went off the boil in the second for PLG. Overs of 12, 18 and 6 in the power play. And we're going to get Tabasum Riaz to bowl in over number 4.
Riaz, he's been a successful bowler and keeps the ball right up there. Got to attend with the left-handers coming around the wicket. This has been hit hard. It hasn't quite got the timing, but it will still split the two fielders. And, well, that side of the field, you know that the ball can do all sorts of unpredictable things. And the bounce, well, you get an idea there. Hits the deck and just races away. So 4 runs and a good shot. Safe shot to play. Left-handers know that there's nobody out there at extra cover, so they're just trying to tighten that area up slightly. Just getting the mid-wicket now in place on the boundary. So it goes in that area again. This time it's more to long off, who does well, gets the throw in. Yes. On to Dulu now, and Dulu, well, he plays this into the ground and manages to get the bounce to go over the keeper.
Good placement, I suppose. One way to do it. Yeah, Dulu, I mean, he's a guy we saw take on some real high high intensity, high pressure attacks and win, you know, including in the final in Group C of the ECL, where they essentially knocked out Carlton Cricket Club, the Scottish champions.
Yeah.
And Carlton, to that point, hadn't lost a game. Dulu stood up and he belted them all around the park. Right now, we're looking at Farouk Khan. And he tries to belt and he goes high. And this one is sailing high and handsomely out of the ground. Maximo! First one of the day. Well, first one of the day for Farouk Khan anyway, the left-hander. And this one was beautifully struck. He went high and it carried the boundary easily. 6 runs.
Yeah, he picked that up beautifully. It was right there in the swing, wasn't it? Not only does he get the distance, the height, he gets the length as well. 6 more.
Short and goes straighter, and he goes almost as long. This is 6 more. Maximo! Back to back. Tabassum Riaz just rolling the dice with a slightly shorter delivery. The mid-on had got a lot wider after that last shot, so that was a huge gap. That's good batting, isn't it? And good signs here for Farouk Khan on his entry to the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he's liking this. He's thinking, yeah, I quite like it out here. And he's put 2 away, 2 emphatic shots, 2 Maximos, and I don't think he's finished yet. Here, Vinny.
Change of angle. I think this is smart. Try and go across the left-hander. But they're up and away. They've passed 50 now. Brescia CC. Pitched up. Gets carried away. Maybe a slightly slower ball. Throws. Well, this is closest, you know. They're going to take a second, but this will be worth a look. And I do have a sense that he may just be home. But, yeah, direct hits are always closer than you think.
It's really good work. I mean, look, he goes for it himself. He's onto it, gets the throw in. Have a look. Batter, his bat is going down now, and, well,
I think he's gone.
I think he's short there.
I think he is. I've got to say, that's the shot where the bails are dislodged, and you can see that he hasn't crossed the line, because he actually can see the white line under the bat.
Yeah, that's the shot for me. Spot on. Look, the bails have been dislodged. The bat, I don't think it's quite got to the line. That's the shadow there, remember. I reckon the bat is short line. Even if it's on the line, that is out.
Yeah, I agree. I reckon that's enough. That's enough evidence for me to say he's just out. And he is out, and he probably can't believe it, but the picture will tell the story. So he saves a couple of runs there in the end, and a bit of magic from Tabassum Riaz, who had an unlucky moment in the field earlier on, but that one, he creates that wicket, and he has run out Farouk Khan, who was looking so good. And yeah, I just always thought that that bat slide was just a little bit late, but it was super close. Doesn't get much closer. Good decision, though, from the officials. And it's the end of the over. The score is 54 for 2. Very, very good morning to you. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Fool, and hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. We are loving our time here in Brescia. Maybe not loving it as much as the crew, because I took the day off from the lake last night because I had a few things to do. But have a look at this. This, in case you missed this earlier, these are some of the shots of the lake, and how good does it look? I mean, that's exactly where we were swimming down there. You can see there's so much area around the lake, but I mean, it's pretty as a picture, isn't it, Rico?
It
especially at this time of year.
Absolutely sensational, doesn't it? And that shot of Martin's just out there in the middle all by himself. And look at that, beautiful.
It's just such clear, fresh water.
There he is.
And you've got to watch out for the sea creatures.
Is that the kookaburra? Is that what we talked about yesterday with the sink or float?
There we go. I was wondering where we got a ball. But yeah, we were wondering if cricket balls float. And I said I think they did. And there you go. Now we know that they do float. And Martin's floats okay as well. There you go. And all our questions answered in one little clip.
Yeah, well done, guys.
I want to say a quick hello to everyone that's watching and contributing in the YouTube live chat as well. Please say hello to us. We love that. We'd love to give you a shout out as well as we head towards the 5th over. I mean, what a great bit of fielding that was as well. It means the new batter is on strike. Najibullah Yasser, who's another player who we're seeing for the first time this week. And he's facing up to Mohsin Iqbal, who's another player we haven't seen this week so far. Mohsin Iqbal starts with a short, wide Gundy ball down the leg side, which is missed out on, but well blocked by the keeper. It'll just be wide to start. This one's a better length. I mean, he's not afraid to take the pace off completely. And then a bit of a mess up between the batter who tries to do the fielding as well. Yeah, it's one thing to try and help out, but then it doesn't help when you misfield the ball before you get back to the keeper. This one's a little bit short, and it is going to be touch and go. The fielder goes back and won't get there. Maximo! Yasser gets off the mark with 6, and Iqbal just gets a little bit short there. pays the penalty. That was a close call, but it's 6 to Brescia CC.
Yeah, I mean, it was very close. It just wasn't, I mean, fielder, he does whatever the best he can there, really, but he's unable to get enough spring off the ground, if you like. If he could just given himself a few more inches, he would have got hands to it, but the question is, I think the way that the ball is dropping anyway, probably would have taken him over the line. That's another Gundy ball. It's way down the leg side. So it's going to be another wide. So Iqbal here having a few problems with his line.
Yeah, he's really trying to tempt him into a shot, trying to tempt him to coming forward. But if you go back to this kind of pace, you can really tee it up. So I think that's the key. It's trying to lure the batter forward, but then not letting him get it on the full. And that's what some of these slower bowlers, especially leg spinner, that's what they're trying to do at this level.
Oh,
could be a wicket. Oh no, it's going to be one. Well, this is the variation. This might have been the flipper from Mohsin Iqbal. Let's see if we can get a replay of this. This is before halfway, I think. He'll be happy if we don't have time for replay, I think, with that ball. Gets away with it, just a single. Time, it's in the air, just away from one fielder in the infield, but the outfielder will clean up, just one. So, I mean, all things considered, he's gotten away with a couple here, Iqbal. His over's gone for 11 with one to come. Last ball of the over. Better delivery. Once again, though, it's drivable off the back foot, and this is going to be 4. Nice shot by Dulu, who makes a good decision there. This is kind of ball maybe some batters attempted to come down to, but at that pace, it was also easy to go back with less risk to hit it through the covers for 4. He does, and it's the end of 5 overs. 69 for 2. Pretty good start to the day by Brescia CC. Now, Rico, I have to ask you, because today is the short day, is today the day that we're going to get you down to the lake after you see those pictures?
it could be.
Come on.
I mean, you see those pictures, it does look quite sensational. So, yeah, okay, look, maybe. Let's stay with maybe. There were a few other things that I had in my mind, so I'll have to see if I can re-juggle them around. But, yeah, it looks pretty spectacular,
You've got time to do a bit of everything today.
Looks pretty spectacular.
Don't give me that call me maybe stuff. Well, Kai Bay, normally he's only lurking, but he's proactively in the chat saying, hi, Vinny Sandu, it's World Chocolate Day today, July 7. Indulge. Have some gelato at Chocolato tonight. Well, I must admit, I may have indulged in a little bit of chocolate gelato last night. I went one chocolate, one pistachio after my dinner on the way back to the hotel. So I'm way ahead of you. But Kai, I certainly will. Thank you for the contribution, and thanks for letting us know. A couple of significant things today. Oh dear. Well, that's almost bounced twice, and it's almost brought a wicket. And it's brought a missed field, and then another missed field, and 4. So that is about 4 or 5 points to note. If you're jotting it down on a pen and paper, you might want to make some more room for yourself, because this had a bit of everything, Rico.
What is going on here? I mean, it wasn't the best of deliveries. I mean, but look at that. I mean, that's not the way to do it. And, well, the bowler just can't believe it. He's thinking, what's going on here, boys? Not good. Not a good look there at all. You see it going past the first fielder. Okay, you could probably give the first one a break. I mean, he's inside the circle. But the fielder on the boundary doing the sweeping, well, that's a horrendous misfield.
Better ball. Seems to be in front, but I think it's climbing over the stumps. Yeah, we've seen some really short deliveries so far, haven't we? This is Asad Imran, who's coming in. And remember that Asad, he can bowl both left-handed and right-handed. So at the moment, we're seeing him bowling his left armers.
Oh, this one.
And here's the thing with his left-handed ones. You know, the other day, I know that he was just spoken to because there was some concern about...
He gets a hand onto this, Vin. He gets a hand onto this. Yeah, watch this.
Oh, yeah. Half a finger. That would have been good. But, I mean, I think he's making extra effort to make sure that arm comes straight over, which he is today, to be fair. But then, of course, just losing a little bit of control, probably, as he's getting used to that. But it's good to see he's made that adjustment.
Yeah, it is. I mean, sometimes, as we know, bowlers are not aware of some of these things until, well, it's pointed out to them. And, of course, with the technology we got, they can go back and watch it again. And I think he did. With perhaps the likes of the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch. They had a chat about it. And he's doing what he can to get it right. And this one is up in the air as an opportunity. Should be taken. 2 fielders. What are they doing? Oh, Well, he does so well to take that catch, does Hassan Naveed, because I had no idea what the captain, Hamid Ranja, was doing here. I mean, if you needed somebody to put you off, that was it. I mean, they're all smiles there. If I was Hassan Naveed, I would not be smiling. I would be saying, okay, yaar, ki kar raha? I need my space. Have you not heard about giving me a bit of space? Look at this. I'm talking about encroaching in your areas. Look at that. Well, that is enough to put you off. But he does so well. He holds on to the catch. And the bowler that we're talking about, Asad Imran picks up a wicket as well. Well done to him.
Yeah, so it works. And I mean, such a great skill to be able to bowl both hands. I mean, it gives you two options. I mean, the fact he can bowl two-handed finger spin means that, I mean, to right-handers, he's probably more likely to bowl left arm, so the ball's turning away. And then to left-handers, he can bowl right arm spin. This one's asking for trouble. Pretty good block. All the wide +1. But, yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic skill to be able to have, to be able to always turn the ball away. I've heard lots of cricketers I've been with said if I had a son or a daughter, I would teach them from an early age to bowl finger spin, both hands, because you get the control, which sometimes a wrist spinner doesn't have as easily. It's a terrible appeal, but a good over. So it's the end of the 6th. I mean, 1 for 8 off that over. Considering the first one was 4 and shouldn't have been, I think much improved kind of mechanics from Asad Imran as well that I'm seeing. 77 for 3, Brescia CC after 6.
Well, I know that he was taken aside and given a talking to about his action. Well, I think we might be taking him aside and having a chat with him about the LBW laws, because that was not a very good appeal. Just have a look at the bowling figures there. And being a couple of expensive ones, the captain Ranja and Tabi Sumriaz both came for 18, and Mohsin Iqbal, he went for 15. So the issues now is the second overs have to be bowled by those guys. And well, this is a tremendous catch. It's so well done. And if there's one man, look, he's saying, look, come and have a look. We don't want some of these issues we've had before. And there he is. Well, Hassan Naveed, we just saw him take a brilliant catch earlier to remove Yasir. Well, now he takes another. And absolutely brilliant. Look at that. He's aware of where he is. He gets the landing spot on, keeps his balance and says, there you go, have a look. I'm safe. That is out. It's another one. And Afridi, well, they decide that maybe he's better off coming a bit lower down the order. Well, it's not to be, because he goes for, wait for it. He goes for one of them, and that is going into the lake.
Yeah, well, I would say that Afridi be kicking himself. It's Brescia CC just hitting the skids a little bit, but I mean, they've still got plenty of batting to come. This guy, Naveed Chowdhury, is a pretty seasoned performer and loves this situation, coming in with 4 or 5 overs to go. He's coming with just less than 4 this time, so their run rate at the moment, they're on target for 125. So no real dramas, I think, but I think the use of spin has been pretty effective. At least trying to curb things. This is tossed up, and it is pumped out of the ground over mid-off. Well, that's a big hit. Maximo! 6 of the best, and so Chowdhury comes in, and he sends the ball out of the ground.
Well, I think they've decided, okay, whoever goes in, we're just trying to hit the ball big. We want to get boundaries. We want to keep this acceleration going. And that's exactly what Naveed Chowdhury does. Good shot from him.
This one sneaks through. So yeah, Iqbal, I mean, it's his first bowl of the series. And so yeah, as a leg spinner, it hits the stumps so they don't fall over. A bit annoying. But you can see, this is often what spinners need. In a longer game, you've got a bit longer to settle. Now, if you're playing a non-limited overs game, I mean, you can get away with a few bad balls and then settle into a bit of a rhythm. I mean, wrist spinners don't really get that opportunity in this form of the game. And this is a bit too short, to be honest, but gets away with it.
Yeah, gets sliced up in the air. And I think sometimes teams can be perhaps just a little bit guilty of being just a tad too defensive. And I think we've seen 1 or 2 actually from Brescia go up in the air, which I think if the field was maybe a little bit more orthodox perhaps, there would have been opportunities.
It turns into a low full toss, but should be fielded and is. So the 7th over. And PLG just slowly trying to work themselves back into the game. 7 overs down now, 85 for 4. Dulu has seen it all. He has moved on to 25. He'll have the strike in the 8th over. Well, Rico, I know that a lot of people were wondering about the format and, for example, why we have 3 matches today. That's because we're finishing off the 15-round robin matches. So we can't really start Super Friday until we know the top 3 and bottom 3. So just from an organisational perspective, that's why we just have the 3 matches today. But we do have 5 matches tomorrow on Super Friday. The top 3 teams will play each other for position, and the best 2 performers tomorrow out of those 3 will get the double chance on Finals Day Saturday, which I think it could be really, really important. Of course, the bottom 3, so teams in the 4, 5, 6 position, they essentially play eliminators tomorrow. So 5 will play 6, the loser will be out of the running, and then the 4th team will play the winner of that 5 versus 6 match tomorrow on Super Friday. So we'll knock off early today, but we'll certainly put in a bit of overtime tomorrow to bring you the cricket. And then, of course, on Saturday, we'll be left with the top 4 teams. And then the winner of that goes to the Super Series, which is just over 2 weeks away. Hard to believe.
Duluth, 25 of 18. He'd probably be a bit disappointed he hasn't had more of the strike, to be honest. But, I think he's seen other batters come in, hit the ball, and hit and get out. He's not had too much of a chance himself, so I think he'll be eyeing up this opportunity here to go big in this, the 8th over. See how it goes for him. Duluth is going to be up against the bowling of Mudasa Riaz.
Mudasa Riaz has been pretty handy. Triple threat, bowl at this stage of the innings. Very good fielder. And also, we're likely to see him opening the batting for PLG in the second half of this match. Hello to Maya in the chat. Great to see you, Maya. Maya, thanks. Just caught my Instagram live, which was just a little bit of a 5-minute preview for the day where we get to say hello, be a bit more personal with the viewers. And so I hope you enjoyed that. It's just a few minutes long, bit of a taster, but now you can settle in for the day. This is swing and a miss from Chowdhury. And Maya's always interested in what's going on. I know she's been following a lot what's happening in German domestic cricket as well. And what do you think about Darmstadt CC making it to the ECL, Maya? I know that your favourite team, KSV, went down in the final. Are you heartbroken, or do you think you can find yourself supporting Darmstadt CC in the ECL next year? Well, this one's gone, actually. It takes a little bit of an edge on the way through. So Mudasa Riaz making things happen. And Chowdhury just kind of, I suppose, almost defensively prodding at that one, uncharacteristically so. So it's another famous dismissal. Caught by Riaz Mudasa, bowled by Mudasa Riaz. And PLG get a dangerous hitter, 86 for 5.
Yeah, that's well bowled. I mean, you said when he comes on to bowl that he is a very, very useful cricketer. And this is a good time, actually, for him to come on to bowl. I mean, they've used up some of their slower bowlers. You've used the spin, and okay, they've taken some tap, but it hasn't gone wild. And now they're using something like that. Mudasa, he'll get 2 overs in here, so you probably imagine he'll finish things off. He's not going to be easy to get away. The captain, Kulab Sajad, comes in. He said, had one good knock in this series so far, and it was quite an important one, actually. Helped them get that victory over Kings, winning by 16. He scored 30 of 16 and certainly went to town off the spin of Jaipal. So he's somebody who probably would prefer a bit of spin. Let's see how he gets on with Mohammad Riaz here.
Pats himself against whoever he comes up against. Kulab Sajad, again, often pats himself behind some others, but he's very, very capable as a batter in his own right. This one just gets away from the point. He knocks it down, somehow keeps it to 1. You see the sunglasses on the fielder out there. No surprises because the sun is up towards the right-hand side of the field. You can see the shadows there. And so, hello to Julian. Haven't had to do the lurker call out today. All the lurkers are coming out willingly.
By themselves.
But he's saying hello from a cloudy Berkhamsted. I think, well, wait for this, because it's in the air. I think it's going to drop safely. 5 fielders will come. That's a Bermuda Pentagon. And nobody will get there, of course. Just be 1.
But look, 5 of them end up by the ball. 4 fielders come in. It's the bowler, though, that actually gets there first. So he's probably having a look around those guys and say, hey, come on.
I don't think I've seen 5 before. So I would say, I like the efforts, though, of everyone rushing in there. Just wait for the end of this over because we've got 1 more ball to go. But hello to you, Julian. And, yeah, Berkhamsted. I think it's part of Hertfordshire. Just a nice little where city meets country, kind of, a bit northwest London, as I recall.
Yeah, I think Berkhamsted, is that where Milton Keynes sort of arised from? I'm not sure. I think it was. I think that used to be listed in an old town there. And of course, Milton Keynes, the city of roundabouts appeared. The new city. It's not so new now, but pretty sure it's that sort of way. That's the end of that over. So 88 on the board, 5 wickets down.
Yeah, all the 8s, 88 off 8. Yeah, so it's a market town, I think, now. But Julian, great that you're joining us. And hopefully it's cloudy, but not too much rain. You can send the rain here. As long as it happens overnight, I don't mind. Hello to Mr. Maximo Jr. as well. He's been very popular in the chat with his thoughts. Anyway, here we go. It all happens in the ninth, and here's Thomas Marias. It's been all happening to him, and it's going to start with a potential wicket, and it's taken. So, look, credit to PLG. For the most part, I think they've held their catches here, especially those outfield catches, and that's Hamad Ranja, who took one earlier at mid-on. Now he's been pushed back to deep mid-wicket, and he takes the catch. And so, at the end of Dulu for 27, who stuck around but never really got going the way that we know he can. He's the 6-wicket default, 88 for 6.
A very good catch. I mean, okay, there were some comical errors, you have to say. That's the best way to put it, from the Lions at the start of this this innings. They were giving away runs freely, and we thought, okay, and maybe we thought, uh-oh, it's going to be one of those innings. But they have pulled it together so well. Their catching has been good. You see another catch there taken this time by the captain, Hamad Ranja. And they've got Dulu out. And Dulu, you're absolutely right. I mean, I thought he was starved a bit of the strike. And when he did get the odd ball, he tries to pump it out the ground, but not able to, just gets a single. And that's the way he's been in the 20s. And then that one, he does get a bit more oomph in it, but not enough to get it past the fielder. So now you've got 2 new batters out there. And it's Bashar Khan that comes out. And what can he do with his captain, Sajjad? We know that he can do is hit the ball pretty big. We saw him hit 1 big 6. The last time we saw him out there. Let's see.
He wants to go leg side. That's 5 fielders on the leg side, including 3 on the boundary. This is well bowled. The guy wants to go leg side. And yeah, make sure we keep it outside off. Good info coming from the chat. Julian saying just south of Milton Keynes on the Grand Union Canal.
Okay.
And said it's where William the Conqueror received the surrender of the Saxons in 1066. Is that right? Now, I know about William the Conqueror. But does Julian know about William the Concreter, which is one of the concrete blocks we had on the field at Square Leg in Milan? This is edged away. It's a pretty good block in the end. This uses the 5th and 6th ribs to knock that one down as we get into the last 9 balls of this innings. Hello to Maya as well from Germany, who was saying she was a bit sad after the game because Darmstadt CC beat her favourite side, KSV, for the ECL qualification spot. But the game was awesome, the first innings especially. Said it was a spin bowler's pitch. She still loves KSV. This is launched out of the ground, and that'll do. That'll do for Sajjad. Pace or spin, he doesn't care. He's swinging away. Maximo, 6 to the skipper.
Yeah, this is a good shot. I mean, look, sometimes I say don't hold back. You're going to hit it. Well, this is what this is all about. He says, yeah, I'm going to hit it all right. He hits it all the way out of the ground. Big hit, 6 runs. Shaka-lugya.
It's that slot length, isn't it? And dispatches it over the leg side boundary. Maya saying the sun was the problem too. They didn't have any tents, so she got baked. Well, that's no good, Maya. Hopefully you're all right. Hopefully you had some sort of protection. Maybe the sunscreen. I want to know, though, are you going to get behind Darmstadt CC in the ECL, or perhaps find a team from another country to support?
I'm sure she's going to be loyal to the German side. Hi, Maya. Good to hear from you and have you on the chat. No mistakes this time from the fielder. Gets all the way down. Make sure that ball is not going to get through him.
Good running, though, because the batters, including Sajjad, who's no Usain Bolt, but he saw the fielder went down to field it, which meant it was going to be really tough for him to get back up and throw him out. So, very, very good work by Kalab Sajjad. He's a quiet achiever, Sajjad. I mean, he'll often put batters in front of him. He'll often put bowlers in front of him. But he rarely lets his team down.
He is a very, very unselfish cricketer. He really is. And as a captain, I've had many a chat with him as I've got to know him. And I always say, never give yourself the opportunity you should. This one is hit out. And interesting to see if they go for 1 or 2. Oh, well, luckily it's been backed up. And in comes the throw. And the ball is still going. It will get stopped. Well, they could have probably have run 3 there.
Not sure if this hits the batter or not on the way through. Certainly kind of reacted in a way where it might have been so. But Sajjad will get the strike. I think that's probably a good call as we head into the last over. 98 for 6. I've got to say it's been a pretty good holding job when you consider that Brescia CC was 69 off the first half. And so at the moment, in the 4 overs of the second half, they've just scored 29. And certainly at least bring themselves back into the equation, PLG, although they are going to have to chase 100 plus here. They are going to have to bat very, very well if they're going to spring another upset.
Yeah, they're going to have to, but look, they'll take a lot of encouragement for what they're doing here, not just in this match, but I think for the series. I mean, the team, like we know, they never won a European Cricket Series match until that victory, a famous victory against Janjua Brescia, when they won by 37 runs. And they're starting to apply themselves, they're starting to believe, and certainly this guy who's coming on to bowl now, he's been a great performer for them, Mudassar Riaz, and you know what? I think he'll keep this pretty tight. I really do think he will.
Swing and miss, probably gets away with this. This is a slot length, but Sajjad just plays all around it. Yeah, Mudassar Riaz, first over, 1 for 3. Very, very good over, just the 3 singles and the wicket in there. Well, Maya saying she's still heartbroken about the loss of KSV, so not so sure about supporting the Blues just yet. Let's see. Well, time heals all wounds, Maya. Right. Almost
Look, Maya, today, we already know that it's World Chocolate Day. It's also Global Forgiveness Day. So come on, Maya, you've got to do a bit of forgiveness. We don't need to hold on to anger. It's bad for us, we know that. So Global Forgiveness Day is so special to us. So increase goodwill amongst people.
Just have a look. Does this ball hit the stumps clean? No.
No.
So that answers my question. See, look, he knocks it over with his glove. Yeah. Oh, actually, this could be out.
It's just pad on.
That just shows you how camera can lie to you. The first one, you seem there's no way that the ball hit the stumps, but actually the ball does hit the stumps. Look, the glove never touches
I think it hits
stumps.
the pad, off the pad.
Yeah, it hits the pad and bounces back onto the stumps. This is going to be run out. Look, it just shows you. See, gloves never touch the stumps. There'll be a run out here. So, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the other camera, it almost looks like the foot or something of the wicketkeeper knocks him over, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. It looks like the stumps go over because you see the gloves motioning towards the stumps, and so your eyes get tricked into thinking that the glove hit the stumps. So the camera does lie, but luckily we got the second angle, and in fact, he knows his gloves have never made contact with the stumps. So even though I don't think it's on purpose from Riaz and Mudassar, it will count. And that's a break, isn't it, to get rid of Sajjad like that? They needed something freakish to get rid of them. They did. He's run out for 11.
Yeah.
I'm going to say he's run out for 10, actually, because he won't get the 11th run. The score is 98 for 7.
Imran Naveed is the new batter that's making his way out. And, well, they're sort of, I mean, you said it, 69 it was of the first 5. And this lot at the moment is just showing this fight back. And it's all down, I think, to, I mean, certainly you take nothing away from the bowling of Mudassar Riaz. He's been top form. Here he goes again. And this one, it gets away with it. It's ill-directed. Any bat on this, it would have raced along to the boundary, but gets lucky with the leg by.
But what we learned from that last replay was also a lesson that sometimes, you've got to understand that the cameras can mislead, especially with things like if fielders are touching the boundary or not. And sometimes the on-field officials and other players and off-field officials even have a better view even of what our cameras are showing us.
Yeah.
So that's why, we do have to be understanding in certain circumstances that you're not getting the full picture. But that was a very interesting one for me because you would have sworn after the first one, I was positive that there's no way that ball's hit the stumps. And actually it did. Anyway, 100's up now for Brescia CC. But, well, Maya, whether you make it to Carntama or not, we know you'll be following along on the European Cricket Network. So whoever you choose to support, we hope you enjoy that tournament. I'm sure lots of people will. 2 to come, 100's up. And they have just played themselves back into contention when you consider Brescia CC were on 138 pace at the halfway point. Now at the moment, they've only got 32 off the second half after scoring 69 in the first half. So that's more than, greater than 50% reduction. But one more chance for Bashar Khan to advance the total. Last ball, hit hard. Might as well go for 2 here. A clean pickup. They shouldn't make it. But again, they will make it. And that's exactly why you take it on. A lot of things got to go right to get the run out. I think they will stop at 2. And so they will finish 103 for 7 off their 10 overs. And Well, PLG at least gives themselves a shot here. I mean, it's more or less a par total, I think, maybe a few more. Brescia CC, they're master defenders as well. We know that. They've got a very good bowling attack. But, you know, PLG, they've just done what's been asked of them. They did come into the game in the second half and at least, you know, perhaps keep it to something chaseable.
Look, I think it's a really good performance from PLG. The Lions, well, the Lions, they didn't roar at the beginning. I think they were like little kittens out there, but they soon got their act together. I mean, it was 69 of the first, but only 34 of the second.
Yeah, well, exactly right. But let's go back to some of the highlights, and there were a few early that kind of got away, including a misfield that, well, I'm not sure we'll catch it here, but it was a bit of a gift. But all things considered, you know, I think that Brescia CC, I feel they wasted a good start, and it was all about taking the chances. That was a good one by Ranja. He ended up juggling that one, but ended up grasping it to his chest, and they had a couple of unlucky run-outs, I suppose you'd say. And Farouk Khan came out looking really, really good. He was run out by a matter of centimetres here. He just had the bat on the line, and he seemed like he couldn't believe it. Often you'll feel like you're in, but the camera told a different story. And we saw spin used in the middle of the innings to varying degrees of success. I think when they got it right, they were pretty good. I mean, this is one which they got it completely wrong. But I've got to say, Asad Imran, he looked a lot improved with that left arm action today and got some reward as well. At the other end, Mohsin Iqbal, he was able to come up with a few good deliveries as well. Then it was over to Madassa Riaz towards the end, who has been really reliable for Pat Lyons-Getty in this series. And he was able to get rid of Chowdhury, who's a pretty good hitter. And Dulu, eventually, his innings came to an end on 27. He was the top scorer in the innings. And a bit of luck here as well, as the ball bounces off the keeper's pads onto the stumps. Sajjad had to go. He looked incredulous as well. Imran Naveed came out for the last little bit. And Brescia CC did finish at a score of 103 for 7 off their 10 overs. We see some of those beautiful aerial shots of the surrounding areas of this cricket ground in Brescia, where nature meets cricket. Let's have a look at this scorecard. 27 for Dulu. Like I say, never really got going. 3 boundaries in his innings. Didn't clear the boundary. Apart from that, we had 4 double-figure scores. Imad Khan with 16. Farouk Khan with 18. Looked good till he was run out. Najibullah Yasser on his entry to the tournament, 13 off 8. And Sajjad, a handy little 10 at the end. But again, he was run out in an unfortunate way where the ball bounced off the keeper's pads. Just 5 wides and no ball. So I think probably acceptable extras count for Pat Lyons-Getty in that performance. Ultimately, we saw 5 individual wicket takers plus the run out. I've got to say, really like the work of Madassa Riaz coming on at the end. He was really the main reason they were able to keep it so quiet in the second half. Also, I think credit to the fielders for holding their catches for the most part. Naveed, Tabassum Riaz, Mohsin Iqbal and Asad Imran all chipping in with the wicket as well. Ranja, the only one they really got hold of as he went for 18 in the second over, including a no-ball 6, which doesn't help your figures at all. Okay, so we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes, and when we do, we'll look at Pat Lyons-Getty. Can they continue their history of giant killing in this series? They all need 104 for victory. Brescia CC hoping to cement their place at the top of the table. It's all up for grabs when we return. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day so far. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the action here in the Brescia cricket ground. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Italy and we are in the second leg of our Italian summer. Remember last week we were in Milan and we saw that Fresh Tropical were the champions there, but the runners-up Albana also got the golden ticket to go to the Super Series, and we're looking for which team will join them from Brescia. And well, Brescia, they're out there at the moment, Brescia CC. They've managed to put 103 on the board, but it has to be said that the second half of the innings for them didn't go as planned, only 34 runs coming from it. They were at one point at sort of around about 130 plus sort of score, so it was a good fight back from the Lions. And now it's all about what they can do with the bat here. So important start though, I think. I think they need a good power play. They need to just keep those wickets in hand. I think if they can get to 30, 35 without any wickets down in the power play, I think they'll probably fancy themselves for what probably would be a really major upset here. I said, could it be a day of the underdogs? Well, who knows? Well, this certainly is a good opportunity. Mudassar Riaz is the opener. Javin Mohammed doing the bowling. Non-striker is Asad Imran. I mean, these two, if they can get going, they can certainly hurt any side. Big swing and a miss this time. Goes through to Nasir Hussain. Using all of his experience here. Javin Mohammed. It's been a long time serving campaign, hasn't he, for Brescia? And many a time he's come up with the goods when the team has needed him, and he comes once more. This time with a width, has been well hit. The fielder goes down trying to stop it, can't, but there is protection there. So it will just be a single, and they go with this field that we've seen a number of teams use this. I mean, Gina Brescia have this same sort of field set, just the two men on the leg side, and then they really do pack up the offside. Two men back in the power play. You have long off and the man on the offside. Cover boundary being protected. This one's hit well, and this is going to take some stopping. The ball racing away. Takes a couple of lucky bounces that just slows it down. It was a good looking shot. A nice on drive. It gets a bit unfortunate here. I think you see that the ball hits the deck several times as it's going along to the boundary, and each time it takes that ricochet off, it just slows, it slows, it slows, and you see the stop. Oh, well, if that was happening at the lake, you'd think the Loch Ness Monster was back, wouldn't you? It's sort of relocated to Lake Garda. Oh, wow. Loses his shape. The shot was on. Shot was definitely on there. It just doesn't get his shape right, and that goes through a dot ball. He'd be disappointed with himself there. Yes. The thing is, he doesn't have to try and hit it so hard. He just times it. He's going to get it over the fielders in the inner circle. So all got to rely on his timing here as well. Got to make this power play count. And at the moment, there's only 2 from it with the ball to go. And it will stay at 2. There's another one that goes through. So what a good start this is from Muhammad. And I said he's a big campaigner for them. And he only concedes just 2 runs, so it's not the ideal start. 2 of the first over. And 335 matches now without a golden ball. That is an ECN record. And when is it going to give? Well, we thought yesterday in that match that featured Kings 11 and Janjua Brescia that it was possible, but it wasn't to be. Janjua Brescia held their nerve and did it with a couple of balls to go. All sorts of things happened in that match. They really did. You've got to say they really did have the rub of the green go their way, the ball misbehaving, go rolling around the ground, and then just doing the old Tortuga as it goes over the field. And all those things happened yesterday in that match. Big over this. I think after that first one just went for 2. You can see that both these 2 batters will want to try and capitalise in this one. They do not want another low scoring over. They've got to make a start. They've got to get that boundary here. This one goes through Imran pretty quickly. Yes, here the bowler now. Right on the money. First delivery. This one's been hit well, but once again, doesn't quite get the timing he wants. Bobbles around to the fielders. Combine well, come together. That's nicely stopped. Imran Naveed makes a stop and then gives the ball a bit of a shine as he hands it back to Yasir. This one doesn't seem to come up so much. Well, he is bowling really well. I mean, it's a good delivery. Asking the question as well. The umpire seems to be unmoved. Yes, here. Coming into the side. Trying to make things happen. Najibullah. Yes, here. And that one was a good delivery again, right on the stumps. The batter takes a bit of a risk playing the shot, but it's just a single. It's all tiki-taka at the moment. Tiki-taka when you want the boom, boom, booms in there. Hello to everybody that's on the chat. Luke Belgium is popping in there. Nice to see you, Luke, and James Stewart as well. Lovely to see plenty of conversation and discussion on the chat. It's another swing and a miss. They just can't get things together here. Both the opening bowlers have started well. Yes, here. Looking to finish the same way. Just giving 2 runs. Imran will have other ideas. And he launches into this, and where's this going to end up? I think it just will go all the way. Yes, it does. Manos arriba from the umpire. Manos arriba, 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 porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, they do get a Massimo off the last ball of the second over. that just takes the score to 10. But they are well below where they need to be. Need to start getting the push on here. And you can see what the table looks like. And you just get the feeling that, look, if PLG can pick up 2 points here, certainly makes it a little bit interesting, doesn't it, with those teams slightly cluttered together. But I still don't think, when you look at the net run rate, I mean, they're going to have to really go some to do it. Don't think they can take third spot. And remember, those other teams also have matches in hand over them. Everyone, all the 6 teams will play their final matches here today. Only 3 matches, remember. Nice looking shot, but finds the fielder. They do take a single. But I do like this. I mean, I was mentioning that Brescia adopt this same sort of field. Brescia doing it here as well. When you've got good bowlers and you can rely on those bowlers to bowl the line that you want, and that is that line outside the off stump, you can set a field to it and you can sort of do away with those extra players on the leg side, and that's exactly what's being done here. Just 2 men on the leg side, everybody else out on the offs, and you can afford to attack, so they've got the slip fielder in as well. This one's just a little bit too wide. And what they have done here, slightly different, is what they've put Long on back. So he's gone on the boundary. They've still got the protection out on the offside with the sweeper. So they're just covering the bases there, saying, well, right, if he does get hold of one, well, we've got Long on in place just in case. Javid, and just swinging and missing and hoping, not getting any footwork involved in the shot there. Asad Imran. Another express train goes by. You can probably hear that just on the microphones there. Temperature's starting to soar now. We started the day about 24 degrees. I think we're probably now up to around the high 20s, 28, 29, high of 31, 32 expected today. But remember, those are temperatures that are given to you in the shade. So out there in the middle, it's a lot more than that. I can guarantee it. This is going up in the air. Is this going to be a chance that it's go all the way? It does go all the way. Bowl! Bolle, bolle, kinna, sona, shaka, lagya. That is what they need. And that one was in the slot, and it gets put away. So Asad Imran gets another one. So just trying to get the acceleration going here. I mean, this is the over to do it in. He's the last of the power play. But one thing our stats always also tell us is that it's the over where you tend to lose a lot of wickets as well, because you see batters trying to capitalise on it before it goes. So I wonder if there'll be reward for Brescia in this over as well. Get another wide. A little bit frustrated, the bowler. Trying to keep it out of the swing zone, but just catching that line, and the umpire's pretty consistent with those calls. Been very good. Umpire Rahman and umpire Sukhdev doing the officiating out there in this match with the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch. Also, third umpire. In comes Mohammed once more. And this one is fine. It just, once he gets it right, it's swinging but missing. He's got to just, for me, look, here the initial movement has to be not that step. He's taken a step down the leg side. He's got to be having a little shuffle, almost a little hop over onto the offside, getting himself more in sort of close to that ball and then doing that swinging. And he's going to get there, but not unless he moves down there. And this one's slightly slower, slightly shorter. Well, it's like watching Jaipal bat again. We saw Jaipal of Kings 11 yesterday have a similar sort of problem. He was out there a long time, swinging and missing. He did connect with 1 or 2. The problem is, I mean, even if, you know, as we've seen here, we've seen one ball disappear for 6, but then all the others have been dots, so that doesn't really help your case. A ball to go in the power play, 19 on the board. And this one may be a wide, it is, and they may take an extra from it as well. They do, they turn that into 2 wides. So they do get into the 20s, but still, I mean, at this point, I think they're at least 10 to 15 runs below where they would have liked to have been. Key thing is they haven't lost any wickets. So if these two can get one good scoring over in, they're sort of right back in the game. And they've still got those wickets in hand, but they can't afford to lose too many. Knocked off the middle of the bat, but there's work to do for the fielder. Does well, gets a throw in, it'll be close. And they're asking the question, and they're going upstairs on this one. Well, Vinny Sandhu coming into the box. He's shaking his head, he doesn't reckon, but it's going to be tight. I reckon it's going to be closer than you think.
And he's in by, I'm going to say 30 centimetres.
30 centimetres?
A long way away.
There we go.
And I'm sticking with my decision.
Okay.
What an eye.
I don't know about 30 centimetres.
What an eye.
I'll give you that.
That's 30 centimetres. It's actually 29.7.
You've got your X-ray vision.
I don't want to pat
glasses
myself on the back
today.
too much, but you could just tell this is in keeper's instincts, right? Because he has to go too far from the stumps, and then you see the bat just gets in at the point.
Yeah, I'll give you that. 30 centimetres. Yeah, I'll give you that. But the good thing about that was the batter keeps his line when he's running.
Yeah,
There's
true. Yeah, and
no
runs on the pitch and gets a good bat slide in.
Runs straight, gets the slide in.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to be back, and welcome to our broadcast. And so I'm just seeing a bit what's happening in the chat. Nice to see Luke in there. How are you? Tell me what's been going on. Buongiorno, Stephen Kelk, watching from the Netherlands. James Stewart, he's been sneaking away, watching Kings 11 matches because he's a big fan. We'll get to see Kings later on. Nice to have you with us.
We will, yeah.
You know, it's come any time. You know, it's an open door policy here at ECN, isn't it? We've got 23 for no loss after 3 overs. Hello to OK as well. And Luke, he's not in the best of moods today. That's no good, Luke. Well, hopefully we can cheer you up a little bit. And if there's anything we can do, please let us know. We want to make you feel happy. He said it's just been one of those weeks so far. Let's keep it at that. Okay, if you're happy to keep it at that. Well, there's a bit of escapism then. You can escape to the north of Italy with us where, well, it's not quite as hot as it has been sometimes. It's just a fairly pleasant 26 at the moment.
Luke, it is International Peace and Love Day. So me and Vinny, we're sending some love your way, buddy. We're sending you some love.
Sounds good. Here's Bashar Khan, left arm spinner. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's 104. It's not 204 they're chasing, so it's not out of sight, and they haven't lost a wicket yet. Probably just some of those swings and misses of Imran. Not ideal, and also Manasseh Reyes hasn't really gotten going yet, but they have to just try and get probably up mid to high 30s this over. Would be ideal, but not easy against a spinner. That's so good. Bashar, particularly right-handed, has been very good, but this is going to be in the gap, and it's going to be 4. Wow, there's a bit of, looking at each other here. There's too many cooks spoiling the broth on a couple of occasions in the field this morning, and Riyaz gets a boundary from nothing. Yeah,
I mean, you could see it happening. One of these two had to commit and say, it's mine, I'm stopping it. I think they both sort of end up looking at each other. It goes through him. It goes for 4. Sajid Afridi is one of those.
I mean, it's a difficult one to call mine on because you actually don't know whether you or the other fielder is closest to the ball because you're watching the ball, right? So that's why we see these miscommunications, and then you're a bit worried about a collision, which is understandable. This one's hit pretty well. This is good fielding, though, by Javed Mohammed. He's going to come back, and this would have been gone. It almost bounces off the bowler to the keeper's end.
That almost ricochets, and when it should have been one end, it ricochets and almost goes and knocks the stumps over the other end, which also could have been out.
It's a powerful. It could have bounced to either stumps off his knee.
Ow!
Have a look at that. Imagine that hits the stumps of the keeper's end. Well, this is a really nice shot. It's a stand-up sweep. It's behind square leg, and it's 6. Maximo! Manasseh Reyes, right now he's coming to the party. He's gone 4 and 6 pick-up sticks, and we've got a few sore kneecaps out there. And Bashar Khan's already gone for 13 in this over. It's the over they needed, PLG, to get back on track. Yeah,
Bashar, he gets bashed on his knee, and then the next one gets bashed out of here. Big 6. And all of a sudden, just like that, a bowler that's been so good, he's under attack. Well, maybe these two were just waiting for the spin.
Let's see if he tries to lure him forward here. Maybe take the pace off. Kind of. This one's cut away, knocked down by Sajjad, who we might see next over. I mean, the spin twins, if you like. Don't really look like twins, but Bashar Khan and Kalab Sajjad have been really good at holding things tight in the middle overs. But right now, Riyaz has won the battle so far. Now, over to Imran, who skews this one, could be caught and is out. So Bashar does get the wicket in the end. Javed Mohammed takes the catch. Imran just out of patience. They already had 14 off that over. They probably didn't have to go the big shot, but hindsight's 20/20. And it's Asad Imran that's got to go for 15. The score 37 for 1.
Yeah, and Bashar Khan, he does it again, doesn't he? Not the best of his overs, not the best starts, but he just has a knack of getting it right and getting it right when it matters. He knows that he's under attack, and he just says, okay, well, I'm going to just float this up there. I'm not going to get it right. I'm not going to pitch it right up. So you're going to have to get your feet involved in the shot. If you don't, you're mine, and he gets him.
Great to have your company here. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full in the commentary box. Great to have your company. Once again, love your thoughts. And look, Maya Patel's got a good one, saying something you mentioned yesterday, Rico, that you can break up the spinners. You don't have to bowl them all in a row in the middle overs. And that's actually something that the Tunbridge Wells skipper, Chris Williams, talked about as part of his tactics, that he never wanted to bowl more of 2 of the same type of bowler in a row.
Yeah.
Having said that, I think if batters are struggling against spin, I don't mind you giving them more spin. I mean, there are certainly batters that prefer spin over pace and vice versa.
But that,
So
good example, good shout out there, because a good example of that was yesterday. And it was Brescia. When they lost that match to Jivadate, they bowled the 4 spin overs together.
Yeah.
They were good, they were productive, but it meant the pace came on towards the end. And something like Isra Manshut said, thank you very much, give me some.
Yeah, he absolutely did. What a performance that was. But yeah, great to have you with us. Hello to Andy, who's in the chat as well, watching from Spain. How's the weather there, Andy? I bet it's hot. Swing and a miss, but called wide. Sammy Ibrahimkel also watching from the south of Sweden. Sammy, how's things? How's the season going? Let us know. I just love our European cricket community. Whether you're watching from Europe or outside, the ECN community is thriving. Here's the reverse Malachi, and he absolutely nails it. 4 runs. Javed Mohammed, what a way to get off the mark. Cuatro carreras. Should I say carreras cuatro? Because I'll say it in reverse.
Well, this is one way to get going, isn't it? What a handsome shot that was. Yeah, it's showtime.
He's loving it as well. I mean, he's no poker player. He's got the smile written all over his face. I mean, that's a pretty smart shot if you can execute it, because you are hitting with the spin. So as long as you can catch up with it with your hands, and there's normally no fielder back there. Infielders are a problem if you top edge it, because there's 2 fielders round the corner. Just dares him to try it again. This time he just plays an orthodox shot. This will be 4 more.
This is no orthodox shot. Look at the way he plays this. Look how he plays it in the end. Look, does he take one hand off this? Oh, what a shot that is. We've seen a lot of players play shots like that on the onside. He plays that one-handedly through the covers.
What a shot. I mean, yeah, and you're right. It turns out to be slightly unorthodox, but at least he hit it right-handed is what I meant. So Jad's gone for 10 off 3.
Oh,
now, well, he catches up with it again. Fast hands from Jawad Mohammed. And, well, this is 4 or 6, not sure, because it happened so quickly. But again, he gives up his stumps here. To be honest, it's a crazy risk. But, yeah, the risk here, let me just see this ball. When does that bounce? 4 runs, I think. It'll be 4. But, yeah, I mean, the risk here is that when it's behind your legs, you're a bit slow to catch up with the ball and you end up getting bowled.
That is crazy. That is crazy. He just hit 3 4s on the spin, and each one of them, well, couldn't be any more different than the one before.
Because we've gone 4. We got 4, 4, 4 in this over, right? Is he surviving the over or not?
Yeah, he will.
You think so?
Yeah, he'll get lucky. This will be the quicker ball from Sajjad.
He's getting 20% crazier every time, and he's going to fall off the horse.
This will be the quicker ball.
We got 2 more balls.
Let's see if he survives.
This is where you can just play what's given to you. You already got the runs. Yeah, tries to slog it away. I think the other end might be a nice place to spend 30 seconds for Jawad Mohammed. Yes, 50's come up in this over. I mean, last couple of overs of spin, we thought, that's the way that Brescia will put the brakes on. But there's been such a counter-attack. And, I mean, what a start to the innings for Jawad Mohammed. Let's pull the over. Swing and a miss. So 15 come off the 5th. Game on. It's 52 for 1 after 5. And Rico, if you double 52, you know what you get?
Yeah, I know what you get. You get 104.
And they'll get just what they need. Anyway, stay tuned. PLG Giant Killers. As we have seen them pull off 1 win already. A team that previously hadn't won at all on ECN. But, yeah, what a great position they're in right now. Let's see if they can stick with it, though.
Well, that's what they're hoping to do. Just have a look at that key. I think Mudasa Riaz, he's got to stay there, isn't he? I mean, there's no point. When I say stay there, he doesn't want to be hogging the strike. He doesn't want to be seeing out top balls, but he needs to be the one saying, right, me and you, we're going to make a partnership. We're going to make a partnership together. Don't throw your wicket away. I'll support you. And I'm sure if he gets a bad delivery, he'll put it away. This is going to be a test here now, though.
Yeah.
I like this. And this is something they didn't do yesterday. They've seen that the spin hasn't quite worked for them, so they're going back to the pace.
Yeah, and interesting. Some people saying maybe Sajjad should have been bowling a bit quicker. I actually don't think he bowled too slow there. I think it was just remarkably fast hands a couple of times. It was unusually fast hands. I mean, he's not a bowler, I would say, particularly slow through the air. It was actually just remarkable batting. Credit to him. Naveed coming in a bit earlier than usual then in over number 6. And Change doing the job as he gets his first one past Jawad Mohammed.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about keeping the batters guessing, keeping Change as the option all the time, so they're not able to get into a rhythm or routine. You could have been tempted to go back to Bashar. I mean, did take a wicket towards the end of his spell, but I think this is probably the right call here.
You don't lose much at all bowling Naveed now. He's a very good bowler. You would have planned to bowl him anyway, so just break it up, change the rhythm of the match. He does whack it for 6 though, so he doesn't care. Maximal! Jawad Mohammed has come out possessed, and he's just taken that fairly decent ball off a length and slammed it over the wicket for 6.
Oh, he's given this unwelly, hasn't he? That is lovely jubbly all the way. 6 runs. What a shot.
Well, Federico Mento saying that these are skills you learn playing tape ball cricket or tennis ball cricket. And, there's a fairly common skill set between these two games, with T10 cricket pretty close to it. I mean, right now, this is just fantastic hand-eye coordination. I'm just wondering how long this ride's going to last. But right now, he's batted him into a very good position. They'd want to be 60-odd after 6. Short, makes him pull. Now, this is in the air. It's going to get over the fielder. I think this will run away as well. I mean, how far has it gone?
I think the fielder's saying 4. I thought maybe it had the legs to go all the way. But I saw this coming. I knew Naveed would not like being thumped down the ground for 6 and cow corner. Bangs it in short. And you know what? He plays that pretty well.
Yeah, 1 bounce 4 in the end by the empty grandstand down there. But, you wonder how he'd handle the short ball. I mean, their tape ball style, they are back in their crease. So, they do get a slightly longer time to look at that delivery. What does he do now? Oh, that's where you got to be.
Yeah.
Full, straight, and within a stump of losing his wicket there. But he does survive, Jawad Mohammed.
That's the line, isn't it? That's where you got to be. You know that anywhere else, if it's pitching, he's going to be on it. Get it full, Yorker length. That's the perfect ball. Yorker length on the off stick, just missing.
Yeah, you don't see him blocking too many out here, Jawad Mohammed, do you? So, full at the stumps. Keep it simple. He runs it in, so he turns into a full toss. I don't think this one's too high. And so I think he knows he's going to get a Yorker, so he tries to turn it into a full toss. So, I like the thinking. There is some strategy behind the madness of Jawad Mohammed. See, that one probably hits at the waist, but I think he's a long way out of his crease.
The thing with that one, he makes that ball come at him quicker. I think if he had stayed where he was, it was a full toss.
Probably
and he would have clubbed it.
Yeah, but he was anticipating a Yorker. And now, Riaz is happy just to kind of sit tight and make sure that he doesn't lose his wicket as we get to the end of 6. Game on here, PLG. Do they have Brescia CC, the ECL representatives, in their crosshairs? 6 overs down, 63 for 1.
Yeah, Brescia CC, remember, they come into this match having lost yesterday to Chivadate, which sort of surprised them. Chivadate were on great form, winning by 7 wickets. And certainly they want to go back to winning ways, but they've got some work to do here. Have a look at the bowling figures there for the moment. Jawad Mohammed bowled very well, just went for 15. You still got Yasser in the bag. Got him. He's got 1 over up his sleeve as well. They've got options here. The thing is, they need to find the option that could probably get rid of Mohammed at the moment. He's hitting the ball really well. 24 of just 9 deliveries.
Game-changing innings. It shows you how far PLG have come. Remember, they're a team, I said, struggled with the stick last year. They didn't win a game. 8 games, they had 1 washout, 7 losses. Started with a loss here, but 10th time lucky, they did get a win. And there's a real sense of belief in PLG and also Chivadate, who were, I suppose, in the bottom 2 teams last year, you'd say, in Brescia, although Chivadate did have some success along the way, a bit more than PLG did. But I'm really impressed with the approach here. It shows you that cricket coming along leaps and bounds. A lot of quality clubs in Italy, of course. So I'm looking forward to this next over. And it's Sajid Afridi who's going to start with a wide. And that's going to bounce over the keeper for 5 wides. And there's no way a human being can stop this. I don't care if you're the best keeper in the world. Unless you're 10 feet tall, you're not stopping this. Oh, yeah. Take that. Cinco carreras.
Well, that's a disastrous start. You'd never see anything like this. I mean, the poor wicketkeeper, that's it, Hassani. He couldn't go higher if he tried. What does that hit?
It hits the bit of the pitch, which is after the stumps, where it's more unpredictable. You can see just on the right of the screen there how the one artificial surface comes into another. It's the run-ups that it hits, and it hits. I mean, let's just be so happy that didn't hit the keeper between the eyes, because he had no time to deal with that. So now they've got it down to 9 and over required. Remarkable carry. Better ball. Good shot, though. Throws the hands at it. Muhammad's just chock full of confidence at the moment. Cricket is a confidence game. He moves to 25 of just 10 balls.
Yeah. Interesting that he's taken a helmet on. I like that.
Yeah.
Because he was taking a bit of a risk. I know they were bagging the ball in short to him. Now he's wearing the lid.
Well, keeper wanted to borrow it off him, I think. Swing and a miss this time. I mean, that one, if you're keeping, you just have to set that aside, and there's no positioning you can have unless you're going to go back on the boundary to stop that. I mean, I think for the most part, you want to be where you can get most balls about waist high. That's typically what you're taught.
Riaz, he's just getting a bit bogged down a little bit here. I mean, he's had 17 deliveries for 19. He hasn't really been able to get any shots in himself. But the thing is, as long as he can give the strike to Mohammed and Mohammed stays there, that's fine. But he doesn't want to get into a position there where you get a couple of dot balls in at him. I've seen one already.
Yeah, another one.
Two.
Yeah. And Riaz is capable, though. I mean, he started a bit slow in this innings, but he whacked a couple of boundaries. I mean, he's got to play the role, I think, a bit like Kuljinder Singh has played at times for Jivadate, where he's just got to make sure that he provides some stability at one end. And part of that's getting bat on ball in this situation. You don't want to leave Javed Muhammad at the other end for too long going cold. Does get some bat on this one, so gets one. Oh, now they're going to come back for two, and we might have a run out here. Oh, I think he just gets home. This would be wasteful. Well, he's wandering off.
Where's he going?
I think he thinks he's out. Well, we'll have a look. I didn't have a great look at this one. I wasn't expecting it.
Why would you do this? Why would you do this? It makes no
I'm just
sense.
on his reaction. He must be gone. You see, he legs it out, does everything right, and he is going to be out. Yep, there you go.
That's a game changer.
Oh, really? Yeah, and it wasn't necessary for one run, was it? And
I mean, you need to. He's the man you want to be getting on strike. You're thinking they're taking the single to get Javed Muhammad on strike, and in the end they go for a crazy two. Look, he hesitates as well, which doesn't help. But I think even with the hesitation, he's not going to get there. That is crazy.
Yeah,
absolutely crazy.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Probably if he doesn't hesitate, he probably gets there, I think. But it's an unnecessary risk at this stage for one run. We've got a guy that's come out there, changed the game. Oh, cricket's fleeting. When you're in the zone, and that's what I would call Javed Muhammad just then, he was in the zone. Who knows if he'll ever be back there again, and we'll never know because he's unnecessarily run out for 25 and the score is 70 for 2. I mean, they went on the fumble. I mean, that's a Riaz straight away just seemed to go. And I mean, with that situation, there's two danger ends because the ball is side on. So they can throw just as easily to the bowler's end or the keeper's end. Probably Madasta thinks he's going to the danger's end because you're more likely to throw to the keeper in that situation because the keeper's got the gloves. But the throw did go to the correct end. Now, see, Riaz is on his bike and they do get two this time. I just feel a bit sad because we're watching something quite special there and now it's ended. But that's kind of cricket, isn't it, in a way?
Yeah, you're right as well. I'm sad. A little bit gobsmacked what they did there, that they went for the second. I thought, fine, he's got the single. Yeah, Muhammad will go and strike, and then they take the second, which was, for me, it was never on.
Around the corner, but this is another one which potentially they're thinking of two. In the end, they're just happy to walk to one. So, a fair bit going on at the moment, but they are still on par in this chase. Plenty of wickets in hand. Run just come to the crease. He's no mug with the bat at all. End of 7. 73 for 2. So 31 required off the last 3 overs of this match. And what a match it is! Remember, will they go back to the spin? That's the question as well.
They'll have to at some
I
point.
mean, with no Jawad Mohammed, it might be a good time to go back to spin. Coming up next, we got Cividate versus Jandra Brescia. Well, Jandra Brescia finally registered a win yesterday in a pretty good performance over Kings 11, where they just started to click. And Cividate, well, they've had a pretty good series. I think they can push for a spot in the top 3 with a win here over Jandra Brescia. News from the toss, Cividate won the toss. They'll be batting first, so Jandra will be chasing. I don't think they'll mind that because they kind of fell over batting first in their first game yesterday. But still, they're going to have to play well. Really competitive match, I think, coming up. That's match 14, starting in around half an hour's time, right here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, important one. Jandra Brescia will want to continue their good form, but Cividate, don't forget the sort of form that they were in when they beat this side in the field at the moment. Brescia yesterday.
And she was amazing yesterday towards the end as well. Now, dot ball. This is where you got to just look at this. 73. You want to go 83, 93, 103. That's what you're looking at here. And find an extra one along the way somewhere.
Yeah, but this man, yes, he bowled really well. His first over was good, and I think this is the right time to have him back because this is all about the captain Kulab thinking, right, let's get that rate required as high as possible going into the last 2 overs.
And this will be another dot. So what a good start this is. And you're right, Yasser has just been good at keeping things quiet.
Walks back to his mark.
A few people thinking maybe it's time to go back to spin now that you've removed the threat of Jawad Mohammed. I would have been tempted to, I think. But Yasser, obviously a very, very good option. Takes this one off the stumps, and I think this will go for 4. Fantastic batting. Though he takes a bit of a risk there, Madassa Riaz, but he needs to. Like I said, they want to get up in the 80s this over. And after a couple of dots, he gets a little bit creative. He gives up his stumps, but still, he gets 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely shot. A very important one as well. Any runs that they can get, especially boundaries of Yasser, is huge. I'm just wondering what's happened to their support. They were just silent there. The ball goes to the boundary. No roar, no cheers, nothing. And they've been pretty vocal all the way through. Maybe just starting to feel the pinch here a bit.
Short and down the leg side. This will be a wide.
Gets away with this, doesn't he? I mean, if he gets bad on this, it's gonna. I think he's gonna fly past that man at fine. It will be 4 more, but they get another ball. That's another run as well.
I mean, if we go back to the first innings, remember that Brescia CC only got 5 off the last over, and that included a bit of an unlucky run out of Kalab Sajjad as he was run out off the keeper's pads, and that maybe cost him a few runs as well. It's a bit too wide, so handy runs. Riaz stays on strike. Yeah, so I mean, it's been one of those games where it seems that every time there's one team's pulling ahead, something pulls them back. Just shooting for that wide full delivery that's not quite a wide.
That undone himself a little there after 2 good balls, 2 dot balls. He's given those runs back to him, hasn't he, with 2 wides.
Short and pulled, no real timing. We'll get through for a single, so we're going to look at Ranja, the captain. Not a bad idea for the captain to come to the crease, I think. I mean, obviously, Jawad Mohammed is the man they wanted to lose, but he did contribute 25, and he does have them in a winning position. Again, there's this sense of belief around PLG, and even teams like Cividate this year as well, that they can win these kind of games. This is, I think it has a little bit of bat in it. It might be wrong, maybe not. It went a long way. I think it's probably too high for me.
Yeah, no signal from Shubdev there, the umpire at the moment, so definitely, I think he sort of clonks this onto his legs, doesn't he? Onto the thigh pad.
Fair inside edge on that, I think. But still, remember I talked about 83, 93, 103.
Yeah.
Pretty much there. Take one here. And they may think it 2. And now they're going to take it on. Good throw has him in trouble here. Well, he takes an indirect route.
Again, I think he's in if he just goes straight and then he tries to run around the wicketkeeper. I think he's confident he's made it.
Yeah,
but still,
you're right. I mean, if you're not sure, get down, stop, drop and roll. Don't go around. This is going to be close, I think. He is just in. Oh, yeah. But big chance there from Madassa Riaz. He'll get 2.
A valuable 2, Vinny.
Yeah,
a
sure
valuable
is.
2.
And so it does take us, I believe, to the end of the over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the end of the over. So 83 for 2. So they do get the 10 that they needed off that over. Again, you just can't afford to have a bad one here. That's the thing. Madassa Riaz moved along to 30. Narunju's got his role to play as well. He'll be facing up at the start of the 9th over. And let's see if they go back to spin. Doesn't look like they will. Still just one over from Brescia Khan and Caleb Sajjad. But I guess the seamers have done the job. Been very, very close in the comparison. So you got 83 for 2 here. After 8 in the first innings, they were 88 for 5. Precious EC. So, yeah, 10 and 10. That's what you're thinking here. And whatever you get in the 9th, you don't need in the 10th. Whatever you don't get, you do need. So, yeah, big over, and Imran Naveed's going to bowl it.
Yeah, Kulab doesn't want to go back to spin. He doesn't want to go to Bashar. So he's hoping these seamers are going to do the job for him.
Oh, short. Might have been a little bottom edge on that, but doesn't carry to the keeper. Yeah, would you have been tempted to go for Bashar, the left-arm spinner, for the 2 right-handers?
In this one, yeah. I would have, just because I know that Bashar, okay, his first over, he did finish with a wicket. It wasn't his best of overs, but you know he's not going to bowl 2 bad ones. And I just think the batters, they're going to be swinging wide at everything here. So take the pace off, give them pace. Well, they could go anywhere. They could fly over slips, through fine leg.
Well bowled. Up in the block hole. And
I think he's out.
you think so?
Yeah.
He shouldn't have been out. He should have made it.
I think he's out. I think his bat was probably not
They're
grounded.
liking it. I mean, I feel that if that even took a step or two to throw it. But I think you're probably right based on what we're seeing. And he's going to be well short here. So that will be a run out. And it's going to be Madassa Riaz that has to go. Nice bit of work in the follow-through from the bowler, Imran Naveed. So it will be Riaz who is run out for 30. And the score now is going to be 83 for 3. This is where I'd like to see maybe Riaz Madassa come in. Rizwan Zaman, another pretty good option. But, yeah, I was going to say, I remember that Riaz Madassa was a genuine 6-hitter, which is kind of maybe worth gambling on this over. See if you can just, I mean, a 6 could change the game right here.
Yeah, I think you want to, I mean, look, what they're at, 21 required. I think if you can take that to around about, even if it's 15 going to the last, it's on. We've seen it. We saw it in Milan. I think here, what did we see here yesterday? Was it 11? We got 11 comfortably with balls to go. It's about getting runs now.
10 to come. Hit straight. Get your running shoes on. An awkward stop for the fielder who gets a bit of a Tortuga, but Imad does well. Just keeps it to 1.
So, halfway through this over, the 9th. That takes it to 20, required of 9. So really, yeah, I think of these next 3 balls, I mean, even if you can get 6 somehow and take it to the last, you've got a chance.
That's true. Short. This is out on it. Scramble through for 1.
Quick delivery and good delivery. He knows what the batter wants. The batter wants length. He doesn't give him length. So it's right at the body as well. It's a bit of a risk, but Ranja couldn't get back onto that. Now,
so you just need a boundary. It's very hard to win the game from here if you don't get a boundary in the next 2 balls. That's for sure. Dot and run out, 1, and a leg by. They're the 4 balls this over. Naveed keeping his cool. Goes short, but again, this is the difference between a player that's new to the crease. He's not able to time this up. With Zaman, he'll get 1.
All goes back to that run out, doesn't it? All goes back to that run out. I mean, it's all ifs and buts. But you do believe that if he was still out there, that was Javed Mohammed, anything could have been possible.
Yeah,
They're the sort of ones
we don't know. I mean, he could have got out next ball the way he was batting. It's just they're not knowing, which hurts. Last ball of the over. Can Ranja pull one out? Hasn't gotten anything going yet. They bowled well to him. Last ball of the 9th. Swing and a miss. So what an over that is from Naveed. He only concedes 2 and a leg by, and he runs out Madassa Riaz. 9 overs down, 86 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I think you know this ball is going to be short. I think the batter knows this ball, the captain, that is going to be short, but he still can't deal with it. Ends up being a dot.
Then needs to get across, I suppose, and then, yeah, you don't want to be swinging and missing at anything. At worst case, if it clonks into you and you get 1, so be it. But I mean, if you have the instinct it's going to be short, if you're that confident of it, then maybe get across outside the off stump. Get something you can pull away on the leg side, but there's a few gaps. 18 required off the last. Blockbuster finish. Sajid Afridi is going to bowl. That's the luxury of having the 6 bowlers. because the two spinners just bowling the one over didn't really work out for them today. And I know that I think Caleb Sajad's a very good captain. He's got good instincts. So, you know, he obviously feels that pace is the way to go. It's hard to argue with him because, I mean, obviously the Pacers have kept Brescia in this game. This is a perfect delivery to start, and it won't be a wide. So 18 off 5. How are you going to do that? Well, it's going to be tough. Probably need to see 4 balls disappear out of the next 5. Maybe 3 4s and a 6. 3 6s will do it. But Sajid trying to close things out. Again, it's perfect bowling. And look, credit to Sajid Afridi. Gets it just right. And even if you know that's coming, it's still really hard to get away.
Yeah, it's good bowling, isn't it? It's bowling in the right areas. This is something that I've said many times before, that bowlers have to practice, and practice is what the bowling coaches want you to practice. Not hitting the stumps, but getting the ball there, just where he's bowling it.
Here it comes again. This time, he misses a bit. So does the keeper. He gets a glove on it, though. So I don't think it's going to run all the way for 4. It will be a bye. And, well, it's over to Ahmad Ranja. To be honest, this is where, I know it's crazy, I would retire him and bring out Riaz Madassa, who the other day hit 2 6s out of his 4 balls. Just, I mean, you need now 3 6s essentially to win. And Ranja hasn't looked like it. I know it's strategic.
You're absolutely right. I mean, look, you can see there, tells you 5 balls, 1 run. So he just hasn't been able to get going.
It's worth a try. I mean, it's not easy to hit that for 6. And, well, they'll get 1. They may get 2
again.
here.
You got to go again.
Air-mailed that. And then almost going to finish with a kick away from the other fielder. I still got to show you that one from the first over of the day. Wind it back. I think it was like ball number 4.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
It was something else. So 15 off 2. Looks like Brescia says he'll hold on. But, you know, signs good for PLG that they are challenging these top teams. A team that didn't win a game last year. They're no easy beats. Now it tries a slower ball. And I know now the game's gone. But, geez, really entertaining first game of the day. When you've only got 3 games in a day, Rico, we've got to make them action-packed. And this one certainly was.
Certainly was. And Brescia, listen, smiles on their faces now. But they were worried. They were certainly worried because at that sort of that halfway point, the 100 on the board, the 2 spinners, Bashar and Kalub, couldn't really get things their way. They had to go back to the pace. But the Pacers this time, they come up trumps. And this man, he's bowled really well. And so did Yassir as well. And Naveed. So all the Pacers have done their job for the side.
Last ball of match 13. Not even going to take the run. Just going to walk off disappointed. But PLG, they haven't disgraced themselves. They go down by 14 runs in this one. The final score is Brescia CC 103, Pack Lions Getty 89, and the winners in match 13 are Brescia CC, and that will put them to the top of the table. Jinnah will have the opportunity to displace them though a little bit later, because Jinnah, Brescia do have a superior net run rate, and so we'll look forward to seeing exactly who tops the table after the round robin stage. But still, Rico, highly entertaining start to the day. And Pack Lions Getty, I mean, I think they'll look back probably at that run of Jawad Mohammed as a case of what might have been. But no, it's hard to criticise, though, because you're making these decisions in split seconds, and sometimes you make the wrong one, and I suppose on this occasion it costs them. Coming up in around about 15 minutes, we have the second match of 3 today. It's Chivadate, who won the toss and elected to bat first against Jandrua Brescia. Watch out for Muhammad Arslan, Zain Ali, been in really good form for them. And Munshi, he was the hero yesterday. But Jandrua Brescia, well, they're led by the wily Zahid Ali. Don't count them out, because they got on the board yesterday, and they're keen to make it 2 wins in 2 games. But going back, we saw early on Asad Imran, bit hit and miss, but a couple of decent hits in there. And finally, Madassa Riaz got going. And Imran eventually would get caught. But this would really start a pretty exciting phase of the game, as Jawad Mohammed came out, and well, he came out in the mood to party.
Well, he was just sensational. Some of the shots that he played, I mean, we saw the reverse, then we saw this one, the one-handed shot through extra cover. Then he took 2 steps outside off stump and dispatched another, and this was big as well. He was going well, and you just thought, well, while he's out there 100 on his back, while he was giving 100%, that anything could happen. A bit of luck as well. How about that for 5? It was a wide, but nobody expected that. But this was a turning point for me in the match. I mean, it was not a good call at all. It wasn't needed. Didn't have to take that risk. And, well, once he went, though, there was a couple of boundaries there. With wicket starting to fall. And then you had the captain who went out there. Ranja, he really couldn't get going. Mohammed Riaz was run out in the end himself as well. And yeah, it looked promising. They started to they made Brescia sweat. They certainly did. I mean, I know they went into that match as the underdogs, and they'll probably come into this series as the team that maybe won't be making finals day, but they're certainly not playing that way. They're causing problems. They're looking good. I mean, the other thing is to talk about when you think it's 14 runs is the margin in this match. I mean, the way they started in the field and the runs that they leaked, that's also come back to haunt them a little bit as well. But look, a good performance there from Brescia. One thing that we're starting worried about is those extras. I mean, 12 wides, we saw 5 of them was just off one ball, so they could be a bit tidier with the wides. But look, I also think that was a lot to do with the likes of Yasir and also Sajid Afridi, just making sure they try and get the ball out there as wide as they could to stop the batters playing the big shots in the arc. So when you've got a plan together, I mean, it's not cost them that much, and would have cost them more if they were bowling in the swing zone to the batters. The bowling figures, let's have a look at those. And I mentioned Javed Mohammed earlier, and he bowled really well. And wicketless, as was Yasir, but that doesn't matter. They were pretty economical. And the Brescia Khan, he did go for 14, but did pick up a wicket. I was sort of surprised he didn't come back. Qulub Sajjad, he went for 15, but no wickets to him. But I think the bowling there towards the end from Imran Naveed and Sajid Afridi was very good. And only the 1 wicket to the bowler, and that was to Brescia Khan. All the others were a run-out. But they held their nerve. They were put under pressure. But Brescia go back to winning ways here.
Yeah, so we will leave you for just about 10 minutes or so. We're back with the second match of 3 today. Chividate, they'll be keen to push their way into the top 3, and they can do that with a win over Jandra Brescia. We're hoping to make it 2 in a row, so join us. Plenty more action coming your way from Brescia in the north of Italy on day 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more action and entertainment. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Day 4, match 14, and we welcome back Cividate to the middle. And Cividate had a good day yesterday. They were able to beat Brescia by 7 wickets, and if they can stay in that sort of form and put that consistent performance together again, I can see them winning more matches. They'll be hoping they can get another win under their belt and stay in 3rd position. That's where they are at the moment, and we know how important that is. They're up against Brescia. Brescia, well, this is their home ground, but things haven't gone to plan for them up until yesterday when they got that very important win against the Kings 11. Is that the start of their series? Well, they'll be hoping that they can go into Super Fridays tomorrow on the back of another victory. The captains, both Guljinder and Zahid, are with the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch. Let's join them for the coin toss.
Okay, we're going to get a call. Tail, tails a call. It's heads.
We are betting first.
Okay, excellent. Good luck, guys. Have a good game, guys. Enjoy.
Guljinder Singh, the captain of Cividate, winning the toss, and he's going to have a bat first. I think that we're going to see that being the trend, even though yesterday all the victories came from teams that were doing the chasing. Anyway, he's got good players. I think he himself has shown that he's adjusted to the format really well. He's in the runs, he's in good shape, but he will be hoping that his top players like Arslan Mohammed and also Zayn Ali can get back into form themselves. If they can click as well, and then you have the big hitting Ishra Munshi coming out to support them towards the end of the innings, they can pile on a lot of runs on the board. With the ball, Hamad Afzal, I think he's been key for them. He's a top player. Remember, took 3 for 8 against Brescia yesterday. And the captain, Guljinder Singh, and also Zayn Ali will be troubling batters all the way through, that's for sure. Let's take a look at Brescia. Like I said, they did get a victory yesterday, but the batting does need to start to click. Somebody like Naheem, Ahmed and Fahad Ali, they've got to give good starts to their teams. And then all-rounders such as Wasim Ahmed and Mohammad Afzal can produce the oomph that they need towards the end of the innings. With the ball, I think those all-rounders I mentioned already, Afzal and Wasim, are going to be key as well. But somebody like Haseeb Abdul and also Yusuf Maqsood are going to be very key for them in this one. But could it be the captain, the experienced Zahid, that can use his spin to give his team the advantage in this crunch match? Well, one man I know is waiting for the start of this one. It's going to be spicy, it's going to be hot, and the man who likes it hot and spicy is in, well, the ice cube or the microonda. Well, he's in the Brescia cube. That is Mr. Sandu. Let's go over to him, Mr. Maximo, for the start of this match.
Yeah, I'm starting to cook up in the Brescia cook-up, and hope you are too. This is day 4 of action, and you can see some beautiful scenes from Lake Garda, which is where I've been spending my time away from the ground. I've got to say, it's a wonderful part of the world. It is expansive. It's huge, actually. And around the shore, there's around 160 kilometres to choose where you want to swim from. There's a lot of nice restaurants and bars and swimming spots and marinas around there. Anyway, back to the present. Let's have a look at this match. Match 14, 2nd of 3 today. Cividate winning the toss, electing to bat first against Brescia. Now, both these teams have some promising signs, I suppose. I mean, Cividate 2-2. They are within reach, I suppose, of a potential top 3 spot, which would be a great position for them. They did actually finish 3rd in Brescia last year, but there was no Kings 11 in that series. So we have a 6th team being Kings 11 participating in this series this year. Now, Brescia, after really falling off a cliff early yesterday, they clawed it back with a pretty good win to finish the day, and you can see that the supercomputers are picking Cividate as 7-run favourites in this one. But yeah, with Brescia gaining some confidence, I think this could be a pretty close one, and you know, I don't mind Brescia chasing in this. I mean, at least they know the pace they need to go at, and so yeah, I just think Brescia, a very proud club. I know they were disappointed to fall to an 0-3 record, but Cividate, they're on the up and up, aren't they? And they're certainly a team that I have enjoyed watching this time around. And look, credit to them, because 2 of their top 3 run scorers from last year in Usman Javed and Darashiko, they have moved on. So there's been a lot of pressure put on Arslan Mohammed to score their runs. He's been very good. I think they've been well led by Guljinder Singh as well. And I've really liked the emergence of Zayn Ali during this series as well. So there's 3 players that I think will feature. And I actually think we'll probably see them batting in those key positions. He's almost ready for a start. And you can see that's Guljinder who is out there. But they have gone for Sajjad Ahmed at the top of the order again. Now, he was used quite effectively against Brescia CC in that upset win yesterday as a kind of, use the term pinch hitter. I mean, I think if he can whack a quick 20 or something like that, it takes some pressure off Zayn Ali and Aslan Mohammed, who were, their two big guns failed in that chase, but they still were able to get off the line. I really think that Munshi was important in the end. So here we go with match 14, and it's Wazim Ahmed to open proceedings. This one cuts back sharply, gets him on the back thigh. I hope you run here. Yeah, so that win against Brescia CC, that was a watershed moment in Cividate's history, you felt, to beat the team that were domestic champions in 2020, the team that they beat out Gina Brescia last year for the right to compete in the European Cricket League this year. That game was set up because, of course, we had the ECL cancelled in 2021 due to the pandemic. That gave both of the previous year's champions an opportunity to compete for the spot earlier this year. And so Cividate to beat them gives them a lot of confidence. And to do it without 2-year draw cards, I think that was a very, very good effort. So let's see what happens in this one. I think both teams gaining a bit of form yesterday. He decides to go leg side, gets this away from the fielder, and there's no chance there with the bounce. It was only going to go further away from the fielder out there. That's Osama Munir. So Sajad's out there for one reason and one reason only, and that's to muscle balls to the boundary and over, and he does. Gets the first boundary of the day with his third ball that he faces. Hello to everyone in the YouTube live chat as well, of course. Always loving your contributions. We're really thankful to have such a vibrant and enthusiastic supporter base here at the European Cricket Network. It's an unprecedented thing that we're doing for the sport. And we love what we're doing. Bites back once again. And, just struggling a little bit with this kind of inseam. I think they've worked out to Sajad, you don't want to give him anything in his wheelhouse, nothing too pitched up. Does really like to whip it away over the leg side. 3-over power play, of course. Quite pleasant conditions to start this one, 27 degrees. Oh, that's a good in swinger. It really comes in late and quickly. It's actually pretty well kept out by Sajad, who just has to take his medicine. Look at that guy. Just jams the bat down. A little bit of bat, a little bit of pad, but he survives. So just the 4 in this over and 4 dot balls so far. Hello to Saqib Ali, who wanted to shout out. Hello Saqib, how are you? Let us know where you're watching from. Goes offside this time, and this will be an awkward bounce. Well, he's going to tip this one over the bar, Maqsood. Well, he did the right thing. He came and attacked it. He didn't want to see it bouncing over his head, which we've seen a few times in this series. Sajad swings away. Well, if you're a goalkeeper in the Premier League, then that's probably what pays your bills. But in cricket, when you're fielding at third man, it's not ideal. First over down, it's 8 for no loss. And, well, that's the kind of action that we've come to expect right here on the European Cricket Network. Just reminding you to follow us on social media. I know I've been doing the occasional Instagram live lately, just engaging a few more members of our community. And of course, you can get Rico at Rico Full and at European Cricket on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And we've got TikTok as well. If you haven't already, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're trying to get to that 300,000 subscribers. And Rico and I have said if we do it during the Italian tour, then we will do the Ice Bucket Challenge. So I still think we probably won't quite get there, which is a bit of a relief. Anyway, here's Hazeeb Abdul with over number 2. Pushed away. And no run to start the second. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And here is my compatriot, Rico Full, joining us in the commentary box. And yeah, both these two teams having some success yesterday that they'll be hoping to carry into day 4.
Yeah, great to be back. Yeah, definitely, Vinny. Both teams getting a win. Then Brescia needed one. The first victory they had. This is up in the air. It's an opportunity, half a chance maybe, but it's been well taken. Does really well. And finishes doing it. Bit of the ice cream cone, but it doesn't matter. He's come from a long way. And that's a really good catch. Well, the man who started off well with the ball now comes in and takes the catch. Certainly a bit of energy about Wazim. And there was no way he was letting this go.
Yeah, and so, yeah, it's never easy to hit a ball at pace. And that's why there's a little bobble there for sure. That's an ice cream cone. but yeah, doesn't break stride. And he's just well warmed up, I suppose, because he bowled the first over. And then now he essentially removes Kuljinder Singh from the equation. And so Zain Ali will come to the crease. First wicket down, 8 for 1.
Yeah, and Kuljinder unfortunately not able to score. And it's not a good start for the captain. He normally is the reliable one. He's normally the one who he doesn't blast the ball all over the place, but he gives them something, gives them a base, gives them a foundation. Now, he has to go back, so he's going to be relying on some of those other batters they've got. Now, look, they have got batting depth. We've seen that. But a couple of those guys were a bit out of sorts yesterday. And needed one or two of the others to chip in. So, this is a pretty full delivery. They'll take a single here. But yeah, I mean, the likes of the man who's going out there now at the moment, and that's Arslan. And he's got to get back into the sort of form that he's shown, Arslan Mohammed. And I think the other man they'll be relying a lot on is Zain Ali. Those two, if they get them to a good score with say 18 balls to go or so, and then get the likes of Isran Munshu out there, that can really get the acceleration in, and they can go and put on a score about 110, 120. That's what they're eyeing up here. But partnership required here now at the moment. Good start from Abdul though.
Yeah, and taking your chance is so important, isn't it? Chivadate team, which, yeah, rightly, a lot of people say that we slight favourites in this contest.
Be wide, well stopped there by the keeper. It's not actually Arslan Mohammed who comes out. They're going for Zain. So it's one of the two batters I was talking about. So Zain Ali comes out in front of Arslan Mohammed. They did this yesterday as well. I don't really know why they changed it. I thought Arslan coming in at number 3 was working for them. They changed it yesterday, didn't quite click. Let's see if it clicks today. At the moment it's Ahmed that's on strike. And he hits it high up in the air, and well, it's gone a long way up, but it's well taken. It's as easy as that. So they're taking the chances here today. So both openers now have to depart, and well, Ahmed, you know he's out there to try and get the acceleration inside the power play. Well, he tries to, hits it hard, but it goes more up than distance, and he's going to go for a run aboard 8. So it's more disappointment. And now, surely, yeah, it will be. So Arslan Mohammed will go in. So now sort of you got the last of the two renowned, recognised batters out there, the two men that have been able to get runs for them. They didn't click yesterday. Well, one of them needs to click here today and go big, and then, well, leave a little bit of time for some Isra Munshu magic.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. So, you know, these are the two which I think in a lot of ways they've carried the batting of Chivadate this week, but they both failed in that chase against Brescia CC. Despite that, Chivadate got over the line, which for a lot of reasons gives them a lot of confidence. But let's see if they can put a partnership together here. And so, yeah, why not leave it for the man that took the first catch, which was a lot more difficult. Nazim Ahmed. There's good communication around that high ball. Probably 3 people could have reached it, but it pretty much was straight to him. And even though there were a couple of bystanders maybe waiting for some crumbs, he wasn't going to miss out on that. So 2 for 2. What an over this is from Hasib Abdul. Last ball of the over. They'll push, they'll get 1. It's the end of 2. The score 11 for 2. Fantastic over from Jandra Brescia, who would just love to get back in. And look, if they were to win this match, then suddenly they have an identical record, 2 and 3, as Chivadate.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big match because I think it's not just about the record. I think it's about, I mean, we know how important tomorrow is going to be. You know, it's a Super Friday, so much to play for. But you need to go into those matches with some form behind you. And Jandra Brescia won that match against Kings yesterday. They're hoping to just keep their performances going up. That's what they need. They need that buzz about them. They need the confidence. And I think Chivadate, well, they're wanting to hold on to 3rd spot here.
I still think it's going to be a tough climb out of the bottom 2 from Jandra Brescia, but I mean, any win's a good win at this stage, heading into Super Friday.
Wasim back into the attack again. I think it's a good shout. 11 for 2. I mean, they know if they can get another one of these wickets here early on, especially any one of these two batters, then really they're gonna get Chivadate struggling to get a big score on the board. Good bit of swing there once more from Wasim Ahmed.
He's really got the ball to bend. He's had very good 2.2 overs, hasn't he, Wazim Ahmed? Bowled well, a couple of catches as well. Good running catch.
Just seems he's up for it. You know what I mean? You can just tell he's got a bit of swag about him. He's got the energy, he's got the adrenaline flowing through him. He wants to be out there and he wants to perform. And so far, he is. Oh, well, this one, this moves big. And even the keeper is not able to stop it. The batters come through and take, that'll be one by. But look at the movement. It's so late as well.
Yeah, and it keeps going after the stumps. Look at that. And that's why the keeper is struggling to deal with it. I suppose he does well to knock it down in the end.
Yeah, Neem Ahmed gets a glove to it just as well because it gets past him. There's nobody at fine leg or behind square there.
Had a few questions about the format tomorrow, so I'll go through it again in a second, but wait for this ball.
This one was right on the stumps, attacking them, gets the bat on, takes a single.
Really good bowling though. I mean, what are you meant to do with that? It's an in-swing Yorker at the base of middle and off stump. The batter just having to jam down and keep it out. Does well to keep it out. This is also good power play bowling when you consider that it's not going to be easy to get the ball like that over the top.
A bit of width and missed out on this. That looked like a shot from a tired man.
Yeah, but I mean, that is basically the variation. Because everything's hooped in a mile, and then this one doesn't really go, whether it's natural variation or that he's tried something different. So no surprises, the batter plays inside this. And why does he play inside it? Because the 2 or 3 balls before that have all swung in heaps. So you start playing for it as a batter. Last ball for Wazim Ahmed.
Gets plenty of bat on this, and the fielder watches it all the way. Makes a stop, just get another single, so a bit of tiki-taka. Gain on once more, get a single, and that takes him to 16 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, fantastic power play for Brescia, who are up and about, and just 16 runs. You can see not really allowed to breathe so far. Overs of 8, 3 and 5. A couple of wickets in the second as well. So see if Brescia can keep things quiet in the middle overs. We know there's 2 dangerous batters at the crease. You remove them now, go bang bang. I know you got Munshi to deal with. You got a Munshi issue, but remember Munshi wasn't great to the spin either. So I wonder if Munshi comes in, they'll try somebody like a Zahid Ali that won't be afraid to take the pace off. He really ate the seam up for breakfast, didn't he? A very late breakfast yesterday. Going to go back to Hasim Abdul now in the 4th.
Batter, just getting himself ready. Arslan Mohammed. I mean, they won't be panicking just yet. See this ball. Goes for it up in the air, and that's why they won't be panicking, because they know they have the ability. They know they can turn it on. It's all about staying out there and just getting into the rhythm, just getting that confidence back. I mean, yesterday wasn't a good day for either one of these 2 batters. Today it's important. Today it's about them coming back and coming good again and coming good again, going into Super Fridays tomorrow. That's a nice shot playing it over the top, and certainly now all of a sudden you're asking the questions of the captain of Brescia, Zahid Ali, whether he wants to start to move his field around a little bit. And he draws himself away from this one. He gets ready to play the shot, so whether he suspects the ball might be a wide or he thinks, nah, I'm not quite there. So he allows it to go through. It's the dot ball through. Let's have a look at this just at the last minute. Well, maybe he doesn't. I thought he was taking the bat away, but he was actually, I think, just trying to guide this down to 3rd. And tries to do the same again here, missing out. Just getting a bit frustrated. This is where I think it'd be useful if the likes of Zain Ali can just take a couple of trots up to him and just say, hey, buddy, don't worry. These 2, look, they know each other so well. And when they're in the field, you see the 2 of them. They've got a really good thing going. They're talking to each other. They boost each other. And now they've got to do the same here with the bat. And I think that's what's required here. I mean, Zain is having a chat with him. But I think it's a case of just going up there and on a day which is all about peace and love. International Peace and Love Day. We'll spread positive energy across the world. Peace, love, don't cost a thing. Well, that's what he's got to do. Go over there, give him some love and say, don't worry, buddy. I'm here with you all the way. It will come. We'll take the single. Good running. good understanding against two batters that know each other well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what you need to do at this stage. If you're just hitting the odd boundary, just working your way into a position that you can launch from. That's certainly what they did yesterday against Brescia CC. Last ball coming up of the 4th over. Last ball for Abdul, who's got 2 for 8.
Interesting shot. And he does well to get back onto this. And so it doesn't quite whip it away. Well, there's that little bounce off the pitch. Fortunately, he is being backed up. That will be the end of the over. So it goes to 22 for 2. And, well, welcome to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from. We're certainly loving your company and certainly hope you're loving the cricket here.
We certainly are. And look, sometimes we get some messages from fans. And look, we want to say a very, very big good luck to a friend of ours called JJ Malcolmson, and he's also a friend of Fletcher's that works for our Blue Crew. His team, the Dordon Welfare CC Under-13s, they're playing a cup final against Hartlepool CC tonight. It was rained off last week, so tonight's the rearranged one. And funnily enough, Hartlepool CC, it's where Michael Goff, the #1 Test umpire in the world, that's where he started his Test career. And yeah, the game's being played at Castle Eden. But I'm going to show you a little bit in a second of this guy, JJ Malcolmson, and they think he is a bit of a Ben Stokes, because look about this. He's a left-hander, and this is the first ball of the final, and he smacked it down to the ground for a maximum.
Yeah, Butler's going on there. Look, good luck. Guys, good luck. Hope it all goes well for you.
Yeah, so JJ, big good luck to you and everyone playing there tonight. Hope it goes well for you.
Back to the action here. Wide ball to start.
Yeah, so it's actually really close to where Ben Stokes lives. So who knows? I mean,
maybe you can
might have a couple of days off, Stokesy, pop down. But yeah, a bit of history there. So yeah, to JJ Malcolmson and all the Dordon Welfare CC Under-13s, and of course their opponents, Hartlepool. Wishing them the best game, and hopefully the weather stays good for you there.
Well, Maksud. This one is into the body of the batter, but he's played this really well. He does get tucked up. I mean, after seeing the first one going pretty wide, I think he's expecting the same here. But, well, he sort of tucks himself up. Whether it goes to it, tucks himself up, but he does really well to get back onto that. That actually is a very good shot.
Yeah, good adjustment, really. Had to improvise. Look, Maksud was so good last night. Took 2 for 8 from memory. That was the win they needed. See if he can keep these two at bay. They're ready to launch.
Well, this has been launched, is up in the air, and it will be 4 more. 4 carreras más. Así me gusta, me no gusta tiki-taka. Me gusta boom, boom, and there's another one. He goes all the way to the fielder. Well, he runs hard, tries to get there, but it's all in vain. It's 4 more.
Yeah, and so that was always going to spin away from the fielder who was chasing it. That's what made it a real tough stop. Speaking of days it is today, and I think I mentioned this before if you just joined us, but it's MS Dhoni's birthday today, 7-7, and that's why I think he wears number 7, or has done in his career, 7th of the 7th.
Better delivery, well played as well. And starting to find their voice now, the Chivadate boys. Yeah, so happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mahendra, if you're watching. We know that Ravi Ashwin likes to watch. You know that. So if you are watching Ravi, pass on our best birthday wishes. I'm sure he's getting a few happy birthday wishes, and I think actually
maybe you can get him on the chat.
I think.
Come on, get on the chat.
If I
Say
had to
hi
guess,
to us, Ravi.
and I might be wrong, I think he'd be 41 today because I think we're born in the same year. And of course, nothing a Google search won't.
You can check it. Yeah, go check it out. Go check it out. Why don't you? Hey, listen. How do you like it then? Do you like it dark and bitter, or smooth and sweet? Of course, I'm talking about chocolate. International Chocolate Day today.
This was mentioned already by Kai, who's watching from Sydney.
World Chocolate Day.
I don't mind it a little bit salty, got to admit. It depends. Dark in small quantities. Probably can't have too much of it.
Take the single here. I mean, around 1 billion people in the world eat chocolate every day. And besides its taste, it has tons of health benefits too, including, and this is a lot of people don't realise, I mean, depending how you eat it, including weight loss.
Is it? Well, okay.
Honestly.
Now
honestly, check it out. Check it out.
You've been reading too many unscrupulous magazines, if you believe in that. Good bat speed. Not the best shot though from Zion Harley. End of the over. Chivadate is struggling to get in gear. 5 overs down at 33 for 2.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries, weren't they, in that one? But either side of those, not a lot more. So halfway point 32, 33, and they know that, well, if they double that, it won't be enough. That's 64. I think they need to sort of do that again. They need to be around about the 100, I think. I mean, Brescia, I mean, you were mentioning this when they were playing Kings yesterday. They haven't chased too many, but even that chase of 88 yesterday, it went more or less down to the wire, didn't it? So you know straight away that Chivadate, they'll be thinking about the 100. The 100 would be a good score here.
Yeah, they're a long way from 100 though. They'd have to double their pace in the second half. 33 off the first half. Now we're going to see Nasir Mahmood. So they're slowing things down. I think set your watches. I think we're 2 overs away from Munshi o'clock because, I mean, these two, they can afford to be a bit expansive, especially with both of them here. And that's exactly what he tries to do. Well handled down there by Maksud, just a single.
Yeah, it does well because this one's always going to be spinning viciously. You always got to be expecting the unexpected.
Yeah, so Donny is 41 today. Same age as I am. I feel like he achieved a bit more than me on the cricket field.
He's up in the air. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Y va muy bien, Chico. He's done really well. That is. Oh, now he could get the run out, but he goes the wrong end. And now, what's the ball under in here? He gets stopped. Well, this is excellent work by the fielder. It's a great catch, but also the alertness. Remember, he takes a catch here, then he sees that he's about to go over the boundary, and he dislodges the ball there. Perfectly well done. That's sensational work.
Yeah, and
excellent
this isn't being critical, but I think the other fielder could have read that play a bit earlier and got in a position to receive it. I think he realised it's a bit late, and then that could have been caught. As it is, this will be 6. Maximo! Oh, they're getting in gear. The first one almost gets to the rope. This one does get over. 6 runs to Chivadate.
Yeah, this one goes boom, shaka, lunga, and 6. And well, there you go, the little and large show. They're starting to perform, and they're starting to get there. I know these two are dangerous. They haven't really gone at a big pace, but they know now, especially with the likes of 1 or 2 of the other batters to come in, like Munshi perhaps, they've got to go for it. Hit straight, hit hard, but doesn't get it timed out in the middle of the bat. Sounds a bit hollow. Yeah. He's having a look at that bat now.
Yeah, I think so. That's, for me, is, for example, a difference between this level of cricket and professional cricket is that their secondary fielder there in professional cricket is probably reading that play and saying, okay, what can I do? Well, right now I'm standing still doing nothing, so whatever I'm doing is going to be more useful, or at least the same as this.
This is out of here. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna zona. Ginna bada shaka. Brrrr. Que grande.
That'll do. And the spin's working nicely for Zayn Ali. Wow, that Munshi. Spin was his kryptonite yesterday, but right now, putting their foot down, as he's gone for 15 in this over with 1 to come.
Slices at this, watch the spin, does well again, and take the single. So it'll be 16 of the over. So to get the acceleration in, well, they would have loved that to go magical. But still, that's better. That's what they need to be going at from here on in.
That's one they needed. So 49 for 2 after 6. They still the 100's on, and they'll need a few more overs like that when she's getting ready to go. Now, some people are asking about the format tomorrow. I'm going to come to that in a second. But finally, just on the secondary field, I'm not being super critical. I'm just saying those are the next level things that he maybe anticipates that the field will have to throw it away, and so has to get in the area. Yeah, so this is the situation tomorrow. Those orange matches there for the top 3 teams after the group stage. So they'll play each other, and they'll have their own kind of mini table, the Super 3. And the top 2 will get the double chance on Saturday. Whoever finishes 3rd will have to go into the eliminator on Saturday. And the red matches there, they are sudden death matches. Whoever finishes 5th and 6th, they will play each other in match 17 tomorrow. And the winner will play whoever finishes 4th in the second eliminator tomorrow, the 4th match. And whoever wins that match will become the 4th team to qualify for the finals. So if you're in the top 3 right now, you're already in the finals. It's just a matter of whether you get the double chance or not. If you're in the bottom 3, well, you are competing for that last spot in the final. So hopefully that's a bit more clear for you guys. We'll have 5 matches tomorrow on Super Friday. Here's Maksud, who's going to get a wicket first up, pitched on and chopped on. And so he gets rid of Ali, who has to go for 21. Good innings, but Maksud comes on and does the job. Removes him. It's 49 for 3.
Yeah, good delivery. And after that fairly expensive over, this one is right up there, is right in the block. And it's what they do. There we go. Yeah, I mean, he takes a big step across, doesn't he? And by doing that, he becomes guilty of getting a bit of an inside edge. Well, it's that time of the day. The goodies are here again. Jayapal is here. Hello, Jayapal. What you got for us today, Jayapal? Tell us what you got.
Aloo paratha with spicy tea.
Now, have you had your aloo paranthas today?
Yeah.
Gotta tell you what, you were swinging. You watched it back. We had some incredible bat speed from Jayapal. Thank you so much. You're too kind to us. And some Punjabi tea as well. Thank you very much. Kings 11. Well, you got to love us. And they've stuck with the blue strip, interestingly.
Yeah. They're going with the blue today.
They're going to become the blues. So, yeah, we're not going to go hungry here at all. We're very lucky to have such great support. My Italian diet not going great with support of teams like the Kings 11 bringing us food. So
Well, it is exciting times because we got the aloo paranthas and we got Mr. Excitement coming out to bat as well. Ishra Munshi. Let's see how he gets on today. Let's see if he can get going.
the question about from Mr. Maximo Jr., if Kings 11 lose their last match, where will they finish? Well, it's hard to say because it depends on this result. As it is Munshi o'clock. It starts with a wide. So, I mean, probably they will finish fourth, I imagine, if Kings 11 lose today. But it depends on if Chivadate lose badly. So they could still finish third with a loss, Kings 11. But it really will know after this match. Because there's just this match and then one more. And that will be the end of the round robin stage.
You want a cup of cha? Cup of masala tea?
Masala
I'll pull the tea. It's nice, isn't it?
How good's Maksud been, though? He's been really reliable. His control's been good. Just sliding it across the batter. So, yeah, Munshi was just incredible yesterday. He kind of was a little bit patient against the spinners. He really wanted the seamers in the last 2 or 3 overs and banged them against Brescia CC. Let's see how quickly he launches here.
Oh, that's well bowled.
Yeah, just not giving him anything in the wheelhouse. Munshi was really good about anything that was kind of on the stumps or straight at him on the length. He was just pounding them over the leg side last night.
They need to get after him, though, don't they? They need a couple of boundaries here. I mean, you had that last over was a good one. And then Maksud, that's exactly what his captain, Zahid Ali, wanted him to do.
Well, this could be out, and he is out. So finally the angle working. So Munshi swung and missed it a couple. The edge is the third. Maksud does it again. Another 2 wickets for that player. And Jandra Brescia looked like a new team to the team we saw 24 hours ago. Now they have the big wicket of Munshi for a duck, and it's 50 for 4.
Well, Munshi is going to go all the way into the lake. This is not what they needed from him. They needed a big score from him. We needed some fireworks. There were no fireworks from him today. He goes. But look, credit to the bowler, getting the ball in the right areas and using that angle to his advantage.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we set our watches to Munshi o'clock, but the clock stops, unfortunately. This will bring Ram Sunil to the crease. We'll see if he can move things along. So that's a big wicket to get. And now you just feel if you can put the foot down, get another 1 or 2 here, then Chivadate might even struggle to get to that kind of 75 or so. So a real opportunity for Jandra Brescia. I suppose that's cricket. One day it's your day, the next day it's not. Maksud having 2 good games in a row for Jandra Brescia.
Well bowled again. It's right up there. Makes the new batter play. That's what you want to be doing, isn't it? When we see sometimes too many balls wasted to a new batter, bowls wide or whatever, but that's right up there in the block hole. And it's well dealt with by Sunil Munshi. He went for a 3-ball duck, unfortunately. But can somebody else perform? Can somebody else get the big shots playing? Well, certainly Arslan, he's 17 or 15. He'll know that it's time for him to start blazing.
Pull shot goes a bit wrong in the end, doesn't it? Just punts it back to the bowler. But he does survive. It's the end of 7 overs. It's 51 for 4. Maksud, good shift from him. 2 for 13 off his 2 overs. And, well, just a reminder that we will be in Italy for 5 weeks. This is week 2 right now, but after that, we will be heading to Germany next month. So we have 2 weeks in Dresden in the east, we have 2 weeks in Krefeld in the west, and then we'll be in Brussels for the first time in a couple of years for an ECS. We know there's heaps of really exciting cricket talent in Belgium, and they will be the last 6 weeks of ECS cricket before we take a hiatus for the European Cricket Championship, the international T10 event, which features 21 countries this year, running for 5 weeks from the 12th of September. So stay tuned to ECN for plenty more cricket action. Let's go to the 8th over now, and it's Raheem Qureshi.
Slides away. Good work. Well, he's been worth his weight in gold. That man at third. He's made some good stops today.
Yeah,
this is another good one.
Maksud, that's his area. So he comes straight off the bowling, and he does well to knock that down. But, I mean, who is going to help them get where they need to go? I mean, you'd think it would be Aslam Mohammed. He hasn't quite beaten his best. He has survived, though. So he's still there and still able to try and give them that final push.
Oh, he's lucky still to be there. There's another one that he's missed out on. Yeah, he just hasn't been in his flow today. This one, well, could quite easily have taken his leg stick.
Yeah, it bounces, well, actually misses leg stump. It's probably below the bails. Yeah, it was. So he's pretty lucky to survive that one.
Just not happening here for Chividate. Just had that one good over, didn't they, when they went after the spin. Up in the air, goes a long way up. Opportunity for the fielder who makes no mistakes, and that's the end of Aslam Mohammed. A nice, clean catch taken by Adnan Ali. And it just wasn't happening. It hasn't been happening with the bat for Chividate here. They're struggling. The 5th wicket goes down with a score on 52. And now you really got to ask yourself, who, if anybody, is going to score these valuable runs for them?
Yeah, just a frustrating innings from Arslan, who didn't quite have his mojo either. 17 off 18 for him. He's the 5th wicket to fall, 52 for 5. Well, credit to Jandril Brescia. I mean, they've held their chances pretty well in this innings, and the fielding's been a key, I think, for them. Look, this is what you have to tell yourself if you're Chividate right now. Jandril Brescia, they've hardly been setting the world on fire with the bat. I mean, their innings so far have been 73, 88 and 72. And look, they did chase 88 with 2 balls remaining last night, if you want to call that one, let's say, early 90s. But, I mean, if you can still push towards that kind of 75 or so, you've got 5 wickets in hand. As Muzaffar comes to the crease, you know, remember how well Chividate bowled, and particularly how well they caught last night in that win over Brescia CC. So they could potentially defend something in the 70s, but they've got to get there first.
Got to get there first. You're absolutely right. I mean, that's the key. It's trying to find somebody who's going to get those. Yeah, a couple of big hits, and you're there. Nicely played, nice sort of technique, places away, gets a single, but it was his first ball, so we're giving that, but he knows that he's got to find some big shots from somewhere. Mubasa and Ram Sunil, he now goes on strike. No doubt that he'll be trying to put this to defence.
Sometimes you just need to win ugly, is basically how we talk about it sometimes. We saw kind of Brescia CC doing that earlier in the week. That's what good teams do. Can Chividate eke one out here, despite not really having too much going on with the bat?
It's well fielded. He's under a bit of pressure. The batters are running hard and running quick.
Where's this last push going to come from? They lost their key players. Can somebody step up into the void? They're running out of time, just 13 balls remaining in this innings. This is worked leg side, no fine leg, nobody home. So this is going to be 4. They'll take it how they can get it at the moment. And Muzaffar gets his first boundary. It wasn't quite off the middle, but it was effective. So that will take us to the end of the 8th over now. So it's 58 for 5 after 8. So now we'll be facing up at the start of the 9th.
Yeah, it's 4 runs, it's a boundary, it's what they need. They need to keep finding a way to get these boundaries now. So it's taken a long time, haven't they, to try and get out of the 50s. They haven't managed to do it as yet. 58, 5 down. So 12 balls to go. And what we do know is if they take run a ball, it gets them to 70. So that is the bare minimum, 70. But they'll be looking, 70, run a ball, get a few boundaries in there as well. And maybe you touch on 80. But what they don't want is this. They don't want the dot balls. Zahid Ali, the El Capitan, coming on to bowl here now. A clever, wily fox, isn't he? The Mr. Evergreen, the campaigner, very knowledgeable. And this has been well hit. It's been poorly directed by Mr. Evergreen, and he's onto this pretty quickly. This is a nice shot. Gets himself into position pretty early, and Sunil Ram hits this one beautifully. 4 runs, and that'll help. So that makes up for the dot ball.
That'll do. Just a few more of those 10 balls remaining. If you can eke out 15 off these even, I mean, you're in the game, especially how we saw them fielding yesterday. They were up and about. Zahid Ali, not a bad idea, I think, in theory, for him to come in and take the pace off. He normally just tries to push it super wide of the off stump, but not quite a wide. Sometimes they are wide, and people hit him anyway.
Oh, he goes on the back foot again, gets back onto ball. They've taken one. But, again, good fielding, attacking the ball, and then picking it up clean and getting it in. That's the thing, they're attacking. The batters want them to attack, and that's why the batters are running quick. But they're hoping for the fumble. It hasn't happened yet in that department. Those guys have been good out there. Muzaffar hits this hard, but straight at the captain, who does well. Well, don't let my my age worry you. He says I can get down quick enough, and he does. Makes a good stop. Now floats it up, and swing and a miss from the batter. A ball to go in the over. Just the 5 from it. One of those was the one that he drifted down the leg side, which was hit for the boundary.
Yeah, he doesn't do that very often. It's been a good over. Last ball coming up.
It's hit in the air. Chance for a catch and taken comfortably. So it's a wicket for the captain. Zahid Ali gets one, and good work on the boundary. They've been very good, Janjua Brescia. They certainly have up their game plan. They've been much better in the field. There haven't been those glaring misfields from them. And, well, I was saying, if you go at a run a ball, you'll get to the 70. Well, they don't quite manage to do it in that over, do they? Even though they hit the boundary. So it's a good over from the captain. Nice and tidy. The score moves on to 63 at the end of 9 overs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he does. Zahid Ali doesn't always work, but he's very clever, knows what he's doing. He's a player I first saw back in the ECL in 2019, and he has not changed a bit. I'll tell you that much. He has not changed a bit. He's worked it out. Doesn't seem to age. I've aged about 10 years in the last 3 years. Meanwhile, not the only one. Right, here we go. 10th overtime. Here's Qureshi.
Oh, good delivery. Well bowled. There's another dot. So the 70 even seems a long way off here.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking 80 a second ago or high 70s. I'd like to see them getting to 70 at the moment. I'm going to say they might scramble to 71. There's no science behind that at all.
Is that just a number that just came to your head?
Just came to me from the ether.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Oh, this is quite well. Sort of a. Oh, this one could have gone up onto your helipad. A bit of a helicopter.
Saying 71 feels high to me because I just think Qureshi's going to bowl too well based on what we've seen so far. But that is the number that came to me, and I'm not starting to say that I'm a psychic or anything like that. You know, some people have abilities that they can't really explain. I got 71 in my head. It was 72 and it changed to 71 at the last moment. There you go. This is up and away. And this will spin away from the field, surely. That's going to be 4. Well, there you go, Rico. That gets them close to that figure.
That takes them to 68. Now, Maximo.
If I am right, I'll immediately be launching some sort of pay per phone call clairvoyant service. Because I just got a feeling it was going to be 71.
3 balls to go, 68 for 6. Qureshi.
I need to avoid a boundary now. Chivadane want one. They swing and miss at this one.
Swing and a miss.
So
2 to go.
exciting. Well, it's exciting anyway, of course. Chandra Brescia, they're no shoe-in to chase down 70 the way that they've batted it at some points in this tournament as well. 2 and a 1. And a run out coming back for the second on the last ball. He's telling me he misses you. Hold on. Oh, that's not going to help. Well, there's one. And so 69. Do you think because we haven't had a golden ball in so long, this is how I'm getting my kicks now?
Well, on just...
Because I feel I need 2 now for me to be right off the last ball. It was a lucky run, really, because it went straight to the keeper. But they just made up their mind, and then the keeper kind of rushed the take, rushed the throw. To be honest, can't see a 2 coming off this, but let's see. Last ball, strap yourselves in.
Up in the air, and, well, it's been taken, and that's what they've done well in the field. Well, there he is, Mr. ZZ Top. He takes a catch, and he certainly does look the part. That's Jaspinder Singh. And look, there is a story to Jaspinder Singh and his shoes.
Yeah.
And I can tell you what it is. Well, first of all, he's doing very well to be out there because he has had both his toes operated on. So he has to get a pair of shoes that are slightly bigger to fit him so they don't hurt his toe. It is,
and they don't make the same style in different sizes?
No, not quite that.
Okay.
He did finally find a pair. He had to order them. It took several weeks to get here, and then one of them got busted. So that's why he's wearing odd shoes. But anyway, he takes a catch. It doesn't end up 71, so you were wrong.
I'm going to have to go back to my day job because maybe I'm not psychic after all. But it wasn't far away. 69 on the board. Doesn't sound much, but we have seen scores defended in the 60s. That was Maqsood's only real folly on the third-man boundary. Apart from that, he was pretty good. And so was Wasim Ahmed, with 2 important catches. This one was a lot more simple. He had a bit of an audience gathering to congratulate him on the second occasion. 2 wickets to Hasim Abdul in the second. Just keeping Chivadate down. That brought Zain Ali and Aslan Mohammed to the crease. And we know that they have been key players, but neither one really got going in this innings, although Zain Ali did look good for a while. I mean, that was quite inventive work. It might have potentially been a catch if he'd had some support. And then Maqsood came on and he removed Zain Ali for 21. So again, getting a start, not going on with it. Munshi had to go as well for a duck. So just at these key moments, Chandra Brescia seemed to have the answers. And you see Aslan Mohammed ended up going for 17 off 18. Frustrating sort of innings for him. And then later on, a little bit of a kick. I mean, I like that from Muzaffar, who got a boundary there. And they just manufactured a couple in the last couple of overs. And that one was well held by Farhad Ali down at long on. And then this is the boundary in the last over. I was thinking 71. The voices in my head were telling me. But, well, the Mulliwalla number 2, that's Jaspinder Singh, made sure that I wasn't right. And he held on to that. And so 69 for 7 is the final. And I think that makes it a pretty interesting game. Chandra Brescia, like I said, they haven't set the world on fire with the bat. And they should chase 70 for sure. But the way Chivadate bowled and fielded in particular, I do think that they are in with a fair chance in this game. And it could be a very impressive defence to defend something in the 60s. 21 to Zain Ali of 12 balls. Apart from that, Aslan Mohammed scored 17 but couldn't quite get going. Munshi went for a duck. They always hurt their chances of that late innings revival. Ramsanil, a handy 9. Muzaffar with 5. And Usama Muzaffar with 5 not out as well. That's after Sajjad Ahmed went early for 8. And Kuljinder went for a duck for Chivadate. So no luck for the captain with the bat anyway here in match 14. The second last round robin match of this Brescia series before we head into Super Friday tomorrow with the ball. I've got to say, Hasim Abdul was very, very good. He took those 2 wickets in the second over, just put Chivadate on the back foot. He finished 2 for 9. Yusuf Maqsood, though, once again, really delivering with his left arm as 2 for 13 off his 2 overs. Identical figures for Raheem Qureshi, who held his nerve at the end, and 1 for the wily old fox, Zahid Ali, 1 for 5. Bowled a very good 9th over. Just had the sense to bring himself on and slow down the pace. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. And when we do, we'll be watching Chandra Brescia trying to make it 2 in a row. They'll need 70 to do so. Something tells me this won't be as simple as it seems. So join us when we return for more cricket on ECN. Day 4 action here from Brescia. Week 2 of our Italian summer adventure. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you shortly for more action and excitement here from Italy. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Brescia in the north of Italy. Great to have your company once again in the European Cricket Series. We have 44 weeks consecutive cricket for you on ECN this year. And really, the action's just getting started as we are into our Italian summer adventure. It's wonderful to have your company. And I think we perhaps are now just past the midway point of the season, but there's something unprecedented happening in the world of European cricket at the moment. We've loved this experience so far. That's taken us all around the continent. It's taken us now to Brescia, which is week 2 of 5 in our Italian summer. Already we have Albano and Frost Tropical that have qualified for the Super Series in week 5. And now I'll be joined by the winner of this week in Brescia. I think I had a question from Luke. He's wondering about why each team's just playing once today. And the reason is because of the 6-team format. You need to play 15 round robin matches and then 5 on Super Friday. So I'll come back to that in a second. First, let's have a look at Aslan Mohammed. Starts with a dot. It was a bit of a loose shot from Farhan Ali. Yeah, so just the format is that for 6 teams to play each other once, it's 15 matches. So because we're playing 4 a day, we've played 4, 8, 12 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now the 3 today will complete the round robin stage. It's a little bit difficult logistically to start the next phase until you have the team set. So rather than have a gap and then play one of the matches today, that's the reason that it'll be all sewn up and everyone will know exactly what they need to do tomorrow, where there'll be 5 matches. Edge away, finds a slip on the bounce. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and here's a man that rarely takes a slip, Rico Full.
Thank you very much. And, well, what's it going to be? Is it going to be a nervy innings this from Giangiulio Brescia? Or are they going to knock these off pretty quickly? I mean, I know one man that is keen to make them work all the way. And that's the bowler, Aslan Mohammed. Didn't quite get going with the bat as he would like to. Thought it was less than a runner ball. Now he's making things happen. It's in the air. It's an opportunity. And it gets taken. And is that combination again of Zain Ali and Aslan Mohammed. Oh, there you go. Give me a ride, he says. You're a big man. Give me a ride. I'm only little. Well, he does give Ishra Munshi a ride. And what a good catch this is. And congratulations on a very good catch. Look, you've got to be brave. And you can see he's dusting himself down a bit there. But you've got to be brave. You've got to be hard. You've got to be tough. And you've got to be playing this game. And that's exactly what you see here. Really good catch. Gets himself in position. He does have to get that dive in. He has to be in the right position, and he is. And it's a wicket straight away. So pressure is the name of the game.
Pressure in Brescia. Take your catches. I just got a feeling Giangiulio Brescia, they haven't really ever blown us away with a bat in this series. I think I went through their scores earlier. They scored 73 off their 10 overs in match 1. They scored 88 off their 10 overs in match 6. They scored 72 off their 10 overs in match 10. And then when they did chase down 88, it was with only 2 balls to spare. That was in their win against Kings 11 last night in match 12. So what a good catch that was, though. Had to do a lot of work there to his right and even coming in a little bit. Aslan Mohammed, the successful bowler.
Wasim Ahmed comes in to face the music. And he places pretty firmly. Wants to run. Here comes the throw. Oh! Wow, this one was spicy. Good pickup, good throw. If this hits, I think this is going to be really close. I'd like to see this again. Let's have a look. I mean, he's out of the picture of the batter, so we can't. He would have been out. I can see already the bat was in the air. If that hits, he would have been in all sorts of trouble. Aslan walks back to his mark and gets the opportunity to bowl to Adnan Ali, facing his first delivery. And edge, gone! Shaba, Jang! Oh yeah, you beauty. That is what it's all about. And look at them, they're jumping up in joy. And well, Zain Ali runs along and jumps over the stumps to get involved in the atmosphere. Somebody has taken one for his side on the face. Oh no. Calm down. Shanti. Wow, this is just incredible stuff. Well, the celebrations went a bit wild. You think they won the match? They've only taken another wicket.
Well-
A great catch from Kuljinder here. Absolutely brilliant. And look at them. They're running from all over the place. Have a look at Zayn. I mean, first of all, great catch. Have a look at Zayn. He comes running in. He goes jumping over the stump. But somewhere along the celebration, somebody gets smacked on the face.
Looking at Musharraf Muzaffar, who comes in, number 22 there. He's come in from the back. And what happened here? Oh, geez, I wish we had that a bit longer because he had a genuine poke in the eye situation. And so...
What a start.
Wow. I mean, how often do you get slip catches? They should be worth double, Rico.
Both the openers have gone. And that was Wasim Ahmed. He goes... Well, no, Adnan Ali, apologies to both the openers. So we've seen Fayed Ali go for a duck. And now Adnan Ali, well, it's all over the place. Well, I don't think you're going to have room to swim in the lake today, Vinny. There's too many ducks in there. Well, 1 and over. It ain't over yet either. And this is just played down. They will take the single. But what a start. 2 for 2.
2 for 2 after 1. Pretty impressive stuff, isn't it? Now we have the brothers at the crease, Wasim Ahmed and Naeem Ahmed. Let's see if they can put together a bit of a partnership. Not just the fact that they get 2 wickets, but also the fact they keep it right down to 2 runs. And what you're trying to do is push that required rate up to the kind of 8 or 9, which is a bit more of a par rate required. 336 matches without a golden ball. Well, I think the last time we had a golden ball, it was, I think, a score of 69, but it was a match that was Duckworth-Lewis affected. So maybe that's a sign. 336 matches without a golden ball. It's a new record. Now they've beaten the old record by 83. So it's quite crazy what we've had so far.
Deciding that.
And so, well, Rico, just pipe down for a second because that's some unsolicited words from him. But Rico is actually stepping out for a second because I've got a guest commentator coming in for a couple of overs. This is someone we're always trying to get on, even though he's one of the busiest guys in Brescia. And it is actually Mr. 100% himself, Ahmadullah Safi. Of course, he represented Brescia CC in the European Cricket League earlier this year. Slight injury keeping him out of the action at the moment, but he's been giving 100% effort anyway. First, we'll have a look at this ball, which is glanced off the inside half of the bat. Long chase. Wow, the ball eventually gets pulled back, but not before there's 2. Oh. And actually, they'll get 3. Well, that's very, very good running in the end. And also, don't often see too many 3s. There's no problem with the kickback here. But it just took so long getting there and took so long to get it back. It's a Judd that they do get 3. So, Ahmadullah Safi, we normally call you. How are you, Mr. 100%? It's nice to have you in the commentary box. And how's the week been so far? I know you must be disappointed not to be out there, but we really loved you for Brescia CC earlier this year. And it must be a lot of fun watching ECS cricket in Brescia.
Yeah, but ECS is very good idea and good moment for everybody here now. The cricketers, I love the cricketer, but sometimes and different time coming now.
Must be hard to watch, actually, because you're such a good cricketer yourself. Now, last year we saw you playing for Jandua Brescia in this tournament. Okay, so yeah, we did see you playing for Brescia CC in the ECL, but last year you were playing for Jandua. And Jandua have had a hard time so far. How do you think they're going to go in this match?
Yeah, but just to I did talking before, like I think just to play, he is good play and power play. This match is only just for power play. He is good play and finish is good. Now is the answer edge and go to the side. We will be coming for 2 and 3 is good.
Yeah, so they get there in the end.
That's his good moment, and for the JCC is coming 2 more runs.
And now, you have a very interesting cricket background, don't you? Because I think you played a lot of cricket in Pakistan, is that right?
Yeah, of course. But here is different. In the Pakistan very different cricket. Last time, before 7 years, I'm playing Pakistan with Shama Cricket Club is very, and also player Rizwan and Iftikhar. He's also international player cricket.
This one's just whipped away off the pads, and I think this one will get to the boundary. So it's getting a little bit too straight here, Zain Ali. No. And well, these 2 brothers, they're starting to build a little bit of a partnership, aren't they, Safi?
Yeah, maybe just one partnership is finished the match. He's good player anytime. Wasim Ahmad and Naeem is also Naeem is just a batsman, and Wasim Ahmad also all-rounder is sometimes good play.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if Chandra Brescia can win this, they'll get 2 wins. They'll have exactly the same as what Chivadate have. And so, I mean, I still don't think it'll be enough to get them out of the bottom 2, but at least we'll give them some confidence going into Super Friday. Oh, he's chopped on here. He's had to reach for this, and Zain Ali gets the wicket. Naeem Ahmed, we almost needed a broomstick to reach this, but he does find a way to chop on. Another wicket. Chandra Brescia 12 for 3.
Yeah, because it's the inside edge ball, and Naeem Ahmad we were to try the shot, and ball coming down, go to wicket.
Yeah, so, well, bit of bad luck, I suppose. No real foot movement there. I mean, that's one of those ones you just have to reach with your hands. You're trusting your hand-eye coordination there, but the further you get away from your eyes, it's difficult to get that just right, and that's the risk, and it results in a third wicket.
He's sometimes risky shot out, but this is no first time. And 2 times before also here, this is out like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not the first time, not the last time. And so, this will bring the captain Zahid Ali to the crease. And look, yeah, Zahid is a man that stood up with the ball, bowled a very good 9th over. And now let's see if he can do it with the bat. He just had a bit of a habit of nicking this week, kind of often goes slightly away from the ball. I mean, you've played under Zahid. He's a very experienced cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, of course, he is an experienced player. And now just a step from the wicket, we will be finished. And Wasim Ahmad is sometimes play good. He's
Exactly. Well, he's a very experienced campaigner. Remember, first saw him in ECL 19. Haven't missed 100%. I mean, you are everything. I mean, you are my driver to the lake every day.
Yeah.
We've had a good time doing that as well, haven't we? Let's just wait for this last ball, the second over coming up.
But I'm happy here. Just enjoy time. This is.
Yeah, I mean, no, I've really enjoyed it too, obviously. You got the local knowledge. That's
Very good ball.
Yeah, straight over the wide line. Not easy for the bowlers, of course. Quite harsh on the wides, but kind of has to be that way in such a short game.
Yeah, I think Zahid Ali is just he easy like the shot. He is sometimes cut shot.
Yeah, that's right. He does like. He's got a very open stance, Zahid. This one is more online. He almost edges this, but gets away with it. It's the end of 2 overs. Chandra Brescia 13 for 3. And once again, they just need a partnership to stand up. So we have 2 overs down of the 10. And yeah, so tell us a little bit more about what the experience was like going to the ECL. Just have a look before we do. Have a quick look at the table. You see Brescia CC, your team there on top of the table right now. Gina Brescia could overtake them with a win, though, later today against Kings 11. That should be a really good game. And Chivadate, with a win here, if they could defend this, well, they put themselves in a good position for that top 3. But tell us, Safi, how was it when you went to Spain to be part of the Brescia CC lineup? You must have had a really good time there.
Yeah, but here, a different time is good time here in Spain with Malaga. Is beautiful country for the Spain. And I play very good. And you know maybe won the semi-final last, but my team is very different now. Is different team, and I play here as another player now play here, and last time player and to me together another player.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, a lot of people here would be loving the opportunity to play in ECL. Of course, that's what makes this 5 weeks so important. Oh, this one hits on the pad, but I think this is going down the leg side. There's a lot of in-swing on this. What's your view of this one?
Maybe now just to go to the leg stump, but
yeah, it's definitely swung a long way. So we'll continue. And
the last year, win the Jana Cricket Club is our final now. What did you say? And this time,
it's hard to say. I mean, I know that Jinnah, they were really upset not to make it to ECL last year. He goes with the swing this time. Now, this is miles in the air. It's Ramsanil who's under it, and he will hold it. Well, he pulls it in. It was a proper ice cream cone, but he does grab the wicket, and they are thrilled about that. That's Wasim Ahmed, who's a destructive hitter. The number 3 batter goes for just 2, and that's now a fourth wicket that has fallen. It's 13 for 4.
Yeah, no, I think his fourth wicket down for the Janjua Brescia is thus not good time for the Janjua.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a good
Very
catch.
good
Catches win
catch.
matches. I mean, you know, that's one of the positions we'll see you fielding. I mean, how does it feel when the ball goes up in the air? Do you feel a bit nervous when you're under the high ball?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, why not?
I mean, knowing that so many people are watching around the world, right? Any questions for Amadou Safi? Missed 100%. Of course, Danny
Maybe-
Hudacek crowned you missed 100% last year because you're always giving 100%. And so
Maybe
I think it's pretty
Raheem
fitting.
also is very good player, but his last time, just one month before, he's playing Pakistan and who's to good one down batsman, 157 is very is good batsman.
Yeah, I mean, Chantra Brescia, this has been their worry this week for the most part. I mean, it's just there's been no consistency in their play. They have struggled with the bat on 3 of their 4 matches anyway. Even their win, they kind of got there, but only just. Aslam Mohammed got his tail up. Another good in-swinger. So, all right, got one more ball to try and, or 2 more balls in fact now, to try and get another one. You've got 2 batters there that haven't scored yet. And sometimes these low totals, they're a bit tricky to chase, aren't they? Because you don't know if you should keep being very aggressive or maybe pull things back a little bit.
Yeah, of course. Sometime come here like this. One time with me also here. Just I'm playing. I think which team? Albi Zalmi.
Yeah.
Last year play here. Albi Zalmi.
Yeah, well.
Brescia CC going to 27 runs.
I mean, Albi Zalmi qualified from 4th. Brescia CC, your club, qualified from 3rd.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but you're right. I mean, in the finals week, I mean, that was a real low scoring game, wasn't it? It was 5 over cricket, of course, at that stage. But yeah, anything's possible. I think that's basically something that we know from ECN. Maya Patel wants to know a little bit more, maybe after this ball, about your cricket journey and how you came from Pakistan to be in Italy. So maybe you can think about that after this ball, which is swung and missed at. So right now, it's Chivinate who have Janjua Brescia on toast. Aslam Mohammed finishes with 3 for 2 off his spell, and the score at the end of the power play, 13 for 4. So yeah, how did you end up coming from Pakistan to Italy, and how did you get into cricket here in Italy?
Yeah, but he has a lot of cricket. But before talking is very different cricket is Pakistan here, and Italy is very different cricket.
Yeah, and so what made you want to come to Italy in the first place? Is there a particular reason you chose Italy?
Yeah, first I think it's 2015 I came into Trieste is very good city for the Italy, and we will be, and after 1 year I come Brescia. He's just now is 5 year I'm here and play just Brescia.
Well, I think you picked a good place, judging by. Oh, I've had a great time. This is one time we've been able to get out a little bit, because last year when we came, of course, with the corona, it was quite restrictive what we could do. Into the power play. Now Zain Ali comes in, hits him on the pads, but it's going down the leg side. Zahid has to scramble back.
Yeah, the last year is very different now. Is any team don't enter here the ground, and just 2 team play. He enter the ground, other team is stay at the outside. Is the corona, and now is better like.
Yeah, it's
is
a bit
the
more of a
time-
community atmosphere. More people can come
Yeah,
at once and get involved. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the cricket is very, very. It is a community, not just here, but all around Italy. Okay, now, after this ball, maybe you can commentate for us. You can pick whatever language you like. You can go Italian. You can go any one of your native languages. I know you speak a few in the air. This will just
Maybe
be
I'm
one.
taking Urdu and Pashto also. I like everybody.
Please
like.
do. Well, the rest of the over is yours, okay? You got 4 balls, missed 100%. You can do everything. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers will enjoy it. So take it away.
बहुत अच्छी जा रही है, और इस वक्त अच्छी विदाते का टीम बहुत अच्छी फॉर्म में जा रहे हैं, और उसका लड़के जो है बहुत मतलब एफर्ट करता है, तो अभी डिफरेंट टाइम है. एक और वाइट कर दिए. जाहिद जैन बहुत अच्छी बॉलिंग करता है, बस एक्स्ट्रा देता है, एक्स्ट्रा पे काबू करना ही है। C'è bravi giocatori di Cividate che loro hanno fatto molto bravi, però anche c'è Yonghi. Hai perso un catch e quello è il problema dopo arriva che sempre maybe it's the last catch he needs sometimes from this batsman you go to the finish.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second because I want to say in the chat that Rahel Khan from Albi Zalmi is in the chat saying hello to you, Mr. 100%. So maybe you want to say hello to Rahel
Thank
back.
you.
He's a great guy, actually.
My baby's a captain now, the Albi Zalmi.
Okay, he's just handed over the captaincy this year, but yeah, he's a very, very experienced player. He did captain them in the ECL for sure.
Yeah, of course. No, again. बहुत अच्छा बॉल कर दिया है, बहुत अच्छा कमबैक कर दिया टीम के लिए, और इसी तरह कंटिन्यू ये बॉलिंग करेगा तो टीम के लिए बहुत अच्छा फ़ायदा हो सकता है।
I gotta say, that's you're going to enjoy this because I've organised. Speaking of the ECL, I've organised one of my most memorable moments that involves you, Mr. 100%, playing for Brescia CC. I feel like you've got an inkling of what it might be. But anyway, coming back to this, take us through this one.
Oh, now is the wide. एक और एक्स्ट्रा रन्स दे दिया है, ये उसका नुकसान है, टीम के लिए नुकसान देता है, जितना वो एक्स्ट्रा देता है अपनी टीम का नुकसान देना है।
And you can do one more ball, but you can do it in Italiano.
Okay.
I know your Italian
Okay, I know, sure.
Very, very good because you're getting us around here. So there we go. You can start whenever you like. Say whatever you like in Italiano.
Lui è un bravo lanciatore, però sai come fai sempre fare wide. E questo arriva un punto. E un punto dopo sempre arrivo per il problema per la squadra, che lo sai che ogni punto cambio la partita.
Bravo.
You also like Italian, bravo.
I would like to hear a little bit more, but I'm going to take us through this last ball because then we are getting to the end of the over. We've got a bit of a treat for all of our viewers, some of our ECN aficionados.
E ancora lui pronto per lanciare e adesso vado. E vedi c'è un bravo che ha fatto un bello ball questo.
Well, I've got to say, that's the end of the over, and it's 19 for 4. Here, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, with Mr. 100%, Ahmadullah Safi of Brescia CC from the ECL. Now, I'm going to take you through one of my favourite moments. And, of course, we had Zayt Brunazaffa, the Turkish champions. Look, they did struggle, let's be honest. At that level, it was a great experience for them. But tell me what you were thinking when you saw Mechet Zaga coming out to take it stance like this. I'd never quite seen anything like that. I'll leave it so you can hear the sound as well. Look at the score as well.
Come on, mate. You can get some batter. Get the bat up.
I'd love a little Nick 4 here. There you go. Have a look at him.
Honestly, I'm not going to say anything because I'm getting frustrated.
Funny time, very funny time.
He never stopped smiling the whole time, did he? Mechet Zaga. He was actually their coach as well. So I don't know what to make of that. He ran all the way out there.
Maybe his last time one player missed, he also played kick it now. Maybe I think.
Yeah, I don't think he's one of their recognised batters. The thing for me is he was batting number 10.
Yeah.
And we never actually got to see who was batting 11 because he didn't face the ball. But I was really curious to see who was batting number 11 under that. Anyway, let's keep going with the 5th over. Mandrake asking, what's everyone going to do this afternoon because of the early finish? It's not often we have an early finish, but I know what we'll be doing because we'll be going to the lake, right?
Yeah, of course. Maybe today and just to go in the outside, enjoy now after.
Yeah, well, I'm going to certainly, especially after I didn't get to go to the lake yesterday, I know that you decided to sleep for 12 hours, which doesn't surprise me because you're working so hard. But, yeah, can't wait to get down to Lake Garda tonight. Cool, Jinder gets this one past, but misses everything in there. Maybe flicks the pad. He gets us actually to go away, I think, just with a bit of drift. Look, go straight over the stumps.
You know that just maybe before the first match, his passing bowler now. In the first match, he 4 ball 4-6 coming.
Now watch this. I think this has come off his pad, and then he's hit it with his bat on the way through. Look, slow as you can here.
Yeah,
there,
bad.
and then bang.
Yeah, it's the bet.
That can go anywhere. It's on the follow through.
Look
Pad
like
bat.
this is very good bowler, and now he's experienced bowler. He's the first match play in ECS here. Is coming to 4-6 4 ball. You know, after he's were such a good comeback.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, now he's play also today also play. He's very such good comeback. This is experience.
Yeah, no, you're right. And, I mean, experience is key, isn't it? That's the end of the over as well. They get an overthrow there, 24 for 4, slowly putting a comeback together, Jandra Brescia. Now, we're talking about what we'll be doing this afternoon. Well, I can show you what we'll be doing this afternoon. We'll be heading down to Lake Garda for some swimming. So I got to say, I'm not that upset about the 3-game program. I know we'll have to make it up tomorrow, but it is a really beautiful part of the country, isn't it, Ahmadullah?
Yeah, I think it's very beautiful. Any people tourists coming here, and everybody like this. You know, this in Zanu del Garda, Siermione. He's everybody like every time busy, anytime busy now. This area.
Yeah, well, it is busy, but I mean, there's so much area around the outside that you can kind of. It's not crowded. That's what I like about it. It's not very, very busy.
Yeah,
you can, if you want to be alone, if you want to find your own kind of spot, you can. Ramsunil with over number 6 and starts with a dot. So what's the required rate here? It's gone up to 9.2 at the start of this over. So they need 46 off the second half. It's not a huge asking rate.
Yeah, maybe just a 50-50 now.
Yeah, I mean, still think, 50-50 is probably a good call. Edged away, and I think, this will be for. That'll be 4 carreras or 4 punti. And, well, you need a bit of luck as well, I think, sometimes in these matches. And that's exactly what Qureshi gets here, 4 runs.
You know, before the talking is the cage, lost the cage. He's sometime is coming to different.
Yeah.
But
Right.
Rahim also play very good.
He's a good batter. He's still in the top 6. This one is just nudged away for 1. Rico's delivered more food now. Is this mango lassi you've got for us? This is unbelievable. It's like room service, but you don't have to order. It just keeps being brought to you. Oh, well. Well, Ahmadullah Safi, I've loved having you on. At the end of the over, I'll probably say goodbye to you. And you can enjoy mango lassi as well, because you have really, you've earned it. Trust me. This time, Zahid will drive away. He'll get 1. And we have enjoyed the fact that you've been able to have a bit of a stint in the commentary box. It's given Rico a chance to go get us some more food. Edged and missed. Oh, just sticks out the 1 glove here, and that's going to be 4 as well. So, yeah, the keeper, Abdul Rahman, again, he's not in a great position to get that. Just went 1 glove and misses out.
Yeah, but he's just a mistake now. This is the easy catch of the 2 hand now. Well, just a mistake. We can try now.
The thing with those ones, his weight's slightly going to his left, and that's why he doesn't really feel confident getting the left hand across to help out the right hand. In the end, he doesn't even get a hand on it. And so Jandra just getting a couple of edgy 4s.
Yeah, of course. And just 2 miss catch under Rahim Qureshi. Rahim Qureshi is very now. Maybe change the match, Rahim Qureshi.
Well, maybe. Well, you've changed my date. Thank you so much, Ahmadullah Safi.
Thank you
for
the time. Thank you very much.
You stepping in for a second. And so, yeah, Safi, you want to give a big hello out there. I know you've got a lot of fans out there.
Hi,
You're exactly what European cricket's all about.
Thank you very much, everybody, and European cricket.
Yeah, well, we love the fact that you're so enthusiastic, and we really welcome you into our family. That's what it's all about. Ahmadullah Safi.
Yeah, of course,
Rico will be back shortly. And
thank you very much,
for
Mr. Maximum.
all of your
Thank
efforts.
you.
So, we'll take it to the last 4. They're halfway there. They've burned 6 overs, though. This one almost creeps back to Kuljinder. We'll start with a single. And so, we could have a blockbuster on our hands here. A lot of people liking my shirt today. Well, that's nice. I think we missed 100%. Had a pretty cool shirt as well, if you ask me. Gujinder's been great, though. Well, now we should have a run out. In fact, he goes for glory and probably had a lot more time than he realised there. And so, yeah, I mean, pushes and runs, Zayn Ali, and he was nowhere here. Had time to go to the bowler, because look, when this ball flies in, he's so many metres out. But he took 2 steps and, or what's worse, gives away an extra run in the overthrow. Oh, lucky he hits that, but he does hit it, and he sweeps it away nicely. And, well, I think this has been stopped. I'll have to check where that last foot lands, but that's extremely well. I think keeps it to 2. Let's have a look here. His last step here. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. I think you can't say that's over the line. So, very good fielding. At least gets a couple back. Zahid Ali, over 50 years of age, but I told you, just does not age, that guy. So, thanks again to Mr. 100%. Harish Kumar thinking they can win if they keep edging him for 4. Well, that's probably true. And so, this will just be 1. And that rate down below 9 again. Just crept over for a second. Gujinda tosses up, sucks him into the shot, and fielder, well, it's a good effort, but he ends up in no man's land. As he kind of jumps, he tries to block the line of the ball. But you can't really blame him for trying to turn this into a catch, but then he just has to get lucky with the bounce. Well, he jumps one way, the ball jumps another, and the result was 4 runs. So end of 7 overs, 46 for 4. Just a reminder, coming up, we have our final match of the day. It seems funny to say that, but just the 3 matches today, like we said. And I'm looking forward to seeing Kings 11 going head-to-head with Jinnah in the last game of the day. But, well, Rico is back with me. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me is Rico Full. And Rico, you haven't come alone. You have been busy. We now have Mango Lassi, which you can explain what that is to everyone that might not know. And we've got this is going to give us so much energy. Alu Perontas.
Alu Perontas, we're going to be on top form today. I tell you what, you are going to be doing lengths in that lake like you've never done before. You will be going like the clappers.
It is about 100 miles.
I'll tell you what. Now, thank you to everyone. Look, thank you to Kings 11. I mean, you know, Jayapal, first of all, you saw him early on bringing us the Alu Perontas with the achar as well. Both स्वाद आज तो स्वाद आ गया परोंठे मिल गए तो अचार भी मिल गया चाय भी मसाले दी चाय and then well मुरली वाला Jagjit he comes in and he's bought us the what you call it, the old mango lassi.
Mango lassi.
And now we talked about this yesterday. When it's a hot day like this, lassi you can't go wrong with it.
So lassi, after this ball, just tell everyone what's in it. I know roughly.
Okay.
I know you've got the recipe right now. You look at the veteran Zahid Ali trying to edge them towards this target. This is a nice little square drive and just a single this time. Slight fumble, but it's just 1.
Yeah, I mean, lassi normally, traditionally, it's sort of a mixture of yogurt and milk with maybe some light spices like some cumin or something. And it's really good to drink on a hot day. And I know that a lot of Greek establishments now where they sell the old doner kebabs are doing it now. It's a really nice drink. But you have the mango lassi, which is the same. So you have the yogurt, you have the milk, and then you have the mango. Normally it's mango pulp or fresh mango, and it's all blitzed together. And so it's a sweeter version, but it is so good for you, especially on a hot day. And, well, this is good for you as well, because on a hot day, things start to get a bit spicy. They start to get sizzling out in the middle. And Munshi wasn't able to pounce with the bat, but he is with the ball. He knocks them over. Here's another wicket. This match, Vinny, where's it going?
We don't know. I mean, you gave me a raised eyebrow when I said that I think this game's in the balance at the halfway point. I just think Jan Brescia have not convinced with the bat in this series at all. Well, it's a tricky little target. And right now, for me, it's still in the balance here. That's 5 wickets down now, 48 for 5.
Well, it's all happening out there in the middle, isn't it? And, yeah, there was me thinking that maybe that Jan Brescia, after their victory yesterday, they've got their confidence back and they're probably looking to knock these runs off. Maybe at around this point, but it's far from it. They still got a fair bit of work to do here.
The thing is, it's not just that their batting has been a little bit below par, but it's that Chivadate have bowled and fielded really well, especially yesterday in that win over Brescia CC. Listen, so you combine those two factors.
The energy, I mean, you know, I've been doing delivery service. I'm like Deliveroo, I am, delivering some Alu Perontas to our team. They, of course, appreciate them, and the lassi as well. But I've been watching the dynamics in the field from Cividate are absolutely brilliant. There's so much energy, there's so much passion. Every time they take a wicket, they're all over the place. I absolutely love it. I love the energy they're bringing to this. He's played out on the offside. Got to get down. Somebody's got to stop this. Oh, and I don't know how he does it, but he does. And it wasn't the way that you coach it to be done.
I still think if you're that close to the ball, you can bend down. You don't have to dive. Just put a hand down.
He gets very lucky.
I mean, this is just...
He gets very lucky.
I mean, almost looks like he's playing hacky sack.
Yeah, that brings the 50 up.
20 to get, but it's a nervy 20, isn't it? Yep, tingle.
Goes across, but I think this is maybe just drifting. There's not a lot in this, but only just.
It's a good shout, I'll tell you that much. Probably feel it. Just enough doubt here, but look, gives a good look at the stumps. Yeah, that one is, I think, just missing the leg stump. But yeah, not too far away. Munshi not going for too many here in the 8th.
It's lovely to have Safi on the comms as well. I mean, what a hard-working unit he is as well. He's doing so much behind the scenes here, and also involved in getting us backwards and forwards from the hotel to the ground. But he's taking you swimming. Did he take you for that haircut as well?
No, he was asleep. I gave him the night off. So
he gave him the night off. I like it.
It's the end of the over. 52 for 5. 18 required off the last 2 overs. It's a little bit tense at the moment around the ground, isn't it? This game right in the balance.
I suppose a lot is relying, of course, on Ali, who's still there. I mean, 13 balls. He's still there. Still got a lot of... He's got to make it count, though, now, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, I think that our production getting annoyed with me for all these extra bits we're throwing in, because you delivered them alu prontas as well.
I have,
and they're saying they haven't had time to eat them because we've been asking for too much stuff. But I've got to say, big shout out to the guys at Swing Productions as well. Got Martins, Valentines and Cadrills here who do a magnificent job. Here's Ram Sunil, who says bump ball even if it's hit, but it will be a dot. 18 off 11.
Excitement. Slower delivery. Cleverly bowled. He draws the batter out. I'm just wondering here, I mean, it all depends how confident you are. Abdul Rahman, the keeper, does he want to be coming up? I mean, you see the bat, he's going right out of his crease. Have a look. He's going to come right out of his crease.
You risk the ledges going for 4. So he's annoyed with himself because that's 2 balls he's missed out on so far. This over.
Zahid, Mr. Evergreen, the captain. Is he going to be the hero for his side?
You don't see too many defences in the 60s, and they did score 69. We've seen probably about 12, I think, in the history of ECN.
Oh, this goes through, but I think there's a bit on this from the keeper, enough to stop it going to the boundary. They take the 1.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is right up there with lowest scores defended that we've seen. Won't quite make the list, but it's not far behind.
Sunil, he's just good line. He does everything right here, does Abdul. He picks the right line, moves himself outside the off stump. He does everything apart from hit the ball. Going to be very disappointed with that.
Well, they leave themselves a lot to do. Feel like they need a boundary somewhere along the line this over. Running out of time, Jandra Brescia, 17 off 8.
Gets hold of this, fielder comes in the action, takes a catch. Oh, watch them go here. Watch them go here. They're going to go berserk. They're going to go wild. Oh, it's another wicket. That's that energy. And they're absolutely delighted with themselves. It's another top catch. And look at them. They're saying, do we believe? Oh, yeah, we do. Are we going to do this? Oh, yes, we are. It's not just is it another wicket. It's another dot ball. They are on fire. They really are. And I'll tell you what, it makes me very happy to see a team out there giving it so much. What a big player Aslan Mohammed is.
Why wouldn't they be happy? I mean, with a win here, they've got a very good chance of finishing top 3, Chivadate. So,
yeah, I mean, don't forget they're holding that spot at the moment. I mean, a lot depends how other matches go. A lot depends on net run rate. I think that what it will come down to. But at the moment, well, you wouldn't put it against them. A new batter comes in under immense pressure, and it's a Nasir Mahmood. And, well, he's got to be in the mood to party. He's got to hit the ball big. And ball to come. This is a pressure ball because I think the captain there had just said to him, whatever happens here, you got to send this to the boundary. Here we go. Hits it well. It's in the air. It hangs. And the right decision made, I think, this time from Arsenal. He doesn't want to commit, doesn't want this to go past him. It's only going to be a single. Vinny, 54
to 6. I tell you what, the tingle's gone down. I mean, it's right up there. If they can do this, Chividate, with the best defences that we've seen, lowest totals defended. And you can see there, I mean, they're defending 69 here. There's the top 10 we've ever seen. There is another one on 68 from Cyprus. But, you know, it's right up there in the best dozen defences we've ever seen. So, look, credit to them. But still, they have to close it out in the last over. Jandra Brescia needs 16 off 6. And Prague Tigers, of course, they really got our heads turning because that was their first day of ECN cricket when they went out, got bowled out for 60. And we assumed the Barbarians, who were a Division 1 team, versus the Tigers, a Division 3 team in the Czech Republic. We were already ordering lunch, thinking this will just be 4 or 5 overs. In the end, they only made 34 off their entire 10.
It's right. Minshew, he's going to bowl this one. And, well, has there ever been a more pressured over for him? He's got 16 runs to play with. But for me, when it's this tight, it all depends what happens with the first ball.
All right, here we go. Strap yourselves in. 16 to win.
He's got hold of this. This goes out of here. Balle, balle, balle. Ginnasona, shaka, lagya. This game is far from over.
Well, far from over. Not just a Frank Stallone hit from the early 80s, but also the story of this game right now. Look that one up if you've got time. But right now, that takes him to 60. 10 off 5. And that was just a slot delivery from Munshi.
Yeah.
But credit to Nasir Mahmood. He had to hit it well, and he did. Twist in this game. Now, for me, it's back to 50-50.
Wow. Well.
Munshi's got to get up in the block hole here.
I said it all depends what happens with the first ball. And with the first one going for 6, well, you know, now the favourites have to be the team with the bat.
Hit a ball as well.
Look, it's there again. This is the one that went for 6. So it's the same ball, but this time it's a completely different result. A dot ball, gold dust.
Sure is. Love the close contest. We can expect more of them over the next few weeks in our Italian summer. Got to say, really like Zahid Ali's ECL 19 helmet as well he's wearing. Just notice that, the light blue at the other end. You'll see it in a second. But right now, back to the job at hand. 10 off 4 required.
Wide. Ooh, he didn't want to bowl that one there. You can see what he's trying to do, but, well, 10 from 4 goes to 9 from 4.
It's almost like they know we've got the Alu Prontas ready to go in the Mango Lassi. And this is the time we're going to get the golden ball. 336 matches in between golden balls. And I feel like they're just not going to let us away with it easily. 9 off 4. Still need a boundary somewhere along the line here.
Hits this hard. It's got to stop it. Does well. Gets it in. It comes. The game for 2. They're not going to get here.
Very
it's
clever.
sensible. It's clever. Yeah, you're right. And you know why it's clever? Come and tell us, Maximo, why is that clever?
Well, Zahid Ali is plotted along for 17 off 17, and he's held up an end, but they don't want him facing when they need a boundary along the line. So here, Nassim Mahmood's already pumped to 6 this over, so they had to try and get him back on strike at any cost. And when they see the throws not coming to the keeper's end, then they take off, and they do just cross. It means it will be 1 and a run out, but tactically, that's a good move. You see here, when they see the throws coming to that end, they just got to make sure they cross. They do. And so, yeah, it'll be 1, it'll be run out, but still smart cricket from Jandra Brescia.
It's very smart cricket, and my calculations tell me that's 8 now required from 3 deliveries. That would be 1. So, yeah, I mean, do you think that's one there that the batters have outsmarted the fielder?
Yep. I mean, the fielder should have thrown to the keeper's end no matter what, because you're a chance of running out Mahmood and getting a new batter on strike. It was an equal distance throw, really, from where the ball came. Anyway, let's settle in here. 8 off 3 now. Munshi to Mahmood.
Hits it big, and this is going to go all the way over, is it? Yes, it is. Boom. Shaka. Logia. 6 carreras más. Qué grande eso es. Qué genial es este hombre. 6 más. And that takes us to, well, 2 required of 2 deliveries.
Wow. How about that? I mean, talk about pressure. And if you want to know about why you want Mahmood back on strike, Well, there you go.
Yep.
I mean, now, well, do we have a chance of a golden ball? It scores 69-68 at the moment. They just need 2 off 2. Now, I mean, it's almost bring everyone up time. I mean, maybe you can, if there's a 1, it's not a disaster. You get the new batter on strike for last ball. Anyway, 2 to win. When she round the wicket.
They'll take 1 here, and well, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Scores are tied.
Well, scores are tied with the ball to go. If there's a dot here, if there lack of any score, then we will have a golden ball. And yeah, 1 off 1. So scores tied at 69. And so yeah, we haven't had a golden ball since the 31st of March. So went all the way through April, May, and June without one. We're into July. 7 of the 7. Well, 7's a lucky number in a lot of cultures. And right now, Munir, I mean, what's he thinking? You got to be clever here in the field. You got to make sure you have someone that takes the bowler's stumps as well. So you almost need like a short mid on. And if you're not sure, be closer. You don't want to let him get away with one here. For me, the point's a bit too deep here.
I mean, it's a tough field to do it on, though, isn't it? Tough to attack on. The batters will go, and you've got to back them at the moment. Well, here we go.
Here we go. Any score to win for Jandra Brescia. Last ball. He's missed. He's missed, Rico. He's missed.
Oh, can you believe it? What is
no.
it with the wicket keepers? See, I'm not taking any wicket keepers temping bowling with me anymore. He knows enough. Oh, he had so much time. I think he had time to even take a few more steps. Oh, he misses. Can you believe it? We would have had a golden ball. Look at this. He says, yeah, you're mine, baby. And then he misses. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
And that would have actually been Nasir Mahmood that would have been run out, who I'm sure they wanted to face the golden ball. That was a huge opportunity. I would have even almost considered not running that to not run out Mahmood because he's the guy you want to face the golden ball, because it was a 95% chance that was going to be a run out. But guess what? This is ECN, and the 5% chance comes up. He misses the stump. Chivadate lose by a run, 70-69.
Small
what a finish.
moments, Vinny. I mean, the run out win. The fielder, if he was a bit smarter, a bit more alert, would have thrown it at the keeper. And that one there, look, the keeper, even if he takes it in his glove straight away, he knows the batter's going to go on. Even if he takes it in his glove straight away and just gives it back to the bowler straight away, they would have run him out at the other end. But it ends up a victory to Jandra Brescia by the smallest margins. What a game. You know, it's so sad because that team out there for Chivadate, they have been on fire all the way through. They've been hot and they've been exciting us, and then they go flat right at the end. It's so difficult. This day we'll be feeling this.
I think it made sense to throw at the keeper's end because he would have been out by plenty. You also are going to run out the guy who is probably the one they want to face the golden ball. And if you're out, you can't face the golden ball. But, oh my word, I was almost speechless there. And you got to feel for Abdul Rahman out there. And look, congratulations, I suppose, because it is...
But you know one thing?
I was just going to say this quickly. Osama Munir just missed the winning runs. He missed the ball, but he hit the winning runs anyway.
But you know one thing? You were right. If you had got your wish, 71, you would have won the game.
That's true.
So they're going to blame you because they're going to say you said we're going to get 71, and we didn't.
I'm going to come back to this in a second. But remember what happened last ball, the first innings? It was a skied catch, and I think they would have got 2 if it was dropped.
Yes.
So, you know, you go back to the fielder there, Jaspinder Singh, who basically wins the game in the first half. All right, one more game today. I'm glad it's only 3 because we could lose our voices soon. That was a really exciting one. Match 15, Jandra Brescia, who will be batting first after being sent in by Kings 11 in the last match of the day. Join us in about 15 minutes for that one. But Rico, we really saw some drama here. 2 teams that had shown some good signs yesterday. It was a bit of piggyback style early. Jandra Brescia were really on the ropes. And how about that? Another slips catch. We've seen a few lately in the ECN T10 format.
Oh, they were all over the place here. They were hitting each other. They literally were. Somebody got one on the face. And there was a bit of that going on here. Well, there was delight. There was joy. There was jumping jack flash. Everything was going their way. But you know there's always going to be a twist in these games where the catching was great. And, well, look at that. Look what it means to them. I've never seen emotions like this. Well, that one gets away from the keeper. If he got his gloves in the right place there, that would have been out. This one as well, well, look, just jumping over the ball. All these little things all come back to haunt you, don't they? But didn't they try? Didn't they battle hard? They didn't get enough runs on the board, but they never gave up. They kept trying. They kept believing. Another great catch here from Arsenal Mohammed. They were really on fire, and you got to feel for them because they go from that high to that low. But look, the thing is, though, they're still in it. All of the teams are still in it. It just means that we're probably going to have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. I mean, they were centimetres away from what I think would have been a top 3 finish. This is the one scores tied, and it was immediately hands on heads as Rahman. They took it on. He would have thought he was gone there, Nasir Mahmood. And in the end, well, almost a hat throw. They keep their composure. Look, credit to them. Of course, that's a disappointing way to finish your round-robin campaign, but we will see them tomorrow. Cividate potentially in an eliminator situation. We'll have to see if they can hold on to 4th. What an exciting game we saw. 70-69 in the end. They get there off the very last ball. You see both openers going for ducks. Not ideal. Pair of 17s, the top scores. Zahid Ali, I mean, you go back to that as well. I mean, that was a really important run out when he sacrificed himself to get Mahmood back on strike, who then pumped another 6. And he's the one that actually gets him in that winning position. And it was Osama Mania that faced the last ball and scrambled through for a bye. The only bye in the 10 overs. And it was the winning run as Cividate go down by that solitary run. What an exciting game of cricket that was.
Well, I thought the Aloo Parantas and the lassi, the mango lassi, was finally going to bring us that golden ball that we've been waiting for so long. But it's not to be. But look, if it's not to be, you know what you do? You just unravel it, you open it, and you drink it. And get calm. Stay calm and drink a mango lassi. That's what they say. Well, that's what I'm going to
mention Aslam Mohammed, 3 for 2, including a maiden. So put that one on the maiden count. Wickets also to Zain Ali, Ramsdale, and Munshi, who eventually got away with it in the last over. So high drama here in match 14. So, well, Rico, he is going to enjoy his mango lassi. He's cracked it open. I'm not far away from doing mine. And, well, hopefully you can join us when we return, because we will be back in about 10 minutes. And when we do, we will be having our third and final match of the day. And look, every chance that Cividate and Jandra Brescia might meet each other tomorrow on Super Friday in an elimination situation. Well, what a storyline that is for them. But Rico, still one game to go. And judging by what we've had today, it should be a cracker between Jinnah and Kings 11.
Yeah, this next one is going to be a cracker. I think both teams are looking to come back and finish well here. Kings, they've been disappointed. They haven't been able to produce their best with the bat. I think they're looking to demonstrate what they can do here today. And Jinnah Brescia, well, look, we know all about their power, but it's fair to say that they haven't been at their best either with the bat. Maybe this is going to be the one that somebody like Nisa Ahmed really does shine. But it's going to be a great way to finish today. Just 3 matches today, all teams playing 1 match each. It's all about where they finish. We'll have a good idea what Super Friday is going to look like tomorrow.
Yeah, we sure will. So join us when we return in 10 minutes. Blockbuster finish to the round robin stage. Match 15 on the way. Until then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. The Golden Ball drought continues. Maybe we'll break it in match 15 when we return. See you shortly from Italy for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Two exciting matches already in the day, and this third one promises to be an absolute cracker. We welcome back Brescia, who, well, they took full advantage of Brescia slipping up yesterday against Cividate. It took them to the top of the table after they had a crushing win over Brescia. They'll be hoping to stay in that form and finish right up there at the top of the table. They're up against Kings 11. Kings 11 are a top team, but at the moment they're sort of 50-50, aren't they? They've won 2, lost 2. It's the batting that hasn't clicked, and they'll be hoping to get that right in this one and go into tomorrow's Super Fridays and also hopefully into Saturday's finals day on a high. This is going to be a cracking match, but first of all, let's join Jaipal and also Hassan out there in the middle with Stefan Gooch for the coin toss.
Okay, Kings 11 to call. Yeah, tails to call. Tails. Body. Okay, good luck. Have a good game, guys. Give it back.
Jaipal Singh deciding that they're going to have a field first, and maybe he's got a few worries about the batting and hoping that they can restrict Brescia to a low score and knock them off. Well, what about Brescia? Let's talk a little bit about their strength. I mean, they've got the top scorer in the series so far, the left-hander Naheem Nazir. He's been in really good form, and he's going to, I think, impress us again. He looks a class act, but they've got Nawaz there as well, and maybe someone like Nisar Ahmed can find some good form. We've seen touches of his best, but not his brilliance yet. He'll be hoping to get going in this one. What about with the ball? Ruxar Ahmed, he's been really good. He took 4 wickets yesterday, then he really good form, 4 for 13, and he was in good form against Brescia. But watch out for maybe Shabir. I think he's going to be key, and also Hassan Ali himself. Let's move over to the Kings 11. Like I say, it's their batting that's been an issue for them. It shouldn't be, because they got the likes of Yadav. Look, the last time we saw anything real good positive stuff in their batting was right back to day one when Yadav was the man. He scored 62 of 22 against Cividate. But since then, though Yadav is there, you've also got the likes of Kuldip Lal, Siramjit Singh as well, and then 1 or 2 others like Jagmeet, but they just haven't been able to get going. They've got to get their batting going. They can get their batting going, they're going to be a very difficult team to beat. But in the field, they've been awesome. The catching has been good, the bowling has been good. Particularly like the way that the likes of Yadav has bowled and Kuldip Lal, keeping the pace off the ball. And then they've got the spin of Jaipal when they need to call upon it as well. But my pick will be Jagmeet Singh. I think he's been bowling so well. He's certainly going to be a handful. This is going to be a really interesting match for me. I think it's 2 top teams, 2 teams that feature many classy players. Some of the top players here in Italy. It's going to be a cracker. Over to you, Mr. Maximo, for the start of the final match today.
Thanks, Rico. Beautiful views of the Lake Garda there. Well, that is very serene and peaceful. They're 2 words I wouldn't describe to talk about the finish that we just saw. Have a look at that. That's where I'll be. Just give me 2 or 3 hours. But right now, I think that Cividate still scratching their heads about how they didn't force the golden ball in the last match that we saw. We saw them going down by 1 run, 70-69. But yeah, looking ahead to this one, and we're looking forward to seeing these 2 high-quality teams on show. Brescia, we know they had such a good season last year, winning pretty much everything but the one match against Brescia CC that decided the ECL representative. And they have the power, I suppose, of Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir, and they're the 2 left-handers. Nisar Ahmed as well. You've seen glimpses of what he can do, but yeah, Brescia, very, very good cricket team. They've got good variation in their attack as well, with Ruxar Ahmed, who has been excellent. Also, Hassan Ali, the left armour. And interestingly, the supercomputer favouring Kings 11 by 2 runs. Well, that'll be a bit of an upset, I suppose, based on what we've seen so far. But like I say, not too much between these teams at all. It's a very high-quality week here in Brescia. And this is a slightly unusual move with Kuldip Lal to get the new ball for Kings 11. And normally we see him bowling at the very end, and they have been excellent at holding things steady at the end with full straight bowling between him and also Vibro Yadav. But I think this might be about just trying to put what you think your best bowling options are up front, because you know you need wickets against Brescia. Otherwise, they can really get away quickly. So, yeah, captaincy by Siramjit Singh. A bit curious, but I can see where he's going with it. And Kuldip can move the new ball, no doubt about it. He's going to have to deal with these openers first. Of course, it does leave them a bit short towards the end of the innings, potentially. So it will be Nisar Ahmed and Fahim Nazir to open the batting for Jinnah. General have been faultless since an opening day loss to Brescia CC. Yeah, both of these teams, I think, will want to get these points heading into Super Friday. And for Kings 11, we'll check the table in a second, but I believe they probably will require a win if they're going to push into that top 3. Cut away. Just one to start. Yeah, I suppose Abdullah in the 11. He's 12th man this time, so that again leaves a bit of a hole at the top of the order. And yeah, no Sarabjit Singh either. So there's probably their 2 regular opening bowlers unavailable. But one person that has come in is Noman Ali. And he is a seasoned performer. First chance to get a look at him in this tournament. This is going to beat the left-hander. So Nazir is one sort of guy that when he hits his straps, he's very, very hard to stop. But yeah, it can look a little bit shaky early. Just going on what we've seen this week. We've seen a fair bit of him. We also saw him for the Zurich Nomads in Switzerland. And Switzerland's another place that we hope to get to next year after we had an ECS there in 2020. This one just comes into Nazir. Just worked away, single. So, edge into Brescia. There'll be a good test for this Kings 11 side to know where they're at. This one just played out, no run. How are you guys feeling after that finish? I'm still a bit breathless that we didn't get the golden ball. Wow, this is a nothing shot. He skied it and he's gone. So Nisar Ahmed just tries to get a little bit creative against Kuldeep, and Kuldeep with a new ball does the trick. I mean, this is not a shot that Nisar Ahmed will want to look back on. He doesn't turn it into a full-blooded pull shot. He just kind of hangs the bat out there in the end. And see, he's a long way outside his body, and he knows straight away that he's in some serious trouble. So Kuldeep with the celebration. End of the innings, start of the innings, he doesn't care. Arms aloft. And Chinna Brescia lose their first at 2 for 1. This will bring Sharuk Nawaz to the crease. Yeah, disappointing end for Nisa. Just ran out of patience a bit too quickly there. I mean, maybe that's a premeditated stroke. I mean, it's a very cuttable ball. He just tried to make it something it wasn't. For such a high-quality player, that's got to be really frustrating, no doubt about it. So, Luke just giving his thoughts on the table. Brescia CC and Chinna Brescia in the top 3 for sure. Kings 11 will need a win to push in. Yeah, level on points with Chivadate, but slightly inferior net run rate. This one seems back a bit of a nothing shot from Nawaz. I don't know what Kuldeep's doing with the ball, but he's putting the confusion rays on the batters at the moment. End of the first over, a good one for Kuldeep Lal and a good one for Kings 11. Chinna Brescia, 2 for 1. Having a look at the daily run rate, and you can see not quite as high scoring this year as it was last year. We had a low scoring thriller just then. That's not included in these statistics because this is over the first 3 days. You can see we had a lot of double-digit days last year. Yesterday was the lowest scoring of the 3 days so far, and 9.6 at the moment is the par for this week. Overall, if you include last year's 6 days that we played here in Brescia, then you see an overall run rate of 10.2. So around about the 100, I suppose, is par. That sounds about right to me. One thing I would say is that I think the fielding has been a lot better. And it's been challenging circumstances, no doubt, but particularly the fielding in the air, I think it's been very, very good. Jasmine Singh's going to get the new ball then. So, yeah, no Abdullah in the side. No Sarabjit Singh, who's been bowling in the side. Look at their bowling options here. Obviously got Jugmeet with his left arm spin. I wonder if Jaipal gets the bowl then. We've also got Noman Ali. He doesn't mind bowling towards the end as well. So I suppose that's what will cover Kuldeep. Or Nazir, he's had about enough of this, and he elevates and he goes over cover. Maximo! What a way to get off the mark. Jasvinder comes in, and suddenly he departs. Thanks to Nazir, a classical cricket stroke over the offside for 6. A lot of people, fans of Brescia, no doubt. They're a popular side. We saw them win this Brescia series last year. They also went on to win the Super Series in Rome. That was held in November on that occasion, but this time they won't have to wait as long, or whoever wins this week in Brescia. Gone. So 6 and out. Nazir gets carried away. He tries to put this one into the helicopter pad, but instead he is grounded and he's got to go back. So frustration. That's really 2 poor strokes that have removed the openers now. Good bowling though from Jasvinder Singh. He gets it to crash into the off stump. Brescia now 8 for 2. Vinny Sandhu for ECN. And I'm here with Rico Fort. And Rico, Nazir, not the kind of shot that he'll want to look back at either.
No, not at all. He's been such a top quality batter. Get out like that, he'll be very disappointed. But hey, look, I'm absolutely overjoyed for the bowler. Jasvinder Singh, he never got a look in yesterday for a bowl. And I was thinking to myself a little bit yesterday after that defeat for Kings, that whether they were putting too much priority on the likes of the new players, Lal and Yadav, and forgetting about some of the other good players that we've seen make good performances for them. And Jasvinder Singh was one of them. He played his part with the bat, didn't he, late on, but he never got a bowl. And here he is, opening the bowling and taking a crucial wicket straight away. And I remember back to Bologna and also to Rome when I've seen Kings play. He was always taking wickets. He doesn't charge in, he doesn't try and fire the ball in, but his line, his length is spot on. And he's deceptive because he doesn't bowl as quick as you think he's going to. And I think that's what gets Fahim Nazir's wicket there. What a great start this is. 2 top order batters are back already.
Yeah, so one left-hander replaced another. Hassan Ahmed coming out number 4. Small leg stump, he just pushes away carefully. No run. Good start this from Kings 11. Look, when you do win the toss and decide to field, you want to put the team under pressure that you're playing against. You want to get those early wickets. That's exactly what they've done so far.
Spot on, it really has. But they've got to maintain it. That's the thing. They've got a good start, but they've got to maintain it because Brescia, I mean, they've got depth.
They sure do. They play a lot of this cricket. They know what's required. This one, well, I think he could be gone here, you know.
He's going to be run out. I think he's outside his crease. He's walking. I think he's walking. He knows he's out here. Oh, well, the LBW, I don't think so. But the run out, he just realises. I think he just realises that there's a run out because he's still looking at the umpire. He sees that the umpire, he said, doesn't give the wicket. He cannot get two नहीं देनी उधर दे देनी है पर मैंने तो पता out सीगा. Well, he is out and they got him.
Wow, it's a good shout for LBW first up. But I mean, we'll see exactly what happens here. I mean, that ball pitches just outside leg stump, hits both pads, and yeah, he's gone comfortably. And the stumps are an absolute mess. And I think that's probably stumped. He never really takes off for a run. I think the bowler deserves credit for it.
Yeah.
But the keeper deserves credit for the awareness as well. And they are thrilled. Why not? Jasvinder with a double strike, and suddenly it's 8 for 3.
I mean, the thing about this beauty is that he's appealing and he thinks, well, what's going on? Because he's asking the umpire for the LBW. I think it's a really good shot. The umpire's not giving it. He doesn't know what's happened at the other end. Now, just wait for it. He's still there. He's thinking, how come this is not out? And then they all congratulate him and he see what's happened. And then he looks behind and says, really? Did we get him? Oh, this is just fantastic.
Only on ECN. And have a look at the stumps in the background. They've been absolutely demolished. I think it wasn't out LBW. I've got to say, I think it pitched fractionally outside leg stump. I think it probably did hit him in line. It was probably going to hit the stumps, but I think that's a good decision. But I mean, batters do kind of get momentarily paralysed by an LBW shout that's close. And that's what happens to Hassan Ahmed there. He just loses his bearings. He doesn't think about getting back in his crease. He has no idea where the ball's gone, and he gets stumped. Meanwhile, new batter comes out. Now this is miles in the air, and it is sailing out of the ground. Maximo Ghulam Farid says, no problem at all. I'll take it from here. And he starts his innings with 6.
Well, this is classic T10 for you. This is what it's all about. Well, wickets are tumbling. They were 8 for 3. The next batter comes in and smashes his first ball for 6.
Geez, we've had a lot of action today, haven't we? On the European Cricket Network.
Ball to go in this, the second over. Jaswinder, surely there's not more drama in this over.
A little nudge. And they will take a single. Time to breathe. Fareed will keep the strike, and 2 overs down. The score is 15 for 3.
Oh, amazing stuff, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. So, 15 on the board, 3 wickets down. Jaswinder Singh comes in, does the damage, takes 2 for 12 there. Kuldeep here will probably bowl his second. Yeah, he's there, he wants it.
Let me talk you through the table. So
Go.
Kings 11 need a win to get into the top 3, which could be really important. It means they're safe tomorrow. Now, Brescia, you might say, well, does it matter if they finish first or second? You do get a slightly friendlier draw if you finish first. You don't have to play the early morning game. I think that just gives them a chance to recover a little bit longer. It means that they'll play in matches 3 and 5 tomorrow instead of 1 and 3. So, I mean, every degree on the ladder, there's a certain benefit to it. So even 5th over 6th, if there was some sort of rain or an abandonment, then you'd get through. So every single spot carries a little bit of an advantage over the one below it. But in particular, 3rd and 4th is the key split, because if you finish 4th, you are at risk of being out tomorrow. You have to fight for your place in the finals. Whereas if you're in the top 3, you're guaranteed. You're just playing for position. Big swing and a miss. Kuldeep's been good here, showing his versatility by bowling up front rather than at the back end of the innings.
Yeah, it's just for me also, because he's got the new ball and he's opening up, I think he's just putting a little bit more into it. It's a little bit quicker, a tad quicker. I mean, the slower bowler will still come. And that's what he does. The slow ball does get him hatload of wickets. But he's just bowling a little bit quicker here.
Well, this is a false shot as well, but he's going to get away with it. Somehow gets over the 3rd man and goes to the boundary. Fareed, not convincing, but 4 more.
Yeah, you can see there the fielder there. I think that's subject to saying, look, don't worry about it. Just keep working. That was luck. That was nothing else. Just applauding Kuldeep and saying, don't worry about that. Just get back on it. There's another high-speed train goes whizzing by here. But, well, I don't know about the trains, but the action is fast and swift. Kuldeep wants another.
This one just angles in, grabs a bit of the pad, a leg by.
Hey, how about that from Vikas Kumar? Wasn't he alert?
Yeah.
Rather than be involved in the appeal and whatnot, he just thinks, well, okay, if the LBW is not out, I'll just stump him up.
Yeah, well, I mean, he probably heard the ball land near him, because it was also a bit fortunate that it came to the side that his body was already kind of leaning towards that way because of where the ball was pitched. Absolutely did a number on the stumps. I know a lot of people love to see the stumps flying out of the ground, and I'm one of them, right? I'm one of them. I think there is a compromise to be made, though. I think at Kartama, the secret formula we have to put it at the base of the stumps is about right. Well, this is a huge top edge, and I think this is going to go the journey. How far? Well, it's a Shane Warne leg break, but I will take it across the boundary. And so 4 to Nawaz, who gets off the mark with a big hoik.
Yeah, Kuldeep, he'll be disappointed. We've seen 2 boundaries in the over. Both have been, false shots, really. We've seen Edge go over the 3rd man for a boundary. Now this one has gone over fine leg.
Yeah, I mean, no really way to predict that bounce. I think it would have guessed a bit of right to left, but not that much. Kuldeep, couple of unlucky boundaries this over. He's got 2 more balls left. One will be wide, so he'll still have 2 left.
Yeah, just toying with that wide line a little bit, and the umpire's been very consistent with that.
I've got to say the umpire's been brilliant today. No complaints at all. I mean, there's been a lot of close ones, but I think pretty much all of them that I can remember they've gotten right. And so, Kuldeep trying to grab 1 or 2 more fish. And he does! Goes straight through him. Nawaz hoiks across the line. Kuldeep's got 2. And Brescia, this innings in tatters in the power play. They've lost 4 wickets now, 25 for 4. Nawaz gone for 4.
Well, this is an absolute beauty. The 3rd wicket, Nawaz Gats and Kuldeep Lal. He knocks them over and he says, gear, chaka there, fatte. That's what he does there. He's absolutely pumped. Just look at this. once this hits the stumps. He doesn't want to look at us. He says, you're gone. Gear, gear, gear. He does this rock star way. Loving the celebrate. There he goes. He goes, yeah, chuck the foot this style. Well, he would have been frustrated with the 2-4s, and they were both edges. But he comes back with the one that nips back, knocks the stumps over. Nawaz has to depart.
Really good versatility with the ball from Kuldeep. I mean, when we've seen him bowling towards the end of the innings, he very rarely bowls this length.
Yeah.
He bowls fuller, he bowls block hole deliveries, he bowls Yorkers. Right now, with the new ball, he knows it's going to help him out a little bit. So you see there, a little bit of seam takes it back through the gate. And you don't mind bowling that kind of length early on. So great adjustment from a very clever cricketer. And Gina Brescia, they need somebody to stand up and form a partnership here because they're in a bit of trouble. 25 for 4 with the ball to go in the third.
Corey, if you're watching, I know he wasn't part of the T20 setup this time round. Kuldeep Lal is trying to make a point, and so far he's doing pretty well. He's picking up wickets. I wonder if he can get his batting to click as well, though.
Well, wide gives him one more opportunity, so he probably won't be too upset with that, Kuldeep Lal.
This
Shrug
roof's big.
wants to ask Corey why he didn't pick Kuldeep Lal for Spain. He's going to ask him when he's on commentary next week. He's an excellent all-rounder, and they can surely use him. I mean, for me, the strength of the Spain side was when I looked at some of the players that were left out. That's often how I look at sides. And the fact they couldn't find a way to get Kuldeep Lal in there, as this one is blasted for 4. So Rizwan Mohiuddin will start with the boundary. Kuldeep does go for a 4 off his last ball, but still, he does have a couple of early strikes. It's the end of the power play. The score is 30 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, they do get 15 off that over, courtesy, well, not of that one, but there were 2 lucky boundaries. But look, what an over that is. That's T10 wrapped up in a nutshell, isn't it? You saw 3 boundaries of it, but also we saw a couple of wickets as well. So that's that power play. So in terms of the runs, I suppose they're not going to be too disappointed. But of course, having lost those 4 wickets, that will hurt them.
Gives them less insurance if they were to lose another couple of wickets now, compared to being 30 for 1 or 2 after 3 overs. Yeah, but I look at that Spanish side that we saw recently. The fact they couldn't find a place for Kuldeep Lal, the fact they couldn't find a place for someone like Jack Perman, and also someone like Paul Hennessy, then I think it just shows that's a strong squad. I mean, obviously coming from Australia and growing up in that golden era, you look at some of the players missing out going, how can they miss out? But it just also puts a lot of internal pressure on the people in the team to make sure they keep performing. So I think having that external pressure is important. When teams only have a walk-up start, National 11, I don't think they're put under pressure enough.
Yeah. Interesting call for me here to go with Yadav. I would have finished with Jaswinder. Yadav has already shown that he can bowl pretty well when he comes to ball lower down in the innings. So could have held him back and let Jaswinder bowl these ones out. But looks like they're thinking, right, let's go for the kill here. Let's take these 2 or 3 more wickets and then we can really be on top.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm a bit curious about that one as well. I mean, to be honest, none of these guys are typically their opening options. Even Jaswinder, who normally bowls later on, but it's mixing it up a bit. This is blasted, but I don't think it's far enough. Should be caught, will be caught. Simran takes the catch, and that's a 5th wicket now. Fareed goes for 11. The change works, and Yadav strikes in the 4th. And Gina Brescia have lost half their wickets already. We're only into the 4th over. It's 30 for 5.
Well, it's that combination that's worked so well. Yadav does the bowling. Simranjit Singh, the captain, takes the catches. He just don't drop them, does he? He gets into position early. He likes to get that little step in, doesn't he? Sort of likes to go down on sort of one knee and take it. Gets all the balance under it. Look, here he goes. Goes down on one knee, takes the catch. Thank you very much. And there's another, come on, says Yadav. Ale, tug of the foot there. That's another one.
Yeah, so Yadav coming on and grabbing the wicket. I mean, look, sometimes a change is as good as a holiday as well. I mean, you've got a bowler that's bowled well, Jaswinder. He's not dead. He's coming back. He's going to come back at some stage. You can always bring him back in the 5th if you want as well. So just a slightly different look. This is Mubashir Hussain who comes to the crease now. A lot earlier than he thought he would have had to. Batting 7. He's in the 4th over. Just shows you each of these teams. But any of these teams can beat each other. That is the beauty of this week. So, yeah, right now, you just wonder, will this temper their aggression a little bit? I don't think it will, to be honest. I think they've played enough T10 cricket to know you've got to keep swinging away. There's no point kind of just nudging your way to 60 or something like that. They've already got 30 on the board. So with the run rate, there's no real problems there. It's just the fact they've lost the 5 wickets. Credit to Kings 11 once again for holding on to their chances so far in match 15. Straight down the ground. Simranjit will grab this as well. Very good fielder in that position. Yadav must be enjoying his experience as well. I mean, you know, obviously playing a lot of his cricket in the UK, it would be a slightly different experience, I suppose. Especially with, you know, the field conditions, the kind of pace of the game. But what a great forum to test his cricketing skills. This is a great shot, actually. He's cracked that, but also well fielded. So Kings 11, their pressure's been good because Kumar gets LBW, but he'll survive. Hope those pads are okay.
This was thrown in with venom from the boundary. There's no way they would take it 2 from it. The only way they were going to get 2 is the ricochet off the pads from Kumar. And he's already playing a big part in this match with that stumping and his alertness.
Nice ball of the over. Now this is in the air. It's a bouncer. Someone's going to catch it. Nobody's going to catch it. And they've left it for each other because Kumar and Yadav are camped in the middle of the pitch. I think Kumar's saying he's lost it in the sun, and Yadav has just lost it. It's the end of the over, and it's 33 for 5.
Well, Yadav, he's a fiery bloke. I think at that point he says, leave it, it's mine. So Vikesh probably reacts a little bit late to that call, but he does leave it, and in the end, well, I think the keeper's got to be screaming to say it's mine.
Now,
anyway,
here's the thing. He does call, but then he realises he can't see it because Kumar. So Yadav tries to call him off it, and gets overruled by the keeper. So Yadav steps away. But then the problem is Vikas Kumar then loses in the sun. So it's the end of 4 overs, 33 for 5. And look, just a reminder about where we are in our 5-week Italian summer. We have this and 2 more weeks to go in the qualifying stages, and then a 5th week will be the Super Series. Albano and Fresh Tropical are the qualifiers from Milan. They got 2 spots in Milan because of the amount of teams in that tournament. As this one could be out, and it will be out. So, well, the change of pace works straight away. That is Jagmeet Singh coming into the attack, and he has immediate success. So, well, actually, doesn't cost him anything except a run.
Yeah.
I suppose it cost Yadav a wicket, but it is 6 down now. Brescia 33 for 6, and the catch taken by Manjit Singh.
Yeah, well done to Manjit Singh there, takes the catch. Yeah, you're absolutely right, and this will hopefully help Yadav just cool down a little. He's got a hot head. We saw that yesterday in that fiery match against Janjua when it was him, wasn't it, that unfortunately went for a few and he's over, which could have made the difference to that match. And there were a few. There was that run out, wasn't there, when the throw was thrown in. It hit him on the leg and they got 3 instead of what should have been maybe just a 2. So he does react, but now he's got to calm down again because Jagmeet comes in and he gets the wicket of Hussain.
Well, I'm almost choking on my mango lassi here. 33 for 6. And I'm going to just give you my thoughts on the keeper bowler leave situation. I kind of said this, that the keeper should be catching anything that he can reach comfortably. That's normally my rule. Not necessarily everything you can reach. If they have to run 40 metres and dive, it's probably easier to just leave it to someone that's camped under it. But the weird thing there, I mean, he could reach it comfortably, but he couldn't see it comfortably. So I'm going to have to adjust my rules and put a little asterisk on it because, I mean, he reached it, but he lost it in the sun.
I think
exactly what happened.
Yeah. Just going down the leg, I think. I don't think this is out. But this is such a good over from Jagmeet. Jagmeet is the man that we don't focus too much on, but silently he does some wonderful things for him.
Pretty good shout, you know, just coming forward. I think maybe put a bit of doubt in the umpire's mind. But just when you get a chance, look at the shadows. You see the shadows there right now, getting towards the middle of the day. So just be a one hopper well fielded down there by Kuldeep. Yeah, but you can see why Vikas would have lost it in the sun. So, look, in the end, it cost them 1 run. It doesn't really matter. You can get over it. Sometimes when it's your day, even if you do make a mistake, you don't get punished for it. Last ball of the first half coming up from Jagmeet. Spotted a good over. Pushes this one through. Played away, but only a single. Brescia going to have to fight for a score here. 5 overs down. It's 35 for 6.
Yeah, those wickets, that's the thing. Not only do they have to fight, but they've got to make sure they don't lose 4 more wickets in doing so. It's been a tremendous start this for Kings. But one thing we have said about Kings, and I said that in my introduction, in the field and in the bowling, they've been fantastic. You know, there's not been anybody better. but or better, I should say. The problem has been with the batting. They just haven't been able to click, and there's only been really one significant score from them, and that was Yadav in the very first match they played when he scored 60-odd runs.
Yeah.
Other than that, nobody's gone big for him.
Yeah, that's a good point. Here is Yadav coming back in the 6th. Short and well fielded. That could have quite easily gone over. Yes,
That's our Muliwala.
the Muliwala there.
That's the Muliwala
Jeez,
doing to
he's
stop
running.
Jagjit. Well, Jagjit, thank you very much for the Lussies. I tell you what, the Lussies have kept us going today when the heat is on.
My lassie lasted me 6 wickets, which I wasn't expecting. Just finally thrown it, but it was delicious. Thank you so much. Yadav again goes shortish again, misses the bat, hits the body. I think should be a leg bite. I mean that keeper catch. I think it told you. I was playing at the Wacker, and the ball went up in the air, and it was probably one of the highest balls I've ever seen. And of course, instinctively, and it went right to the middle of the pitch. And so even though I was a long way back, I think Berendorf was the bowler, I called mine. He was stood 2-3 metres away from me. But as it was coming down, I realised it just swung away from me a little bit. So I'd called mine all the way. Swing and a miss here. And for some reason, I then thought it was his. But I didn't verbalise it. I just kind of hoped he would read my mind. And so it swung away from me a little bit.
Yeah.
And it bounced in the middle of the pitch. At this stage, they'd run 2. But you know how hard the Wacker pitch is? Yeah, they ran 2 in the air. That's how hard it was. Then it bounced, and bounced so high back in the air because it bounced on the Wacker pitch. That's in the air, but this is a tough stop for Kuldeep. Can't do it. Well, gets a bit of a Tortuga there and will get past. And so the result is 4 runs. So a nice little counter-attack there. And Kuldeep will get most of these. This last bounce there, hard to pick. And it does go for 4. Yeah, so they end up taking a third, of course. As they looked at everyone looked at each other and looked at the ball. It seemed to almost go up as high as it came down from. Luckily, again, that didn't really cost us in that game. But
what did the bowler have to say about that?
He didn't say too much. He actually got me back later. Oh, this one's going to be a wide. Now they're going to take it on. And this field's causing a few dramas for everybody. Yeah, later on, we had one of those ones where they were running on everything. And I threw the ball back at him quickly to run the guy at the bowler's end. And he missed from about 3 metres and gave away a bye. So he got me back. What, Yadav? It's got to be the old...
Yadav is a fiery character. Watching. Oh, I think that is still to do with the misfield from Kuldeep, you know.
I think also that goes against his figures, right? So we go down with 2 wides. Full toss. Oh, Kuldeep. Hut in your mouth time. I do like that Yadav isn't afraid to come in and be a bit grumpy, considering he's fairly new into this setup.
He's not a happy chap.
He's a competitor, though. I like it.
He's a competitor. I mean, certainly is, but... well, don't forget he's not used to the Italian sun either.
Well, this is in the air. Well, this one could be caught again. Sun's an issue. Dropped. And always was going to be. And it comes down. That's Lakviz Singh who's into the lineup. He'll be disappointed. But he's not able to get the middle of the hand on this one. See here. Doesn't get in a bad position at all, but you can see he's grappling with the sun. That's a couple of times it's come into play in this innings.
I'm so glad we didn't focus on Yadav there when that catch went down. I think there is steam coming out of his ears.
Well, I mean, if the keeper's missed one there, but I could also say, hey, how about not bowling a wide? And then we'll talk. Anyway, you can't criticise the bowlers too much so far. 2 wickets apiece to Kuldeep, Lal and Jasvinder. Then Yadav with 1 for 13 off his spell could have easily been 2 for 12. And Jagmeet with 1 for 2. And I think you bring back Jagmeet now, why not? I mean, you've already got 6 overs in the tank. You've got someone like Noman Ali as well to come back and maybe close the innings out.
Jagmeet. Oh, gone, absolute beauty. Jagade Fatte, किन्नी अच्छी bowling, किन्नी अच्छी लाइना. पहली बॉल दे फिर दोबारा विकेट ਲਈ ਜਦੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਓਵਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਬੋਲ ਦੇ ਵਿਕਟ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਓਵਰ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਬੋਲ ਵਿਕਟ Jagmeet, well, he's making the knack of taking wickets off the first ball of his over, and you can see there, well, I'm liking that Jagjit Singh comes into him and he says the same, chak de fatte mundiya, chak de fatte. And this is really good bowling, and this is when they say, come on, apni mucha sidhiya karke bowling kar takra ho ke, and he knocks him over. Good bowling.
Yeah, this will happen to all the teams, even the best teams in T10. They've got that attacking approach. They're going to keep swinging. And when it doesn't work out, sometimes you can lose them in clumps. That's exactly what's happened to Brescia in this game right now. 45 for 7. This will bring Hassan Ali to the crease.
Jagmeet, 2 for 2 of 7 balls that he's bowled so far. He got the wicket there of Udin. Has to go. Really good stuff. Udin, well, 12 of 8. Had a bit of luck, I suppose, along the way. But
tell you what, fast bowlers like to see the stumps flying. What about spin bowlers seeing the stumps flying?
yeah,
See, this for me is where it's a bit ridiculous.
nah, he
When
looks
you
good.
have to
He
have-
still looks good.
Man, as a keeper, it's hazardous.
He's a tall man.
All right, here we go. Pretty well directed by Jagmeet.
In
Wow.
trouble if he hits.
Oh, even if the bowler takes that, I think it's probably going to be run out.
Yeah, I think he has to have a go here at the stumps. He tries to underarm
I
this.
don't know. I still think if the bowler takes this, it's going to be a run out. He's going to take it on the way, but he just fumbles at the critical moment. That was probably the percentage play. to
Yeah,
throw the
you're
bowler
right.
there.
Looking at it again. In his hands and a chance.
Oh, geez. Speaking of taking a chance, this is Muhammad Ali. Rumble in the jungle, but just will get one there. I mean, he's watched a bit of carnage around him, hasn't he? And yeah, Jagmeet will bowl out here in the 7th. Leaves 3 overs. I still think Muhammad Ali will get couple, and I think you can also go back to Jasminder now, probably in the 9th. Gone. We'll put it with the rest. It's almost a replay this time. Middle stump out of the ground. Jagmeet taking wickets for fun. He's got 3 for 4. Brescia with over 3 overs remaining. They've lost 8 wickets now. 47 for 8.
This was out from the moment it left his hand. He knows what he's doing here. This is such a good ball. He knows what the batter's going to do. Look, from the moment it comes out the hand, you can see it's the quicker ball. Look, watch this. He's out. He's already out before the batter's even moved. You know he's going to miss this because he's pushed it in quicker and knocks him over. And no celebration. He just lets the ball do the talking. And he says to you, Vinny, oh yeah, I love it when those stumps come out the ground. And certainly he does. Picked up 3 here now in no time. Still got a couple of balls to go.
Now, I mean, you're between a rock and a hard place here because, I mean, you can't really put the shots away either. I mean, let's say your best case is you just decide you want to nudge for a run of ball. What do you got? 20 left, 67. I mean, Jinnah have a good bowling lineup. I'm not saying they don't, but Kings 11 have a good batting lineup too. How attacking do you remain here? That's the question. Brescia, the opportunity to top the table if they win this game, but they're making a meal of it at the moment. 47 for 8. And so, well, let's just see how long this can last. Couple to come for Jagmeet. Can he get another? Well bowled. Turns this one a little bit. Well pushed away.
Oh dear, he's going to get 2 here. That's really not what's called for here. They've done so many things right. They're just going to stay concentrated all the way to the end. Just takes his eye completely off this.
Every time they've done something wrong, somehow it's worked out for them though. This just takes a little Tortuga. This is where you probably need the second person to back off a little bit just in case there is a fumble.
And Wooliwalla there, maybe he's drank too much of that mango. Let's see, he couldn't bend down there.
Nice ball though. Rookie Ahmed is the batter at number 10. Off the mark with a couple. Can he survive this ball? He does. He wants to run. They get there in the end. And so, end of a great spell from Jagmeet Singh, the left-arm spinner. He finishes with 3 for 7. 7 overs down. And the 50 has come up at a significant cost. 50 for 8 after 7. And those of you that are enjoying the cricket, well, tomorrow we have more cricket coming your way. It's Super Friday, so we can't quite fill these in for you just yet. But you can see that there are 5 matches. 3 of them are playoff matches between the top 3. They'll have their own little mini table. The top 2 of them will get the double chance on Saturday. But the top 3 are guaranteed positions on Saturday in the finals. The 4th team to participate will be the winner of Eliminated 2. So first we'll have Eliminated 1, which is the 5 versus 6 game. Loses out of the tournament. The winner will play against the team that finishes 4th. At this stage, it could be Chivadate or Kings 11, depending on how this game goes. And, well, it all starts again tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and 12 noon in India. And join us for another exciting day. Big day tomorrow, Super Friday with 5 matches. This one, only 3 today. What do you think about the old 3-game program, Rico? I mean, we love bringing the cricket, but I can't say I'm that upset to
You know what
get an
I do
early
like
swim.
about it?
Go on.
I like the fact that all the teams have played a match. And
Yeah.
I also like the fact that they're all playing the last match. I think it sets the scene for what we're going to see tomorrow. I like that. I like to know before the start of the next day where teams are. So I do like it.
Yeah, well, that's the way it kind of has to be done. Here's Noman Ali, who is getting the last over, and well, he does this beautifully. What a ball this is. It curves in, seams away, and he takes the wicket of Muhammad Ali. Well, he KOs him back to the pavilion as wicket number 9, 51 for 9. And what an entry to the series for Noman Ali.
What a ball this is. Have a look at this ball again. You beauty. Look at that. I said, well, it was a day of international kiss yesterday. Well, the Muliwala there, he says, don't worry about it. I'll give you one here today. And that is Jagjit Singh. What a lovely guy it is. But what a ball this is, Vinny. That is a beauty. Absolute beauty. And I like the way he celebrates Bangara style. Chak the Vatte. And look at this. Where's Muliwala? Jagjit Singh, come on. Come polish his head for him. There he goes. He said, come here, my lad. There you go. Mwah. Bloody Lala Miracle.
Noman Ali might have gone to my hairdresser, actually. It's looking pretty similar. But 51 for 9. What a performance this is. There's a lot of things that have gone wrong in this innings at once for Brescia. That's ECN cricket for you.
Hey, I'd love to know. I mean, Brescia, I mean, they're a top team. What's the lowest score they've ever scored? This could be it.
That's a good question. Here we go. Noman. This has worked away. I mean, I remember that Brescia CC got bowled out for 50 last year, which was a big shock, as you'd imagine. That was against Chivadate. But now, I mean, you almost have to play conservative. You get a run a ball from here, let's say. You can still sneak up into the 60s. 67, that will get them. Brescia good enough to defend it. Kings 11, though. Means they'll feel this is a real opportunity to break into that top 3, which is where they'll feel they belong to be. Let's not forget that. I mean, they wouldn't have to work so hard in this game if they had been able to get over the line against Brescia last night. They just had an off game. Nice to see Noman Ali back, though. Yeah. I don't think he's too thrilled about having the Tortuga on the return to him.
That's a throw from Jagjit, who was kissing him on the head a minute ago. And now he's throwing this one, which has bounced right over him.
Noman will be happy, though, if he doesn't even get the one over. Because if he gets one wicket here, it's all over. This one's just okay, I think. Rookie watches it go past. What do you think of this, though, guys? This is what we love about ECN cricket. Shrugs enjoyed some of the celebrations today. Did say it was International Kiss Day yesterday.
Yeah, but it is, look, I've got to say, it's the International Day of Peace and Love. Well, Jagjit was certainly giving some love to them and there. And there's a lot of love around in the air from Kings at the moment. Apart from Yadav. Yadav hasn't quite... Well, there's 2 days today. One is about the International Day of Peace and Love. The other one is Global Forgiveness Day.
Oh,
I think right? Yadav needs to focus on the Global Forgiveness Day because he's not in the mood for forgiving.
I don't think it's a bad thing if Yadav is still a bit cheesed off before he goes into bat.
Yeah.
I think you could take it out on the bowling. This one, another dot ball. Takes us to the end of the over. It's 54 for 9, 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a solid performance. 9 wickets down. Of course, they would love to finish this sooner than later. And the other key thing is, I mean, not that I think it will make a big difference. I think if they win this match, then they know they're finishing in the top 3. So net run rate doesn't come into it. But it certainly would give them a big boost to go out there and knock these runs off comfortably. And I think the other thing is they really do need some of their batters to get some practice out there and play a few runs.
Yeah, agree with that. I mean, when you only have the one match in a day, you've got to put all your efforts into it. And that's what we've seen from Kings 11. A real sense of purpose, especially after they got that opportunity with Chivadate losing on the last ball. Zaminda coming back for the 9th.
But the other thing about Kings is, I mean, yesterday, I think Simranjit, I can understand the call, but yesterday he went against the grain, didn't he, when they batted first. They are a team that we know that always like to chase, and they chase well. Batted first, and it just didn't work for them.
Oh, it could be trouble. It's good backing up, though. Probably went to the wrong end there, I think. But yeah, I mean, they're not afraid to mix things up, and I think that's important as well. Even the way they've handled their bowlers, with no Abdullah in the side. Basically both their opening bowlers not in the side. And so you're bringing Kuldeep up front, bowling Yadav a bit earlier. But you know you've got Noman Ali at the end, who's a kind of specialist.
Vikas Kumar is not making himself any friends with the umpires, is he?
Middle stump. It's not even easy to do, to just knock middle stump out from there. Better than all three, though, I suppose. I mean, I love stumps falling out of the ground, you know that. I said within reason. I think Kartima, the secret Kartima formula that we put in the base of the stumps, just means you still have to earn it a little bit. But I think one of my things is it is costing us about 5 minutes a game, which cuts into our break. And that is just stump fixing up time.
That's one more Alu Paronta you could stuff away, isn't it?
Oh, this one bounces straight over the stumps, chopped on, but chopped over. Rookie gets to 7. I mean, it could well be the same kind of a target that we saw in the previous game, where we saw 69 on the board in the first innings. I mean, they'll do well to get to 69 from here. This is Ali Raza Kaiser. He's come out number 11. He's held it okay so far. And pretty powerful drive. And well fielded by Kuldeep. Keeps it to 1. But nice to see. Oh, here we go. It's another Tortuga on the way back. It does Jasvinder, but there was a backup fielder.
With Jasvinder, you can laugh about it. There's no damage done. They don't take another run, but that just goes to show in this field. It's sort of the sort of field, you know, when you say you've got to always back it up. I think on this one, you always need 2 people backing it up. It's that sort of field.
Last ball of the night. Oh, that's a good delivery. That seams away. Beats the bat of Rookie Ahmed. It's the end of 9. Brescia 58 for 9. Edging towards the end of their 10 overs, but edging's probably the operative word because they can't really play too many expansive strokes. They're down to their last pair.
It's a question of 6 balls. Do they survive the 6? And if they do, are they able to, well, even if they go, what, let's say 8 to 10 off it, it gets them sort of midway into the 60s. But you would think it's not enough. But Brescia, look, the sort of form that Ruksa was in yesterday when he picked up those 4 wickets, anything is possible. Numanali.
Oh, swings, misses, but so does the keeper, Vikas Kumar. This will be a bye. And the other thing, it might be a bit of a long shot, but at the moment the Kings, well, if they win, they equal with Brescia and Chivadate. They'll certainly be ahead of Chivadate net run rate. But at the moment, net run rate, Kings 11 and Brescia, they're a fair bit apart. Remember, whatever Kings 11 improve by, Brescia's will kind of come down by. It's a bit of a double whammy effect here. Kings 11 have a net run rate of plus 0.2, Brescia plus 2.8. That does sound like quite a lot, but I might run some numbers in the break and see exactly how quickly they could grab, for them to grab second place. And you might say, well, what's the difference between second and third? It's actually to do with the schedule. Yeah. So if you finish third, you have to play the first and last match of the day, and it turns into quite a long day. Whereas if you finish second, you play your games more closer together. You play the first and the third, and you get a bit more rest before finals. It's just maybe something to keep an eye on. I think the first things first, though, Kings 11 are going to make sure they have to win this game, because that's what they need to do just to get into the top 3.
Yeah, Numanali just keeping this one inside. It's very close, but yeah, that's okay. That's what bowled. Batter having a look at the umps and say, hey umps, what do you reckon? Slow ball to get them a single.
They're getting there. 61. Mind you, if you had to show me a team that can defend in the 60s, Brescia would be one of them, but they're missing a key component of their bowling, of course, in Mohamed Imran, not in this side today. We're relying on the likes of Rukhsar Ahmed. He's out there at the moment with the bat. It's going nowhere. And so, last ball coming up, 61 on the board. Last ball coming up. '61 plus this.
Just played down the ground.
62. Well, you try for 2, you might as well. And they won't even. So, don't think they would have got rid of it anyway. So they do bat out there. They're 10 overs in the end. Brescia 62 for 9. And well done to Noman Ali, who only concedes 7 of his 2 overs, bowling at the death. And really, you'd have to say, it was a pretty comprehensive job from Kings 11, winning the toss and electing to bowl. Well, they would have hoped for something like that. In their wildest dreams, I don't think they thought they could keep Brescia to 62. But it was a very clinical performance from the men in blue.
Yeah, I mean, another way to look at it, it was 30 at the end of 3 overs. So what you're saying is that in 7 overs, they only scored 32 runs and also lost 9 wickets. And that is really brilliant stuff. But this was just Winder coming on to bowl. I think I like this. I think Simranjit Singh, the captain, has done a lot of thinking overnight. He's probably gone back to a bit of basics and thought, what do we used to do? But this for me was glorious. Jaswinder is asked for OBW. You can't believe he's not given it. He said, ki ho gaya, out of it. Shaba. He couldn't believe it. He didn't know what happened there. So he does get a wicket, and it goes to his name, because it'll be a stumping as well. But this one went the distance. There were a couple of nice shots being played here again, but the wicket soon did come. And nobody was really able to do too much about Kuldeep Lal. Kuldeep Lal, he liked this one. He liked the celebration. He was ranking it up. And, this was another one. Simranjit Singh from the bowling of Yadav. Yadav at this time was happy.
He was happy there.
There was a point when he doesn't get too happy.
Yeah, well, this would be that point you're talking about, because it was skied and it fell in between a couple. I mean, Jagmeet at the other end, well, he was pretty happy and had a lot of success with his left arm spinners that he typically does. That was just a little Tortuga that took it over Kuldeep. But once again, Jagmeet Singh on target, and he crashes the stumps not once but twice in quick succession. And just nobody able to really put a partnership together. And I mean, that was an absolute seed from Noman Ali. You see that one jagging away from the batter, and he was happy. He got a little kiss for his trouble. And ultimately, they don't bowl them out, but almost as good as Brescia, just scrambling 62 for 9 off their 10 overs.
It was a wonderful display of fielding and bowling from Kings 11. It's one of the things we know that they do so well. And I'm loving the fact that our friend Jagjit Singh was out there as well. I saw him behind the stumps in Bologna last year, and he was an absolute character. And he's showing just why he's such a love guy out there as well. And also very much part of the team in the middle, really geeing up the boys and giving plenty of support to the bowlers, because, well, they deserve that support. You have a look at that scorecard. Only 2 men getting into double figures, and that was Ghulam Fareed and Rizwan Uddin there in the middle of the order. The openers just couldn't get going. You've got to say, though, I think you said it, Vinny, at the time, Nisar Ahmed, Fahim Nazir giving their wickets away, and they are both quality players. And when quality players do that, and then look, Tariq Nawaz was done by a beauty from Kuldeep Lal. Top 3 gone like that. There was no way coming back from that, but still, it was a marvellous performance to keep them under 70. All they need to do now is get their batting together, and they would love to do this comprehensively.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Look at the bowling. Plenty of good performers, as you expect. They bowl well as a team, don't they? All 5 bowlers getting some wickets. 3 for 7. Jagmeet was outstanding once again. But look at Noman Ali bowling the death overs, 1 for 7 of his 2 overs. And apart from that, wickets up front, Kuldeep Lal and Jaswinder Singh with a couple apiece, and Yadav could have got a couple, but he ended up with 1 for 13. So they've done half the job. 63 will be the target when we return. Last innings of the day coming up. Hope you're having some fun. That lake looks good to me. But we'll see what happens in the second innings, whether Kings 11 can grab a spot in the top 3. 63 runs is what they'll need to do so. We'll see you shortly. Me, Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Bentornato! Welcome, cricket lovers, to the final match of today. Only 3 matches in the day today, so this will be match number 15. And, well, it's one that Kings 11 will be looking to get the victory in and cement, well, definitely cement a top 3 position. The question is, depending on how quickly they get these runs, and I think Mr. Maximo is just working out some equations for you. We'll come back to you on this. But depending how they knock them off, that's assuming that they do, of course, they could finish in the top 2. Brescia will be trying to stop them. A slight change in the batting order. They're going with Jagmeet. He took 3 wickets for just 7 runs, so hoping that he can give them a good start in the power play. And Vikesh Kumar is going to be the non-striker. So Vikesh normally is always the man on strike. Well, the last 2 times, yesterday and today, they're preferring him to be the non-striker. So this is all about maybe Jagmeet going big right from the start. Let's see how it works for them. Oh, that's a beaut. Absolute beaut from Nazir. And, gets it going into the batter, then seaming away. What a lovely ball this is. Nice one first up from Nazir. And a good time to welcome back into the Brescia cooker. It's the Brescia commentary point for us. And it is Mr. Maximo Vinisandu. Welcome back.
Nice to be back in the Brescia cooker. Here's Nazir. Good one first up. Another good one second up. Well, it is the Brescia cooker, but I feel like today we might come out medium rare instead of well done, like every other day, because we do get to get out at the end of 3 games today. But we'll make up for it tomorrow with a 5-game program on Super Friday. Again, some people wondering why I have 3 games today and 5 tomorrow. It's all to do with the fact that 15 matches are required in the round robin stage, and it's quite difficult from a practical perspective to then have to, because you don't know who's playing basically in match 16 until the end of match 15, so it's much easier to go away. Everyone knows exactly when they're playing tomorrow, rather than everyone being kind of all up in the air. So that's why it works that way in practice. Remember, these people do have lives outside of cricket, of course, in Europe. Pretty well bowled, but well played as well by Vikesh Kumar, who gets off the mark. Yes, I do have some info. If Kings 11 were to chase this in 5.1 overs or less, then they would actually go above Brescia on net run rate. And that's actually a huge catch-up. But that's all to do with the double effect, I suppose, of playing that team. So they'll raise their run rate by as much as Brescia's will come down. And the difference between second and third, it's only a subtle one, but it might be important. We have seen, for example, the Netherlands, who finished in 3rd in the ECC, just struggling a bit with the program because they end up having to play first and last, and then having to turn around, and depending on how you've gone, you might have to play first up on Saturday morning. It'll be for finals. So slightly friendlier draw if you finish 2nd rather than 3rd. Oh, this one could be trouble, and it is LBW. And he really is bending the ball here, Nazir. And Kumar playing all across that one. He's gotten the ball to talk early. You can see this on the replay, but I think just from the naked eye, it looked like he was a sitting duck here. Vikesh Kumar tries to go leg side. See, it looks like it's angling into him. Hits him on the line of off. I do think that's still hitting the stumps. It's doing a lot if it's missing.
No, I don't. I think if you look at this over and the way that it's gone and how much he's moved the ball, this for me is going to carry on and miss the off stump.
Nah,
yeah.
Well, I think it's umpire's call. I don't think you can conclusively say that's missing the off stump.
Yeah, I can. That's missing the off stump.
Nah, have a look at the off stump. Have a good look at it there. Just watch the off stump.
Watch the ball is moving. It's moving away. That's going to miss the off stump.
I'm not convinced. I'm happy to stick with the umpire there. It's one that could have gone either way. It's very rare you see it swinging so much, because you normally talk about it straightening, right? So it straightens down the line with the angle. So I think that's a fair call.
Yeah, I mean, the umpire's got to be absolutely 100% there. For me, there's enough doubt. I think my doubt has come from what he's done and how much the ball is moved. Again, pitching there and moving and missing the stumps before. This one, just because it hits the pad, doesn't mean to say he's going to hit the stumps. I think that's one that, well, let's just say it's a tight call.
We'll agree to disagree on that one. I mean, the thing is, he is swinging it a lot because he's angling it left to right to start. I mean, he's going to have to swing it a lot to get that missing the off stump. I think, remember, just has to clip a bit of the off stump as well. So It was an interesting one, but I think it was a fair one, if I'm honest.
Yeah, this one is, I think, pretty high for me as well. You see the apology actually from the bowler. No ball is called, but he's already apologising. That will be the end of the over. They take a single there right at the end, so it's 4 for 1.
All right, 337 matches without a golden ball. Well, this will be a very low-scoring golden ball if we get one here, but Brescia, they're a champion team. I'm sure they're going to make Kings 11 work for every one of these runs. Well, Thunder agrees with me. Helix agrees with you. Well done, Thunder. But this is what my spider senses are telling me, is I get what you're saying. I just couldn't see it missing the off stump. I think it's hitting some of off stump. And as far as the umpire being absolutely 100% sure, I mean, you can never be 100% sure. I think you just try to make a judgment if your opinion the ball's hitting the stumps. I mean, to me, if you take the batter out, that's clipping off stump for sure.
Nah, missing. He's doing too much with the ball, I think. Nah. But anyway, like you said, the umpire
agree to disagree.
Is in the best position.
It's definitely an umpire's call. I think we'll agree on that at least. Because when we can't agree, then it's not conclusive. And we normally agree on everything. Oh, that's a peach. I mean, it's different if you... Yeah, I mean, he's bowling, he's angling into the batter, and then if anything, he's straightening the ball. He's not getting a lot of right to left. It's more of a straightening. That's why I think if it hits him in line with off, there's not many that are missing off. But maybe, I see your point there. I'm happy to accept it without too much of an argument. Well, trouble, he's come too far here, and he might be gone, you know.
I think he's out.
Yeah, he's very quick to improvise that back onto the stumps, Hassan Ali.
Ooh.
And it's just a total mix-up, and I think Jugmeet might pay the price for this.
Yeah, I just get the feeling he's trying to get in with his legs, not his bat. Let's see. I mean, because this ball does drop on the stumps pretty quickly. Let's have a look. It goes a long way.
Gets sold down the river a little bit. Umpire's in the way, but I think you can still tell that this has gone well. Hold on a second. Well, we're not going to get a great view there. In fact, the umpire might have saved Jugmeet here. I don't know if...
Well, are the bails off here or not?
Well, he throws it into this stump. Look. Slow now. See, he throws it into that outside bit of the stump. And,
I mean, can't tell from that angle, can we?
Yeah, I mean... Well, the umpire's probably got one job here, and that's to get out of the way of the stumps. I mean, that's the shot that shows he's out, because his bat's in the air, and we know from the other angle that he's short of the crease. So I think if you put those two together, I think you will see that it is out. And that's actually great camera work. Give that cameraman a raise down there because he has captured that one very well. But yeah, unfortunately for Jugmeet, he's going to have to go. As Yadav just kind of hit it, took a couple of steps, and Jugmeet committed. But then when Yadav changed his mind and turned around, Jugmeet couldn't quite get there in time. So Kings 11, far from the ideal start for them, 6 for 2.
Well, Yadav, he's a man that normally gets a little bit heated when things don't go his way. Well, this time, he's the one who sold Jugmeet down the river. He sold him down to Swanee, sent him back. And now, I don't know what he's saying there, but he does start running and then stops. Yeah. And you can't blame Jugmeet there. Jugmeet tries to get back, so that's another... Look, this is exactly the same situation that Brescia were in.
And all you can do is respond to your partner, right? Yeah. All you can do is respond to your partner. Normally you're looking at them. If they go, you go. But yeah, changing his mind, and he almost gets back there. Hey, that's great work from our production team to put those two together and come to the right decision.
You see, even them, when they eat the Alu Prontas, are on fire. So well done there to Martins and also Kiriolis. And, of course, Valentine doing a wonderful job. Courtesy of Spring Productions, our production team and partners here.
What about, I mean, it's been a bit of a game changer, the introduction of more technology in making decisions for ECS. I mean, we still don't have all the angles covered, we don't have everything, but I think it's been a huge improvement, and it's something that's only really come in over the last few months or so. But I actually think it's taken a lot of pressure off the umpires in a way. We're getting more right decisions. Slides in, and well, there's no fine leg, so he has to run about half a marathon to get here, and you might get 3 here if you're quick. And now, once again, Yadav, he almost has another victim, and if he was in the 100-meter final in the Olympics, he would have been done for a false start here.
Yeah.
Because have a look at number 28, that's Yadav, that comes down, and Simran's just waiting to see if he wants to go or not, and he says yep, and then says, oh, actually. You're on your own. This can happen though. Obviously, he's fairly new to the scene, Yadav, so hasn't run between the wickets so often with some of these guys. There's Dana Oras, who's doing a great job once again in the heat, taking some action shots for us. This one, just the one. What an exciting day of cricket we've had here so far. I want to say hello to Tarek as well. Hey, I just realised we don't have a fourth game today, so this now becomes the last game of the day.
Yeah.
Random question time.
Random question, yeah.
And I don't think I've done a lurker call out. I'm going to do everything in one. We've got 8 overs to go. So, yeah, lurker call out if you are watching and you can't normally jump in the chat. Now's the time to jump in. I'm looking for all you lurkers out there. Come at us, come at us, come at us. And also, I'll take random questions. Also, we can talk about food. We can do everything.
We can do everything.
This is what happens in the shortened day. Taken off the stumps, hit pretty well. Awkward one for the fielder, who does pretty well for the most part. And I think he's fine. Then he sails it over the bowler's head, who crashes into the stumps at the same time. There's a lot going on here.
Well, we've got the time. Let's take a few questions then, because there's a bit of time to put the stumps together.
This 1 foot concerns me, but I think it's okay. It's this one now, this next step coming down here, because he's holding onto the ball. Now he's let go of the ball. There's no problem there. Problem came with the bowler. He crashed into the stumps on the way back. Random questions, lurkers, we want them all. 12 for 2 after 2. So, I mean, that 5.1 over is looking pretty unlikely. I think Kings 11 need to just concentrate on getting the win here and making sure they get in the top 3. You can see there is a net run rate differential between the Kings 11 and Jinnah. But with a win, they will certainly go past Chividate. I mean, I'll have to check that as well, to be honest, because they'd have to get to at least plus 0.24. But I imagine that they would need to chase it. I'm going to guess around 9 overs. I can actually check that right now. But first, let's have a look at another bender from Fahim Nazir. Is really swinging the ball well.
Yeah, Nazir just getting... You see, now that's the thing I want to concentrate on when we're talking about the ball when it's hitting the pads. That's what he's doing with it. See how it's moving? And that's why I was saying you've got to look at what he's been doing with the ball previously. So when he does hit the pad, if the bat is coming down, and in other words, he's not right back in his crease, the ball's going to move an awful lot. You see the stance of the batter there, of Simranjit Singh. Gets nicely in line with this one. Decides he doesn't want the single.
Yeah, so they just need to chase it in 9.3 overs to get enough for a little boost to get them into 3rd place. So that's a little bit of an aside here. Something to think about. But lurkers, come at us. Random questions, come at us.
Off the pads, doesn't mind he get anything on this one. Any touch on that, it's going to go. We already know there's nobody there on the sort of fine leg area at all. We saw one chase earlier, which came off the pads, which was chased by the keeper. There's our Ahmed. Picks this up pretty well, but he's going to put it straight into the hands of the fielder. And that's a very, very soft dismissal from Yadav. And it's a bit of catching practice. So once again, it's another failure from the batters that have performed, or we know can perform. Doesn't really hit this at all. No power in the shot. And Nazir gets another wicket. So what is happening here today? I mean, batters just can't get going. It's very much the day of the bowlers. I mean, we're talking about the net run, the average run rates of the days and how they were higher last year. Well, certainly the games that we've seen here today are not going to help that. I mean, remember the last game was 69 to 70. With this one, well, 63 is the target.
Yeah, a bit of shooting themselves in the foot at the moment, isn't it? Kuldeep Lal comes to the crease, though. He's probably a good man to come at this stage. So yeah, just correcting myself, because I was looking at the net run rate, but I forgot to look at the actual points. And Kings 11, if they win, then they go clear into 3rd place. So it actually doesn't matter, even if their net run rate is slightly lower. Again, I've just been looking at the numbers too long. But Yeah, Vivek Davda saying low-scoring matches mean they've worked out the secret formula to keep the batters quiet. Well, something's happening today. Flirts at this one outside the off stump. So yeah, the 5.1 over seems pretty a bit of a long shot at the moment. Tarek, his random question is pineapple on pizza, yay or nay? I'm going to say no. I mean, I'll have it. I just feel it. I like pineapple, but I feel it overpowers some of the other flavours on the pizza. I think we talked about this one before. Sharkat Ali, Vinny, do you like low-scoring or high-scoring matches? It's a really good question. Don't know if I have an answer. I think I like close matches, and I'm trying to think of some high-scoring thrillers, like the impossible chase of Sweden back in 2020, Sweden against Belgium, in 2021 I should say. End of 3 overs here, 13 for 3, so very good power play for Gina Brescia. But I also love the close arm wrestle, so I don't think I have a preference on that, but obviously I love close matches. Not a lot happening for Gina Brescia. Let's have a look at that. It's like a toddler's playground there really in the second half. Not going to fall too far. I mean, I'm not quite sure what happened in the second over there, but that looks like an error because Kings 11 are only 13. I don't think they got 28 off the second over. Anyway, we'll have to check that. Our friends at Sports Interactive.
The heat is the heat. Now I'm worried about the worm.
That's the Manhattan. It's got swelling. They never got approval for that shower. It didn't look right to me. If you really want to know the over by over so far, I can tell you the Kings 11's been 4, 8 and 1.
Yep, that is correct.
Here we go. Yeah. This is driven. Just one. I mean, they still have 2 established batters at the crease. I mean, this is the difference between knowing you're chasing 63 and chasing something like 100 plus, is that, you know, you can just bat here. The field's gone back now. You've got 5 outfielders. Just bat, start picking up singles, and then from there, you know, you can put away the odd bad ball. You just don't often see scores like this defended, although we have seen it occasionally.
Hassan Ali charging in again to Kuldeep Lal.
Kuldeep knows the score as well. He knows he doesn't want to go out in a silly fashion. But yeah, very interesting matches we've got. Now, well, there are our lowest totals defended. Well, if they defend 62 here, they'll go into equal second with the Stockholm Tigers. That was only a couple of months ago. We did that game in Stockholm against Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Down leg side, this will be called a wide. Yes, I don't know about low-scoring or high-scoring matches. I like close matches. Hey, how about you? Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay?
Nay.
In Italy, you can't even... I think you go to jail if you suggest it.
Yeah, you can't. We mentioned this yesterday. In Italy, if you want pepperoni, you ask for a pepperoni pizza, you're going to get peppers.
Yeah. So what do you have to ask for? Picante?
Salami.
Yeah, salami.
Salami
picante. Hit in the air. Could be trouble. Is trouble. And so Kuldeep runs out of patience. Hassan Ali gets his wicket and he hits it straight down the throat of Fahim Nazir. So, wow, very, very, very similar start to the second innings as we had in the first innings of this match. Kuldeep goes for a duck, 15 for 4.
Yes, it's the second duck of this series for Kuldeep. He's not going to be happy with that one. Look, he tried, when he played that last over of Nazir, you could see he was just thinking, well, look, he's got a couple of balls, let's just see him through. Let's not let him get another wicket. And then he was a little bit cautious here with Ali. So I was just thinking, okay, and I think you said as well, Kuldeep, he knows the score, he doesn't want to do anything silly. And then there, what does he do? He does something silly. Straight down the throat of the fielder, he goes for a duck. And now they are all over the place. And is Jaswinder Singh going to be their saviour? Remember, Simranjit Singh is still out there, though he hasn't really got going. Partnerships, you need a partnership. 15 for 4, they're in trouble.
Yeah, sure. Not the way that they wanted to start their chase, that's for sure. But still a long way to go in this one. So let's just reserve judgment till we've seen a bit more of this. I mean, a lot more work still to do.
I think Hassan Ali there is probably doing a little bit of the Kulwinder Lal celebration to the Kulwinder Lal, because he turns around and does the Kulwinder Lal thing, spreads his arms and his legs in celebratory style towards us.
There have been some good celebrations today. All right, I'm going to go to another random question, and you can think about this after this ball. where we are going to see Jaswinder Singh facing up for the first time. Mandarek says, Vinny and Rico, if you could be expert with a musical instrument, what would it be and why? So think about that.
Simple electric guitar.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I love it. I love a bit of that. Yeah, I love it.
It sounded more like the Indian music, you know, when they...
I've got a dry throat. I should have had a bit of... Okay.
That's window box. You know what I'm talking about? Like that. That's what it sounded like. It's tough. I mean, as some people will know, if you follow me on social media, I do play piano, something I used to do, I won't say professionally, but occasionally would earn a bit of pocket money for my piano playing. I also used to play trumpet. I'm okay on recorder. No one likes it when you play recorder, even if you're good. This one is, where's that going to go? Oh, for a second, that might go back onto the stump. I mean, I don't have the fingers for guitar, even though I understand chords. See this one. I was worried this was going to come down on the stumps, but it did come back, and the keeper throws in the stumps. I'd like guitar as well. I'll give you a rant. The first one that popped into my head was harp. Have you ever heard of harp? Have you,
Yeah, I know what the harp.
harpists.
Yeah.
That's commitment. Try carrying a harp around.
Yeah, but don't you have to feed people grapes at the same time when you're playing the harp? Isn't that the thing?
Perk of the job. End of 4 overs. The score is 15-4. Game on here in match number 15. Nice to have your company. We're asking for your random questions. We want to know who's lurking. Okay, you're right there.
I'm playing the guitar.
We're going to do the lurker call out. Ready?
Okay.
Come at us. 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 Come at us.
We want to hear.
We want the lurkers. We
Come on.
want to see you. Let us know where you're watching from. Thank you so much for joining us. This is the last game of the day because we have 5 tomorrow. We have 3 today. Just the format requires it. And, well, I'll be enjoying my time in Lake Garda. So lurker call out, random questions. And we already talked a little bit of food. But we talked a bit earlier about the spaghettoni I had last night. It's very nice.
You enjoyed that, didn't
I
you?
wonder what it'll have tonight. I mean, I still want to try a really nice
Can you really
tortellini
eat?
or a ravioli.
You just had aloo paranthas and let's see. I'm a bit
Pretty
stuffed
full right now.
Yeah.
We are getting 3 meals a day, and we're getting them all at lunchtime, thanks to these players, and thanks to Kings 11 as well. And enjoyed the
Thank
mango
you, guys.
lassi. It's sitting nicely at the moment. There we are, over there. And as Kirill's, he'll be at the lake with us later on as well. And I'm really happy that our cube has stayed in place for a couple of days as well. We haven't had to fetch it from 100 metres away. Yeah, so let's go to over number 5. Here's Rookie. Full, driven back, no run. Let's see what else we got in the chat.
Mukhtar Ahmed, 4 for 13 yesterday, so he's going to be a handful.
Everyone's making fun of my 5.1 overs now, Shakad Ali included. Hello to you. And Shrug asking what's the format next week. Good question. Come back to you in a second. This one, it's actually in the gap, but well cut off by the boundary rider, keeping it to 1, I think. Neville, he's lurking from Harvey Bay. Yeah, the format next week is a 9-team format in Bologna. Basically, Venezia get a free pass through to the second round, which starts on Thursday. But the first 3 days, we'll see 2 groups of 4 teams. So we'll see 8 teams initially. And yeah, over 3 days, there's like a Group A and a Group B. But only the top 2 from each of the groups will go through with Venezia to form a final 5 in the second round. And they will play Thursday and Friday, and that's how we get our finalists. So it's a little bit different again. It's the format we had in Milan last year when we had 9 teams, and that's just how many we have. So we have to adapt the format to fit. And here's some good news, even though it's a Rico-free formula next week. But because of the format in Bologna, we'll have 2 extra matches in the week. So we'll have 4 matches Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But in the second round, we need 10 matches. So Thursday and Friday is second round. And so you'll get 26 matches in the week. So yeah, I'm going to enjoy the short day today because there won't be another one for a while. Well, this one's blasted in the air. Farid's going way back, and he's almost pulled it in, but he hasn't. Maximo! Well, that could be a game breaker. And really, to be fair to Fahim Nazir, he did everything he could to pull it back. And you see, he gets a hand on it, but it just slews off the side of it and ends up going for 6 runs.
Fantastic effort, though, from Fahim Nazir. Almost bringing it back into field of play.
A big moment in the game, real momentum shifter. This next one gets past the field of 1. Takes us to the halfway point, 25 for 4. Kings 11. Again, they just have to chase this. Doesn't matter how quick they chase it now. If they chase this, they'll get into third place. Otherwise, they'll be fighting for their life in an eliminator tomorrow. So, yeah, big 5 overs coming up in their week.
Yeah, it's a big innings this. I mean, Simranjit Singh, you know, he's not taking any risk at the moment. Just 6 of 9. Jaswinder, we know he will play some shots. He's a very strong lad, is Jaswinder. I mean, his arms are bigger than my legs, and that, I'm not joking. He's a big lad. If he hits it, it stays hit. So if he gets a couple out the middle of the bat quickly, gets himself to 18-20, Simranjit stands there and also gets to the same to the score, they've won the match. What they don't want to do, I mean, look, when you look at what they've got still to come, and you still got Jaipal. We know Jaipal was hit and miss a bit yesterday, but we know he can do a job. I think Numan Ali can probably bat a bit as well. Look at Singh. So they've still got players out there that can do it, but it's all about pressure. It's pressure.
It's pressure, and again, that rate's just crept up slightly but significantly to 7.6 and over required. So it's almost like you're chasing 76 now, not 63. That's what it feels like. Maiden Waters has been lurking, actually, Rico. Been lurking for a while whilst driving, saying hi to us. Saying coming home from the new cricket laws training. Need some wind down time. Well, tell us something interesting you learnt at the new cricket laws training.
Yeah,
did you say that the ECN finally got one over by suggesting the don't cross on a catch? Did you give us a little shout out when they gave you that training? You can say you're friends of us. Anyway, here we go with Mubashir Hussain. A little deflection, but straight to the field and no run. What else is coming? No saliva on the ball. There's kind of more provisions for if animals or something run on the field and distract play. It's funny how many of these I think have come from viral videos, these law tweaks. In the air, and 6. Maximo! Well, it's twice he's gone down the ground and rolled the dice, and it is out of the ground. Again, step hit and places it so it's away from the fielder as well, but that had the legs to get over the long-on fielder.
I'm telling you, he's a big, strong lad. Look at that. Look at those Laddus. If he hits it, it stays hit. And Jaswinder is trying to get his team the victory. He played his part with the ball, didn't he? Now trying to do with the bat.
Once more. Goes again. Double time, Maximo! What a player he is, honestly. I think Jaswinder has come in and he said, well, why are you batting me so low? Because I'm smacking them everywhere. 6 more.
Yeah, well done to Jaswinder. And he's been part of this setup for a while. He probably wasn't too happy that he didn't get a shout at the right time yesterday, especially with the ball. But he's proved his captain wrong here today, and now he's doing it with the bat. Can he maintain it?
Change of angle, does the trick, slides across him. Damage has done this over now. I mean, a couple of those just changed the game. I mean, it's 3 sixes I can think of now that Jaswinder has gotten away with. That's Simran to just kind of sit and play a bit more of a passive role. Once more, misses, hits the keeper. They want to buy, or one of them does. Turned down by Simran. And so Shrug saying, does Corey know he's going to have to do overtime next week? Well, I spoke to Corey, and as usual, he's full of enthusiasm at the moment. Let's see how he's going on day 3 when he starts to run out of patience with me. Anyway, end of the over. 37 for 4 after 6. So that one gets them back on track with the rate at least. Gets them back where they need to be. So they had that run rate up to 7.6 required. Now it's back down to about 6.5. That's fairly comfortable with 6 wickets in hand ordinarily. So anyway, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Corey next week. Of course, we'll have Corey in week 3 and 4 while Rico takes a couple of weeks off. But I'm so glad, Rico, you will be back for the Super Series. I know you'll be watching along while you're at home as well. I'm sure pop into the chat when you can. But also we'll have a guest commentator. Nikki Chaudhary is going to be joining us in week 5 as well. I know that she's really excited to get involved, become part of the community. I think you really like her insights on the game. She's got a really interesting history in the game, playing county cricket currently for Surrey. And they're doing some great things in the media as well. So really excited to welcome her onto our team. All right, so are we going down to the wire again, maybe? I mean, if you got Jaswinder now, I mean, yeah, he's still got Simran there, but he hasn't really fired a shot in anger just yet. He's facing up now. Facing up to Ghulam Fareed. That's a chop and run, that's fine. I think you give it to the man with the hot hand, Jaswinder. He'll be facing up on 20.
Yeah, Simran, he opens up when you give him width. He's very good at playing the ball through the covers along the ground. But at the moment, you see, he's just trying to keep his head nice and cool. Doesn't want to give his wicket away. He wants to see him home. Jaswinder, he's got other ideas. He's hit a couple out of here. He'll be looking to do the same again. He's tried to paddle this one down to third a couple of times. The bowler answered the question. I don't think this is anything in this. It's not the most convincing appeal from Nisar. I think he just goes along with it because the bowler's interested. You'll see this again here.
Yeah, extra bounce takes it past the bat in the field.
Yeah, this will give you a good idea. It's nowhere near the bat.
Yeah, so do we have another twist here? Maybe.
Looking on anxiously are the Kings 11 players. This time there is bat on it. Work to do for the fielder.
I think from here,
They're taking him on.
two that's not really on, and they're going to get there. I don't know how they get there, but they do.
That's such good running. Really good running from Jaswinder.
Yeah, let's have a look. The throw takes the keeper out a little bit. In fact, he does it easily. But what do we know? It's really quick work. Again, you don't want to be taking unnecessary risks. But I don't think Jaswinder felt like that was a risk. He got home with time to spare.
Farid wants a breakthrough. Really decent over so far. Oh, that's unlucky. Good delivery, Yorker length, and well, he was unlucky on double accounts. One, that the ball manages to get trapped, and secondly, in the process of being trapped, it goes through the fielder, who makes a little bridge for it as it goes through, and under him, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, that hurts, doesn't it? It hurts in a low-scoring game. So this is the thing. You almost have to play perfect cricket to defend a score like this. And that wasn't perfect at all. Quite the opposite. As it does end up squeezing its way to the boundary. And you feel like it's a long way back from Virginia Brescia.
Partnership continues. Oh, this is a really wide delivery.
That's the other thing. You can't really afford to have any of your bowlers have an off day when you're defending this kind of a score either. But still, where there's life, there's hope. You can move Jaswinder now. Maybe take another one. Maybe you can put the scare out there. Really entertaining day's cricket here on day 4. That's not a good one.
There's 2 in the trot out there, and the bowler just stopped for a minute. Gone Farid is probably thinking, what am I doing here? What's going on? And the batters, well, they would be more than happy to take these. They'll take as many of these as they can get. But it's very important that Jaswinder doesn't get drawn to them. At the moment, he's not. He's happy to see them go by. His shots are the ball that are into his body. They're the ones he sends away.
Oh, that seems a long way.
Good stop from Nisar Ahmed. Well, he's had to take some way down the leg side, and this one really does move late. Look at this. Cuts him in half.
I mean,
good take.
You're playing that, you're in incredible form, because that has come back miles.
Heat now, over 30 degrees. The heat is on. It's coming from above and below.
And then this one goes pretty much straight up in the air. Keeper's calling it. We've got a big ruckus going on here. I don't even know who's caught this. I think Nisar Ahmed's caught it. In the end. Well, International Peace and Love Day. But to be honest, it's a pretty difficult keeper catch. He had to run with the flight, but he does take it. But you can just see the body language of Jinnah. I don't think they have too much confidence that they can do this. But as it is, end of a pretty entertaining knot from Jaswinder. 26 off 16 with 3 big maximos, but he gets caught behind. Score now is 46 for 5 at the end of 7 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to believe, because the only man that was really looking like he was going to get the runs for Kings 11, well, he's just departed. Simranjit is there, but really at the moment hasn't hit a ball in anger. He's just taking singles. I wonder who they go with here. I wonder if it's an opportunity for Jaipal to make an amends, or will they go with somebody else? So it looks like Manjeet Singh that's going out there at the moment. Well, we'll wait and see.
Let's have a look towards tomorrow. Can't tell you exactly what's going to happen just yet, but we can fill you in after the game. The top 3 teams will play in the top 3 playoffs, which are the first, third and fifth matches tomorrow. The bottom 3 will play in the eliminators, matches 2 and 4 tomorrow. So ultimately, the top 3 and the winner of the eliminators will play in the finals on Saturday. Join us tomorrow for day 4. 5 matches, biggest day yet of our Italian summer. Slight fumble, so they think about it a second. They entertain the idea. Ultimately, they decide against it. They move up to 47.
Yeah, Ruxar. Ahmed, a serious campaigner. He used to lead, captain the team. This one is the slower delivery, just pitches it up there. They'll get the single, and of course every run they get at the moment is fine. They can do it, run a ball, but of course they don't want to see this going into a nail biting final over. They want to do it before that. So it is Manjeet Singh that comes out there.
Let's see if he holds his nerve. Just got to get down the other end at this stage. And he does. Well done.
Yeah,
Some bat on it.
Single. That's Simranjit at the moment who takes the single, gives Manjeet the strike again. So Manjeet, I think Manjeet has been sent. When you see some of the other batters to come in, I think maybe Manjeet is the one that they've sent out to say, okay, it is Jaswinder that's out, so you go in. That's a good replacement, like for like. Plays that nicely, gets his feet in good position. And maybe at the moment, just listening to the call from his captain, which is, look, we can do this in singles. Unless you're 100% sure you don't play that attacking shot, just take the singles. Ruxar, I think you got a feeling you might go for the slower delivery once more to Simran. He does, and Simranjit goes for it, and he's going to get the wicket. He does. But there you go, right on cue, the slower ball. And, well, Simranjit had to go for it. He couldn't hold back. He was drawn into the shot. Goes for it down the ground. He goes for 9 of unlucky 13 for him. It's another wicket. It is 50 for 6. This game is not finished yet.
Wow. So just when you think one team's pulling ahead, there's always been a twist. That's just been the story of the day so far. And, yeah, it's the second play to get out like this. It's very much like Kuldeep Lal's dismissal when you look at it. Well held down the ground. And so 6 wickets have been lost now. What an exciting day of cricket we've had. 50 for 6. Still 13 balls remaining in this game. They need a runner ball from here out. And here comes Jaipal Singh. Well, 24 hours ago, he swung and missed at more balls, I think, than I've faced in my entire career. Let's see how he goes a day later as he tries to secure Kings 11 a spot in the top 3.
Yeah, the only difference here, Vin, and I don't know, is that they're not batting first. So this time now, he knows there's a target. He can calculate it. He can calculate what he has to do. He knows he doesn't really have to take too many risks at this moment in time.
True.
He gets back onto the ball straight away. In comes the throw. But, not the best of throws, but I think even though Nisar Ahmed is not happy with the way that it's been thrown in, I think the batters were always going to be in. End of the over. Whew, 51 on the board. There's 12 balls to go here now. 51 for 6. I think this is a case of, if you want to win this, if you're Gina Brescia and you want to win this match, you're going to take 4 wickets.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think Kings are. The Kings will only lose if they're all out, I think.
Yeah, but you could still win if you just got a bunch of dot balls, a la yesterday with swings and misses, and just build pressure so that plenty are needed in the last over. What a day of cricket we've had, really. I want to see the run rate at the end of today. It'll be one of the lowest we've seen. Alam Fareed comes out, and this one gets past the infield, so just one. So at the moment, you're only going to get yourself in trouble if you swing and miss at a bunch of dot balls here. I don't know what Finn Bazier is doing. He turned around and shines it instead of throwing it back in, and they look to maybe take a second, shining the ball from long off. Yeah, look for one as a minimum. If you can get a boundary, great, but I just don't think you have to be crazy and swing and miss at the moment. You got the field back. Take at least one, push for 2. Swings and misses.
Yeah, well, it is Jaipal. Or is it? No, it's not. This is
Manjeet.
This is Manjeet. So Manjeet has a swing and a miss. And you can see Ruxar goes up to the bowler, gives him some encouragement. So that's it, boy. A few more of those, and we've won this match. And he's probably right. They don't want, you know, for me, you want to keep it at run a ball. You're going in the last, keep it at run a ball, no more. This is nicely played, and it goes through the fielder. They've got to go back for 2 here. They do, so the dot ball now becomes no longer an issue because they made up for it. Getting the 2 there, that's vital.
Another tense one, though. That's for sure.
Nice shape on the shot, actually. I mean, okay, the fielder was unlucky there. It's almost trips over his own feet trying to stop it. One shot can seal the match, one boundary, because then after that, surely, you know, you've got it in the bag. And this one gets dropped, and is there an edge on this? I think there is,
We'll
you know.
find out.
I'm pretty sure there is. The umpire, no signal from him, so this is a drop catch.
It is, and little mini signal from the umpire. And that's just a concentration lapse, really, from Nisa Ahmed. So Fareed, well, he really should have had a wicket there.
Well,
is it not a wicket? It's also a run.
Yeah, is that the last? Is that the last opportunity? Is that the one that swings the balance in the favour of Kings? Slower delivery, and this time they're asking a question. I don't think there's anything here. Well, this is all about Nisar Ahmed saying, I know I dropped the one on the edge, maybe I can buy as a wicket. I don't like to see this. I mean, he's nowhere near this at all. And I think Nisar Ahmed and the bowlers here, Brescia, have done this a couple of times, and this is sometimes it gets to a point where I think umpires, match officials, tournament referees may just have to have a word with the team and say, come on, guys.
Good umpiring, though. Not falling for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a wide.
Wide ball.
These are all crucial, aren't they? Makes it 7 off 7.
Yeah, they want to get something on this. Want to get something off this. Keep it at run a ball, but you can see there, he knows what the bowler's trying to do. I'm just wondering here, being that it's the last ball of the over, if Jaipal, he couldn't do this yesterday, whether he just takes a step outside the off and gets himself ready for where this ball is going to be. No, he doesn't. He stays where he is, but he will get another wide.
Yes, they're really sticking to this plan, aren't they? Of trying to sneak it inside the wide line.
Well, Jaipal, sometimes it's about balance. He's lost his balance there. He's all over the place, but he doesn't need to be playing at those. What he does need to be doing is taking that step across. I'd really like to see him jump across here now. It's the last ball of the innings. Off this over. Jump across outside the off stump, be in that position and swing hard. Getting yourself in the right position. Well, he gets bad onto ball. It probably could have been another wide. We'll never know. But he does get a single. The worry for me is he puts himself on strike. I know it's a horrible thing to say, but Jaipal Singh's strike rate has not been the best, and he's got to know what the plan is here. I mean, by getting that single, what it means is that they give themselves one cushion. They give themselves the cushion of one ball. So if they don't get a run of one ball, they've got that cushion because it's 5 of 6. But certainly, you don't want to. What you want to be saying to yourself now at the bat is to say, look here, we have got 4 wickets in hand. We do not want to be given a dot ball. If that ball is going past me, I want you right in my face saying, what do you do now here? Get to the other end. Got to take something from every ball.
Another low-scoring thriller. Yeah, the top 4 looks completely different depending on who wins next game, depending on who wins this next over. Brescia could finish first. If they can hold on here, it'll be Brescia, then Brescia CC, then Chivadate in the 3, Kings 11 in 4th. If Kings 11 can win, it'll be Brescia CC on top, Brescia in 2nd, Chivadate, and Kings 11 in 3rd, I should say, Chivadate in 4th. As we go for the last over, Mabasha Hussain starts with a dot. So 5 off 5. Again, going for glory there. Fields back. And 2 dots in a row. This one almost gets away from the keeper, but doesn't.
This is a repeat of yesterday from Jaipal. I mean, I hate to say it.
Get something on it.
Yeah, I mean,
just get something on it. He swings, gets something on it, and needs to be fielded. Just 1. 4 off 3. Wow. We're getting teased, aren't we, really? We are getting teased with golden ball potential here. But now they can win it with a boundary. 4 off 3. Goes for it. Will they go for 2 here? Do they take him on? Probably. They're going to go to the bowler who misses it.
They're going to go again. They can go again here.
They won't, though.
Well,
Yeah.
what comes off here with the shots played? Is it a cap? It's something, yeah, it's the
I think
cap.
his cap came off. Bowler doesn't take the ball. If he does, he runs him out. And that's, I mean, makes sense. Forcing the throw to the bowler's end. I mean, regardless, I think they'd rather keep Jaipal away from the strike the way things are going. Are we going to get a golden ball here? I mean, only 2 more required for victory at the moment.
We were here in the last match, 2 from 2. It went down to the last ball. Will this be the same?
Here we go. 2 to win now. There's 1. And now you might as well take it on. Now this is for the game. And it's out. So, I mean, that made sense, though. They had the chance to win the game there. If that is messed up, then it would have been game over. But we are going to the last ball once again. Smart cricket, really, from Kings 11. They had nothing to lose there. It does keep the batter, who I think is hitting him slightly better on strike, in Manjeet. Scores tied. We've got the same situation as last time. Scores tied with the ball to go. Last time, we saw a messed up run out and a scrambled bye to win the game. Well, this one is a real thriller right now. But one thing's for sure. Kings 11 can't lose the game in regulation. They can force a golden ball. The bat went down there as well. I just noticed. Nice take by Mabasha.
Ooh, golden ball. We're on it at the moment. A ball to go. Scores are tied.
What a day. I mean, what do you think about a skied ball here? Imagine the pressure on the fielder.
Wow.
Here we go. And they're saying, here, I'll give you a clue. Run. And it's the Muliwala that's come out to run.
Jagjit.
This is literally for a spot in the top 3 and to be safe on Super Friday for Kings 11. Any score wins it for them, otherwise we're heading for a golden ball. Here we go. Last ball of the day. Hits it, and he gets the win. And they'll do it in the end. And in fact, it'll just be 1. I think they finished before the ball touches the boundary, but congratulations. It is a fantastic finish to the day. We only had 3 games, Rico, but I tell you what, we had about 6 games worth of entertainment. Kings 11, well, they are in the top 3 after winning off the last ball of the day.
Wow, it ends up 63 to 62, and that one, they run the one before the ball goes past the boundary. That was what would kill the game, and it's victory for Kings 11. Well, Muliwala, all he had to do was run. But, well, once he completed that run, he was running some more, doing the celebrating. Well done to Manjeet Singh. He held his nerve there. While once more, you have to say, Jaipal Singh was making it interesting with some of his swinging and missing. But when he had to do the right thing, Jaipal, as in take the 2 and then try for the 2 again and sacrifice his wicket, he did it. And he did it for his team. And he gave them the opportunity to be in that position, and they took it.
Yeah, it's a team game when it comes down to it. And I think that's what all these players realise. I mean, Jaipal was really intelligent, had a free shot essentially winning the game right there and then. And they didn't risk the striker essentially by getting Manjeet back on strike as well. And Manjeet just needed to get back on ball. He did. It didn't get carried away with the moment. So, look, Brescia, they'll be disappointed. They will finish second and they won't quite finish top, which they would have if they'd been able to hold on there. But, Kings 11, they had to fight all the way. Compensating a little bit for their performance last night against Chandra Brescia. But they do get through and they do it in style off the very last ball of the day. And so now we can tell you what it looks like on Super Friday. And we will see the Brescia CC as well as Chandra Brescia and Kings 11 in the top 3. We'll be starting with this exact matchup tomorrow. It'll be Chandra Brescia versus Kings 11 in match number 16. And then we'll have the eliminators coming as well. Chandra Brescia, Pack Lions Getty. They'll play in match 2. And the winner will play Chivinate, who finished in 4th place for that final spot on final Saturday. Let's go back. And, well, we had a few dramas early, didn't we? The wickets were tumbling and they were on the ropes. Kings 11, well, they had a bit of their own medicine in the first couple of overs. Yeah, I mean, it was the way it ended. I mean, this was out as well. It was 7 for 2 at that point. Wickets were falling. But this is going to be the way. Look, with Chandra Brescia, I mean, all right, they've had a blip here, which they've got to come back from. But they have shown on several occasions that they can bat and bat well. Kings 11 haven't. That is the worry for me. And this was an opportunity, I think, for them to get rid of those shackles that they had with the batting. They didn't do it. All of the batters, all of the top batters went out there and blew it. You saw Simranjit trying to take it cautiously, but then just couldn't hold back and got out to Ruksa. We saw Kuldeep Lal once again. He also started cautiously, blocking out 4 balls before he got out for a duck. They've really got to find a way
to get going. And I think changing it around at the top for me, Vinny, that doesn't work. You try different batters at the top along with Yadav. I think maybe you just got to go back to what used to work. Get Vickers Kumar up there facing the first ball. And you know what he can do inside the power play. Just give him the freedom to do it. Maybe put somebody like Kuldeep Lal out there with him. But it's just not happening for them with the bat. You can see here, just kept on giving their wickets away. But this was the victory right there towards the end. Had to keep his nerve, didn't he? And there you go, look, bat in the air. Look at Mulliwala, there he goes. Bizaway Airlines, he's taken off.
Well, again, that's the third time this week we've seen a batting side cost themselves runs by running too quickly, because that ball goes to the boundary. But they only get credit with one because the game's over.
But the thing is, you're going to run, aren't you? You know you need one run to win. You just got to make sure you get that one run.
Depends if you're on 96 or not, I guess. But what I will tell you is that they do get home off the last ball of the inning, 63 to 62. Jasvinder Singh top scoring with 26. Wasn't he important? Those 3 sixes that he hit were crucial in securing victory for Kings 11, and a spot of safety essentially through Super Friday, as we'll see them take part tomorrow. They'll get 2 matches against the other top 2 teams in Brescia and Brescia CC, and heading into final Saturday, depending on how that goes. They may or may not get the double chance. That's what's to play for tomorrow for them. But now I've got to give credit to Brescia as well. I mean, they never dropped their bundle, did they? I mean, they just had to bowl and field almost perfectly. And probably, except for that one assault from Jasvinder, Brescia had the better of that innings and went within very, very, very close radar of getting onto that lowest scores defended Hall of Fame sheet. But it just wasn't to be. And it was Manjeet that was the hero in the end, striking the last ball.
Yeah, it was that knock.
Run.
It was that knock actually from Jasvinder. I mean, that was the knock of the innings. You look at both innings and the highest score. I mean, I think if I'm right, the highest score scored at the other end was probably 12 from Udin. So if somebody comes along and scores double that in a low-scoring match, that's going to be the turning point in the match. So well done to Jasvinder.
Bowled very well.
Also took the 2 wickets, didn't he? And look at the bowling figures there. I mean, normally you're looking at bowling figures like that, you're saying how well they've bowled.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, when you don't score the runs on the board, no matter how well your bowlers do, and all of those bowlers did remarkably well. Look, the highest the bowler's gone for is 17 off their 12 balls. That's tremendous bowling.
Yeah, you normally hold a team to 63 off their 10 overs, then you win the match probably 99% of the time. But this was the 1%. But Nazir was brilliant, really getting the ball to talk early. He finished with 2 for 4 off his 2 overs, including a maiden. So fantastic effort from him. Look, Brescia, they'll be disappointed with that result, no doubt about that. But look, they have done enough to qualify in the top 3. They'll qualify in 2nd position. Means they'll have to get up early. So maybe they would have liked to have slept in. If they'd finished top, they would have got that right. But we will see them tomorrow on Super Friday. Once again, I want to thank everyone for your support and everything that you have hopefully enjoyed today.
Yeah.
And we've really enjoyed our day here. A slightly shorter day, but no shortage of action, Rico.
I'll tell you what, when you have, look at the last 2 games. They went down to the last ball. And look, when you get thrillers like that, I think I'm glad you got a short day, because we need plenty of time to recover from it.
Well, we need to towel off, I think. Just a reminder, you can go to our social media at European Cricket. It's a great place to go if you want to know exactly what's happening. And I'll need that towel as well a little bit later. But it's getting a bit hot in the cube, so it's probably not a bad time. But we won't be slacking off tomorrow, will we? Because we have 5 games coming up. Super Friday on the way. We'll have to say goodbye to 2 of these teams tomorrow, because only 4 will survive to finals day.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so exciting tomorrow. But look, on a serious note, I mean, everything to play for. Top 3, they're playing for, like you say, rankings. One of those will get the double chance to make it into the final.
Yep.
But the bottom 3, it's elimination. Only one of those 3 will make it through to Saturday finals day. And it's going to be some very nervy games.
And Chivadate will still be thinking about the fact that if they had just hit that, I mean, even if they'd won it in a golden ball, I think the net run rate would have seen them through into the top 3. But I mean, having said that, Chivadate, their path to the finals now is to just beat the winner of Brescia and PLG. But I mean, both those teams have shown a bit. I mean, there's no easy beats here in Brescia, and so Chivadate do have to qualify for finals, and that'll be no easy decision either.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? When you look back at all of the performances, even the big teams, Brescia today, Brescia as well, nobody has been winning convincingly. Yeah, it's always been close. It's always been certain particular moments in the game that has made. That has decided which way the match went. So I think tomorrow, and also when it comes to Saturday's finals day, there's going to be no easy game. There's going to be a moment of brilliance, a moment of magic that decide which way the matches go.
I mean, it's going to be hard to leave 5 of these teams behind in Brescia. Only one can make it through to the Super Series in a couple of weeks' time, just over 2.5 weeks. But we will find out by the end of the week who that will be. Look, thanks so much for your company once again. We've enjoyed your contributions in the live chat, and I do appreciate the fact that everyone's being so interactive. Everyone that joined the Instagram live at the start of the day as well. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, Rico. We'll come back. Big day tomorrow. We need to get our rest because tomorrow will be massive. 5 games.
Yeah, 5 games tomorrow. The big 5. Well, we say you need your 5 a day. We're going to give you 5 a day tomorrow.
We sure are. Anyway, we just encourage you to follow our social media as well at European Cricket. But from now, on behalf of the European Cricket Network and all of the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Fort. On behalf of all the players, the officials, all our crew at Spring Productions and all of the Blue crew, we hope you have a happy, safe, long afternoon. I'm going to go jump in a lake, but we'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the highlights of the day. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series Super Friday.
Share the love and eat some chocolate. Adios, hasta mañana.